Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Kansas City Chiefs embarrassed the Lions 30-17 on Sunday Night Football last night. However, the performances on the field were largely overshadowed by the brawl that took place after the game. Frustrated by what he said was an illegal block in the back, Lions safety Brian Branch open-hand punched Chiefs wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster before the two teams could shake hands post-game. Lions head coach Dan Campbell criticized Branch's actions after the game.
Punch is a slap, right?
Yeah.
People call it like a pie shove, you know?
Never heard of an open hand punch. Yeah, I've heard that. I've never heard it called an open hand punch.
Branch is expected to be fined and possibly suspended for at least a game by the league office. That disciplinary decision could come from the NFL as early as this afternoon. After grabbing their first win of the season against the Maple Leafs on Saturday, the Red Wings will rematch the Leafs in Toronto again today. They'll look to mimic Saturday's 6-goal performance during today's midday matchup, which starts at 2 p.m. right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage begins at 1:45. Both Michigan and Michigan State suffered embarrassing losses to USC and UCLA over the weekend. Head coaches Sharon Moore and Jonathan Smith are both scheduled to speak to the media after 11 o'clock this morning. We'll bring you some of that sound in the 12 o'clock hour. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Morning, 97.1.
It is morning.
Not a good one. That was
Well, we've had better
terrible,
Mondays.
horrible, awful, very, very bad weekend in Detroit sports. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Gregg behind the glass, Brendan Shabath on the updates. John, morning.
What are you talking about? Wings won. They're holding down the fort.
Sure, we'll go
They
with that.
responded after game one. We'll take whatever we can get over the weekend because we didn't get a lot.
That's about it.
It was a tough one.
So the way this show's going to work is we're going to spend a lot of time on the Lions and the Tigers, and we'll probably get the college stuff in a little later in the week. Open lines, 248-539-9797. John, you got a little montage there. A lot of Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Chiefs win. Why'd the Chiefs win? Or we could put it this way, why did the Lions lose?
I mean, they just didn't make enough plays. And I mean, so it's the most obvious. It's not there's the drop by Amon-Ra St. Brown
Costly.
right before halftime. It didn't allow you to keep pace. And if you're going to take the ball to start the game, which I loved,
Me too.
you are coming out of halftime, you got to score going into halftime. You take that lead, you go up, and all of a sudden things. You have momentum going into halftime. It just that was. And nobody's going to sit here and say, anything bad about Amon-Ra St. Brown other than it was uncharacteristic, it was a drop, and it was costly.
You want to know how uncharacteristic of a drop it was? The fourth down drop by St. Brown was his first of the season, his first career drop on a fourth down, and he did not have a drop all of last year.
Right. So it's just moments like that in games like that, when you're playing against good teams, and I know everybody's going into it going, well, this Kansas City team's 2-3, and they're not the Kansas City Chiefs that of their dominance because they don't have Rashee Rice. You go back to the Tyreek Hill days, and they were a potent offense. This is still potent because when guys play to their level, like Travis Kelce, He's making, one-handed bobbling catches. But we got Sam Laporta who's making one-handed catches in the end zone.
Yep.
You can't have moments like that against a team that has Patrick Mahomes as quarterback. He's just going to make too many plays.
They were healthy. They were at home. They had to have it. Detroit knew they had to match him. And Campbell said we needed to score 30. They scored 17.
Yeah.
More specifically, they scored 7 in the second half. 1 score in the second half. And I know people are going to want to fixate on the fact that Kansas City wasn't called for a penalty. Or on the very first drive of the game, Detroit goes on an FU drive. We want the ball, 15 plays, punch it in, and it's Jared Goff powering through.
I know.
Like that's
bobbling the catch and then powering through the block. It's Amon-Ra St. Brown pancaking a guy in the end zone.
Dude, it's as animated as I've been on an opening drive all year because of what it would have meant, and then only to have it taken away, I think people immediately start to go, here we go with officiating.
No.
Dan Campbell after the game said it had no bearing on the game. He said we lost by 13 points. He took the approach, which I like. There's a different mentality. There's winning mindset and losing mindset. Winning mindset is, man, I got to make more plays. Losing mindset is, it was taken from me. I'm a victim of circumstance. I love that Campbell always takes the winning mindset approach. Even if they lose the game, we needed to make more plays.
I think the better question it would have been, did you know that was the rule? Was that part of the coaching point of that play? Hey, Jared Goff, when you line up at center, because I've had this happen a couple of times where we put in a play and I was the buzzkill in the room last night when I'm sitting there going, oh, this is great, but it should be a penalty. And maybe we got away with one. And then all of a sudden you see the officials talking and, minute and a half later and everybody's going, oh, well, it's a minute and a half later. No, the way that it goes, and I'm glad that we got an email this morning about the pool report and everything that was said. An official has a specific area on the field that they're looking at. And as soon as the quarterback removes themselves from the tackle box, whoever has that one is not paying attention to what he does when he gets outside the box. So he has no idea if he stopped. Well, he didn't. And so they have to get together, and the official that has that area on the field talks to the official that has the quarterback while he's under center. So there's 2 ways you could do it. One, you can line him up in the shotgun. Mm-hmm. The problem with that is when you can't move towards the line of scrimmage, and if he catches the ball 4 or 5 yards deep, you don't want your quarterback catching the ball that deep.
Correct.
And so you want him as close to the line of scrimmage as possible. So you do what they did. You can also line the quarterback up under a guard. So it looks like, oh, maybe he's just making a mistake. Maybe Jared Goff is a moron. And then you put him in motion so he doesn't line up under center. That's one way you could do it as well. Or he comes back, sets himself, and then goes in motion. Or goes in motion and then stops behind Amon-Ra St. Brown like he would be a receiver, but he has to stop for a second at either destination.
Yeah, so I didn't know this rule. You, on the spot, were able to identify it. The rule is the rule. Mm-hmm. And the Lions didn't follow the rule, and the call was made correctly. And I know, I'm looking over at Twitch, a made-up imaginary rule. No, it's a real rule.
No, it's a real rule. And so the question I would have for Dan, and maybe we'll ask him tomorrow, was that a mistake by Jared Goff by not stopping, or was he coached to do it as he did it? Which would then make sure, then it would mean that they missed a rule.
Right. 248-539-9797. Why did the Lions lose that game? And what's your level of concern? Because, John, I didn't lose any sleep over losing that game. We knew they weren't going 16-1. I don't think they're going 15-2. If such a thing exists, it's a forgivable loss. It's an AFC loss to a really good football team that executed. I mean, I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
No, the only thing that concerns me is when are we going to get Taylor Decker back? Because I thought that was, as much as we love the guys that have gone in and fought hard, they're not Taylor Decker. We need him back. Kirby Joseph missed some time during that game. He was in, he was out. What's going to happen with Brian Branch? Is it just going to be a fine? Is there going to be a suspension? Because we're deficient in the secondary. And I thought the guys that were in there played fairly well against Patrick Mahomes, but you lose another guy. So if Kirby Joseph can't play against Tampa, and I know they're down every single receiver, we'll talk about that, later in the week, but that's the bigger concern to me coming out of the game, more so than the loss.
Well, yeah, if one loss becomes two, if this game beats you twice, well, yeah, level of concern will go up.
Well, yes, if it beats you twice because Kirby Joseph can't go because of an injury he sustained,
And
or
Branch
because Branch is suspended,
or Decker still can't go,
Yeah.
or McNeil doesn't make his debut. But I guess my point is, like, all those guys are going to play for the Lions in January, and I still think this team will be playing football in January, and they'll ultimately be defined by January. Look, I wanted to win last night. Everybody wants to see this team win, but I don't view them differently today. I don't have this grave level of concern after that loss last night.
If you're going to have some concern, just the fact they are not in first place right now. The Packers are. Packers have a 700 win percentage. Lions are 667 because of the tie.
That's stupid tie.
The other thing, too, is that this is one of those schedule indifference games where because you finished in first last year, you had to play the first place Chiefs. The Packers get the Broncos later in the year. That's their, because of standings.
Crossover game.
Yeah, so... Yeah. Look, that's at Denver. That might be a key game to keep an eye on late in the year in terms of standings.
Well, because Green Bay's
close.
not playing great right now.
No, they're not. And I think I'm not concerned, but the reality of the standings are what they are.
So this is one of those games, and you're bummed you lost. You're somewhat angry, and fans can react however they want. This is how I react. It's more concerned about the injuries moving forward. You lost to a good team. Would we rather win? Yes. But there are a lot of lessons learned in this. And we talk about how tough this schedule is, and you're going to be maybe a better team in the playoffs because of playing this schedule. This is one of those moments where as long as you learn from this loss, why did you lose? And it was a drop. It was some stupid penalties. It was some mistakes that you made. As long as you're learning from this and you're better in the postseason because of it, then, turn a loss into a positive. There's very few positives that come out of a loss, but if you can learn from it and be better for it, it's like you said, Jim, it's all about how are you defined in the playoffs.
Why did they lose? Level of concern. We'll also mix in the Tigers this hour, although no one can recap a game better than Dan Dickerson. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on RootMetrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/swish-2-Verizon.
Stan Campbell. Pool reporter claimed it didn't come from New York, so that may be a point of contention, but no bearing on the game, lost by 13 points. Lions only had one score in the second half, and Kansas City only punted one time. Look, you can say we're a victim of circumstance and wallow about it. It doesn't sound like that's how Dan Campbell wants to conduct things. Wants to point out plays they could have made, should have made, and needed to make to win that football game. You tell us, why did the Lions lose? And your level of concern. Like, I'm not losing any sleep over it. If a forgivable loss exists, and maybe you want to say no loss is forgivable, that's fine. But if a forgivable loss exists, it would be to Kansas City on the road. It's an AFC loss early in the season. When you're not 100%, and you're going to get guys back down the stretch.
Right. And so if you get to this point, right? You're 4-2. Most everybody thought they were going to be 3-3. Now, the bigger game is the one that's coming up on Monday night. Mm-hmm. It's Tampa. It's an NFC matchup. And Tampa they're playing as good as anybody in the league right now. So you're going to have this one at home. This one's on the road. We want to win every game. There's no question about that. And I'm not saying this wasn't a big loss. This was a huge loss. This would have been a statement win. But I think there would have been more gained by winning this than there is by losing it.
Well, of course. Yeah. Ticket Tech says the defense was the problem. Sharman soft. That's Barton, Oklahoma. That's why they lost. They didn't look like they were into the game. They looked sluggish from an unnamed texter.
I didn't have that takeaway.
I didn't either. We didn't play well, but 0 penalties hasn't happened in 70 years. The blindside block against Branch, insane. Goff's TD reversed by the booth. That play should not be reviewable.
It wasn't reviewed. It wasn't reviewed.
Yeah, you're allowed to huddle up on the field, and that's what they did.
Yeah, the officials will huddle up on the field. They discussed it from what that they saw from their perspectives and from their group, but they did not get any help from New York.
And why is that the response? Like, we should have been allowed to get away with an illegal play? I mean, that's what that text is implying. Like, well, they got it right, but they may have used the wrong means to get it right. All we ever want is to get the call right. And it sucks it was against our team, but we ran an illegal play. Goff was in motion. He started as a quarterback. He was in motion, never set his feet. It sucks. You still got 4 quarters to play. Yeah. 0-0 on the scoreboard. Score more than 1 touchdown in the second half.
It don't drop the ball. And no one's going to get on Amon-Ra St. Brown for not catching it. It was a big play in the game.
Or Aiden, you can't pick up a roughing the passer call.
Yeah, I know it was uncharacteristic of Amon-Ra St. Brown. It was uncharacteristic of Hutch because that wasn't half a step. Was it a step? Was it just that close? No, it was 2 steps.
Let's get to the phones. Jeremiah, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. How you doing, man?
Hey, doing good, man. It was a tough loss, but I'm not really worried too bad because I know how our Detroit Lions is. It's not Lions 6 years ago, man. It's a brand new Lions. But all I want to say is, like, the run defense was really bad. Like, that's been killing us for the past couple of games, in my opinion. We've just been gutted up the middle too much, and Casey really exposed us because our linebackers was not getting to the run. Tampa Bay, not really worried about. They've been going to the wire with teams like the Jets. Detroit, all we got to do is keep our heads up. It was a good game, but we just got beat in the second half. I'm sorry.
I didn't think they ran the ball particularly
They
well.
did. They had 112 yards rushing, and only 80 of those came from running backs. I mean, Patrick Mahomes had 10 carries for 32 yards. There's a couple of first down pickups, but I wasn't sitting there going, boy, they're getting gashed by the run.
Yeah, I mean, the issue was you couldn't get them off the field. I know they were 4 of 10 on third down, but they were 2 of 3 on fourth down.
Right.
They kept drives alive. They finished in the red zone, by the way. Like, they did all the things you're supposed to do. You convert when you have to in third and fourth down. You convert in the red zone. You punt one time. You're at home. You're going to win that game. They don't turn the ball over. No turnovers for Kansas City. Like, that's why they won the game.
And I don't know if everybody was expecting fire and brimstone this morning. I'm just not going to be fire and brimstone about this. Yeah, I'm disappointed they lost. They could have won this game in a lot of different ways, but they didn't. But this is, if you want to find a bright spot in regards to moving forward, it's the last time they lost back-to-back games.
Right.
And I say that with the perspective of you're going to play the next week. Season's not over. Yeah, you lost to the Kansas City Chiefs. They're going into the season. Did anybody really believe that they were going to win this game? I thought that they were going to win this game, but it didn't happen. Now, you have a coaching staff and you have a group of players that are looking at this going, hey, we just don't simply lose back-to-back games. We respond every time. The concerning parts are the injuries. Who's going to play in the secondary? Is Decker going to be back? All of those things are concerning, but you haven't been that team for 2 years now. I don't expect it to rear its ugly head now. So the more important of the two games is the Tampa game because it will have an effect on seeding in the playoffs.
James in Southfield, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, good morning, Jim, and good morning, John. First of all, I think that the Lions did not come with the A game. I believe that the performance on the field reflected a type of mentality of a B-level type of atmosphere with the Lions. I just don't think we were a professional outfit yesterday. From the play calling, with that particular play, if you can't execute from the practice standpoint, it shouldn't even be called. So the second thing is I think that we defensively did not come in that game to play defense. So I think basically it was not a good, clean game. And to be honest with you, if that's going to be the play, I'm disinterested in watching that. I want to see a team that I know could perform. These guys are very talented, and they could do very well. But that game did not reflect the level that these guys can play. And we can have a dominant team all the time. It doesn't mean you win every game. It just means that you're competitive and performing in every game.
I would agree they could play better. I would agree they could absolutely play better.
You thought they were uncompetitive in this game?
Well, no, it was not that they didn't have the spirit of competitive. I just think they weren't clean in their execution.
They didn't.
Yeah, they made mistakes.
Yes.
They happen to be humans.
Yeah, I mean, you lose by double digits. I mean, they lost by 13. I have no issue saying that. I mean, even Campbell alluded to, like, hey, we weren't in the game. Like, the other team's taking knees and we're 2 possessions down.
Right. And this is a game where you're going to have to match them. Whether it's third down conversions, you're going to have to match them on extending drives of converting things on fourth down. You can't make mistakes. That in any other game against a lot of other teams, and probably 25 other teams in this league, maybe 26, 27 other teams in this league, you play that way, you're going to win. Against the Chiefs at Arrowhead, and you have drop balls or you're not zeroed in on every detail of every play, you're not going to win those games.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, the entertainment world is mourning the death of Diane Keaton. Yeah, she passed away over the weekend at the age of 79. She's best known for her roles in Annie Hall, The Godfather, and my favorite, Father of the Bride. Tributes from her co-stars just poured in. I mean, I saw tons of them all weekend. Goldie Hawn, Bette Midler, they starred with her in The First Wives Club, posted really nice tributes, called her hilarious, a complete original, and they did note that nobody was ready to lose her quite yet. Leonardo DiCaprio, Jane Fonda, Reese Witherspoon. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. They called her an icon, a legend. And a friend told People magazine that her death was pretty unexpected and that her health declined very rapidly in the last several months. No cause yet of death reported. The man involved in that deadly Southgate Kroger stabbing will not be charged in the killing. So prosecutors say this man, Charles Hinton, acted in self-defense when he stabbed the victim. So apparently, Hinton is facing a charge. He's going to be charged with carrying a concealed weapon for illegally having this knife during the assault that took place at the store where he was working. But they say that the two knew each other but had never met in person. So they knew each other, it sounds like maybe through like online, a mutual friend, and maybe they knew each other online or of some sort. I don't know the depths of their relationship, but had never met in person. But they say Hinton was working at the store when the victim entered, sought him out, and began punching him multiple times. That's when Hinton pulled out this knife and stabbed him twice, and did happen to be fatally.
Fatal, yeah.
But under Michigan law, individuals are permitted to use force when necessary to protect themselves. And they say that's what he was doing, that there's proof that this is what happened. So he will not be facing charges. A deadly crash involving a hay wagon in St. Clair County left one woman dead and 6 others injured. Such a sad story. So the collision happened on Saturday evening in Kimball Township. Police say a 79-year-old man was operating the tractor, was pulling a trailer, had multiple people in the back of it when it was struck by a vehicle, a Buick Regal. The driver of the Buick was treated for minor injuries. The driver of the tractor is in critical condition. An 85-year-old woman was killed. I'm guessing she was a passenger on this hay wagon. Police say that the tractor was traveling without proper rear lights, didn't have like a sign that said slow moving vehicle.
Right.
The crash remains under investigation. A man suspected of driving drunk was arrested last week after driving his car through a fence at Detroit Metro Airport.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, oh boy is right. According to a statement from the airport, officials say that airport authority quickly stopped the car on the airfield, and they say that this driver was under the influence. Obviously, they're not releasing a whole lot of other information except...
How come there's no traffic?
my gosh. Yeah. What? So, John, I know one of your goals is to live to 100 years old,
Yes.
like many other people.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
also a goal of mine, too. And we also, we know the importance of getting exercise, getting good sleep, getting healthy diet. We know all that. But there's one longevity and aging expert that says there's something that we are overlooking that is more important than all of those things.
What's that?
And it's a healthy social connection.
I 100% agree with this.
Yes, and he says that being lonely is the equivalent of smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Is what
wow.
that does to your health is being lonely. So, talks about like the importance of some sort of work. Obviously, it's being involved in something because you forge these connections while you're at work, and you forge this community, and you create this environment where you're staying social, staying connected. You have some
human interaction
some
instead of
friends.
just looking at your phone or staring at the TV or playing video games.
So make sure you're
You can play video games with friends, John. Way to be social.
you can.
That's right. Heather with the news. We'll talk Tigers coming up next. Got to get into what took Friday night and Saturday morning, too. That game just never ended until it did. It's 97-1. All right, guys, let's be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof. You're not sitting there saving money planning for a new roof, and it always seems to come at the worst time. The cost can feel overwhelming, but it's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. And right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home. 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you don't have to skimp on quality. You can get the quality roof you need without the stress of that upfront payment that we know nobody's been saving up for. So here's the thing. Shaner's not a fly-by-night company. 30 years, 4.9-star Google rating. It's earned with thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about them. It's the professionalism, it's the craftsmanship, it's the customer care. So if your roof's leaking, I know you hate hearing this, if it's aging, if it's ready, and you just need peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com/0. That's mymichiganroof.com/0, powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. Stan Dickerson, Friday night into Saturday morning, the game that would never end. Both teams had so many chances to win it in extras. Tiger season ended. And we know the Lions lost last night, so we've got open lines. You can call about either of the two games. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of these Lions calls and ticket texts. But, John, Tigers, there's going to be a lot of post-mortem today. Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch will speak at 11 o'clock. We plan to carry that live right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Why did they lose Friday night? Who do you blame for Friday night? And who do you blame for the season overall?
It's for me, it all came down to the bats. Well, not just the bats. It's your stud pitcher not being able to go deeper in the game. And whether that was A.J. pulling him out or that was Tarek Skubal saying, I'm done. I don't know what it was. That's the first thing. The second thing is Torres, Green, Torque, and Keith. Those guys, for 15 innings, 0 production.
0 for 23 with 10 strikeouts.
0 production. And you're getting up with runners in scoring position. Like, you're there for a reason. Kerry Carpenter got on base damn near every single time until his final strikeout. And you can't do anything to move him forward, to knock him in. Like, that to me was the number one reason they lost that game. And yeah, I'll be critical of Skubal not being able to go into the 7th inning, not being able to pitch over 100 pitches, which I think it's a major, major flaw. And you can look at that production that he had during that game. He was dominant. There's no question about it. For 6 innings, 13 strikeouts. There's only 18 outs in 6 innings, and he got 13 of them on strikeouts.
He got the big dumper twice at 101. John, he set the record for most strikeouts in a winner-take-all game in MLB postseason history. Yet, we're all left wanting more because we all thought he'd come out for that 7th inning. He's under 100 pitches. Yeah. And part of me wonders, I mean, this is what they did all year, is they walked him right up to 100, 101, 102 if you're lucky, but they very rarely let him go deeper. Did he not build up the stamina? You know, A.J. Hinch said he gave him everything. We got the quote from A.J. I mean, A.J. made it sound like this was a mutual decision, that Skubal was done and could not continue. So, look, you can say it's a red flag. We'll have
it's just not good enough.
Plenty of time to talk about what it means, you know, his future and handing this guy a big contract and whether the Tigers are even going to do that. But, yeah, that's part of it is Skubal, as dominant as he was, only pitched 6 innings. I also don't think it's getting talked about enough in the 7th inning what A.J.'s decisions were with the bullpen roulette. Mm-hmm. You go Finnegan, okay? You have Holton warming. Why doesn't Holton come in to face the lefty Naylor? I don't understand that. And it's like, okay, well, if Finnegan could get the out, he didn't, then it could dictate that 7th batter.
Right.
Well, fine. The problem is Seattle's double pinch hit still got the matchup they wanted, and they drove in the tying run. I don't think A.J. had a good 7th inning. Fine. If Skubal's done, fine. Holton's got to come in to face the lefty. And then from there, you're right, John, a million chances. Ultimately, I do put it mostly on the bats. 0 of 23 for 2 through 5 with 10 strikeouts. That's why they lost that game.
Yeah. And I mean, and it's set up perfect for him to bring Holton in because Finnegan had already, faced his 3 batters. So he could take him out.
He could have.
And I mean, it didn't happen. So you're looking at it going, okay, well, what are the reasons for this loss? And if you can't get 1 hit in 15 innings, that's it right there.
So if Skubal pitches out in the 7th, it changes the inning completely.
Right.
To me, that's a situation where you have got to at least let him pitch, and I'd say make him pitch until he allows a base runner.
Right, and I know the fear is if he comes out and gives up a hit and gives up a walk, well, guess what? That's what happened to Finnegan. He gave up a walk and gave up a hit. I'd rather do it with Skubal, who's pitching one of the greatest starts of postseason history.
It's when you're going batter by batter. But to me, John's right. The 2 through 5 hitters going 0 for 23. That's why they lost.
Yeah.
You can add. You can't win a baseball game when your 2 through 5 hitters do that. I mean, think about Carp in front of them, getting on base, and none of them came through.
You realize Carp had 4 hits and the team had 4 hits.
Yeah.
Like the rest of the team had 4 total hits.
All right. To me, this magnifies the issue of they need to add a pretty premium bat to this team.
This is what we said last year when they got bounced in Game 5 of the ALDS. And it's what we said at the trade deadline this year. And that's why for the game, it's on the players, it's on the bats. The season is on Harris. He said at the deadline, we'll find out if I'm right. I think we can pretty definitively say the team that blew a 15-game lead in their division and got eliminated in the same game in the same spot from the year before didn't do enough at the deadline. And I don't know if he's going to cop to it today, but I want to hear accountability from him. Otherwise, why am I going to believe he's going to do anything different this offseason?
Well, he said his job is to make the playoffs. But do
you think he's going to come out today and tell everybody mission accomplished? I don't think so. No, he won't go that far. Then he's going to have to cop to it. He's going to have to show some accountability. Were you right at the deadline?
Yeah,
he said we'd find out. I found out. We all found out.
He did say quite a few times in that press conference after the deadline that, we got a 9-game lead. Did he assume they were winning the division? I think most of us did too, but It's his job.
Yeah. He's the only one that could have done something about it.
Right.
It didn't matter what anybody on the radio, anybody calling said. He had to make those calls.
Yeah, and I think it was a gigantic mistake not to add. And if you don't want to go get Suarez, and Naylor was already gone by the time a week ahead of the final trade deadline. Like, if you're not going to go out there and get a bat, because we all wanted the third base right-handed bat, and Suarez would have been a perfect fit. But if you're just going to go out there and get a bat at any position, they could have been a DH. They could have been somebody, and I don't care what position. And because everybody says, well, why would you go get Naylor because he plays first base? Okay, well, if Tork's a better glove, you don't have a DH.
Well, and that's the key. How many pinch hitters did AJ use in that game? 0. So that's saying I don't have enough good options on the bench. Now, there's a case to try a fresh body after 15 innings, but AJ's telling you I didn't have any good options on my bench or he would have used one. Here's the other fun question, John. Finnegan pitched. How many other bullpen pieces that Scott Harris added appeared in a 15-inning playoff game? Also, 0.
Yeah.
It's hard to blame the pitching on Friday night, though.
I'm just making the note
you
that
go
like
15. You go 14 innings of allowing 2 runs. Come on, do something. Get a hit.
Right.
It's like, I think the guy that probably screwed them in the lineup is Keith. He had the injury, and then he didn't hit well in this series.
You know what I bet you we hear about today? Well, if only we had Matt Vierling. I'm just preparing you. I would wager quite a bit of money that his name comes up today unprompted by either Scott Harris or AJ Hinch.
It's possible. And it might even be probable. I don't know. But even if it's Matt Vierling, and you're talking about if he is batting in there instead of Colt Keith, and he gets 1 hit, maybe that makes the difference in the game, but you're still talking about 4 different guys. And if you insert 1 hit through 15 innings, that's still not the answer.
248-539-9797. We have a hodgepodge. We have Lions phone calls. A bunch of you guys calling in about the Tigers. We're going to get right to the phones next. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing our listeners this month. Looking for a stylish SUV? Well, here's a couple of options for you. You can lease a new Buick Envista or a stunning Buick Encore GX for just $229 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets final price. based on due-it signing of $3,569, must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit GMCofferinfo.com. That's GMCofferinfo.com for more details.
A.J. Hinch on Tarek Skubal didn't have enough gas in the tank to pitch the 7th. Bizarre decisions in the 7th in terms of bullpen management, not Holton against the lefty Naylor. And if you want to blame somebody, I suppose you can blame Hinch and Skubal, but when 2 through 5 go 0 for 23 with 10 strikeouts, you kind of have to start with the bats. On a game that goes 15 innings, they couldn't get any clutch knock and extras, and the Tiger season ended Saturday morning. Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. D in Southfield. You're on 97.1.
That's crap, man. That's BS, man. Skubal lost the game. We haven't had bats in a month and a half. 2-1 should have been the score of that game, final Tigers. I'm not even asking Skubal if he's coming back in the 6th. I'm not asking Skubal if he's coming back in the 7th. Your season is on the line. If he was pitching a no-hitter, which he darn near was pitching, there's no way he would have came out the game. No way. He'd have stayed in there until he gave up a hit. Your season on the line, I'm not asking how you feel. Did you give me everything you got? You gave me 6 innings. We needed you to go at least 7.5, maybe 8. The season is on the line. You're the best thing we got. We don't have any hits. We know that. We went into the game knowing we didn't have any hits. But we had Skubal, the best pitcher on the planet, and he blew it. That's on him and his agent. It was his arrogancy. They're not paying you. You're not going past 6 innings.
D, does it change the way you feel about him? Do you want him traded?
Heck no, I don't want him traded. That'd be foolish. But it makes me wonder. It's like those NBA players who, they kind of do, they kind of hold stuff back until they get their money. 6 innings on that stage, 2 runs. That should have been the game. The way he was dealing, nobody was hitting on him. Nobody was going to get a hit on him.
Well, D, you get paid for moments like that, and if you're only going to go 6, then if you don't want him traded, then so be it. But the number's not going to be as high because, first of all, you're not the best pitcher on the planet. He happens to be for the Pirates. You might be the second best pitcher on the planet, which is not a bad position to be in. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, yeah, I think AJ, when he checks in, I'm fine with him checking in. But the message isn't, okay, give us one more. The message is, I'm going to need more than just the 6th inning. And I don't know what that looks like. Obviously, I've never pitched in a game. Mm-hmm. I've never managed in a game. I don't have that relationship with those type of athletes. But if you're going against Cal Raleigh and you go 4-seam fastball at 99, you follow that up with a 4-seam fastball at 99, and then you sit him down with a 4-seam fastball at 100, it feels to me like there's still juice in the tank.
They needed more. You could say it's unfair because they didn't hit, but they needed more. Let's get to Tony in Ferndale. Tony, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys. Absolutely absurdity that we're sitting here saying that Skubal is not the best pitcher in the planet. I don't really know
Paul Skeens
in the last. Paul Skeens. Where was Paul Skeens pitching on Saturday morning?
Okay, so he doesn't have the team around him like Skubal has.
So what makes the best pitcher? What makes the best pitcher in the planet? A little, maybe some hardware that would help. So Paul Skeens wasn't even playing for it on Saturday night. All right, Tarek Skubal went out for 6 innings.
Skubal's not playing for it anymore either.
That's right. That's because our bats can show up, just to your point, John, that the rest of the team kind of failed them, right? So that's what we were racing towards, is getting that hardware. But, I don't understand that. The fact that we've now sat here and said, Tarek Skubal isn't the guy. Like, the dude went out for 6 innings, pitched 99 pitches, and had a spectacular outing. And then our bullpen came up in to support him, and our bats did absolutely nothing. The bats are to blame here. And then the next person to blame is Scott Harris. Pick up the phone, Scott Harris. Make a phone call at the deadline and get this dude some help. If he has any interest in re-signing in this team and sticking around, he should be looking at Scott Harris saying, what are you going to do for me? Are you going to get me some pieces? Are you going to get me something to help me get that hardware? What are you going to do to help me? No, nothing. All right, well, the Mets, the Dodgers, and every other MLB team is calling me. We have to do something to help this guy. And Scott Harris did nothing, and the guys that we had on the roster did nothing. Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson need a little extra eye on him this offseason. And to be frank, I don't know if I want to see at least one of them in a Tigers uniform next year. Send them out. Let's get some newer young guys, different bats, whatever it may be, because obviously they're not doing their job to help the team out, and they did nothing to help us on Saturday morning.
Tony, I 99% agree with you. And I said it already. I think that the bats is the number one thing. And that, along with that, goes Scott Harris. When you have the lead that they had at the trade deadline, and we heard it from AJ all season long, right? First to 30 wins, first to 40 wins, 50 wins, 60 wins. And then you start to taper off a little bit. Well, why are we tapering off? Well, we can't score runs the same as we were early on. Teams are adjusting to us. Pitchers are adjusting to us. We don't have the reliable bats, and you don't go out there and add to this team. That is number one and number two reason. But I don't think Skubal is blameless in this. He was magnificent through 6 innings. And I just can't believe that there's not at the very least, one more inning in him.
Or to find out.
And if we're going to lose, I would rather lose by Skubal going out there and showing that he can't go the 7th.
John, if you gave me 2 choices and said, I'm going to give you 15 innings to score 1 run, or I'm going to give you Tarik Skubal gassed, exhausted to get 1 inning of work, I'm living and dying with Tarik Skubal.
Yeah.
Because I know what the bats are. And as painful as it was, I wish he would have gone 1 more inning. Let's get to Matt in Dearborn. Matt, good morning.
Hey, guys. Hey, I'm with you, John. Usually I'm not. But anyway, the hitting I'm kidding. The hitting isn't there. We know that. The hitting's terrible all the time. Why Skubal didn't, I don't know if there was a contract issue, if there was he should have wanted to ride and die with this team. He was dealing. I was awestruck that the coaching decisions, again, did they have something where they talked to each other and it wasn't going to happen? I have no idea, but we needed him.
Well, yeah.
And I've never seen someone pitch in a performance like that and then just be done. There was no tomorrow.
Right. I mean,
there was no tomorrow.
You throw until your arm falls off. Now, clearly he has hundreds of millions of dollars on the line, but I have a hard time squaring that up when your season's on the line.
There is a tomorrow for him, though. And they manage him just like they did all season long.
Well, and I wonder
that's a problem.
Yeah, how much of this is, whether it's explicitly discussed with his agent and management, hey, 100 pitches, that's his line? Because it sure feels like it's not a coincidence that was his line all year, and then no surprise that he's out of gas at 100 pitches.
I'll be the old guy and get off my lawn here, but in situations like this, I would love to know what Jack Morris thinks about this. A guy who was entering free agency after going 10 innings in Game 7 of the World Series. Was he thinking about tomorrow? No.
Right.
And the mentality in sports today sucks this way. Just like load management, the one caller alluded to NBA guys kind of sandbagging until they get their contracts. It's become too much about the money.
Well, and I think Skubal has now become like the number one bullet point for the offseason. As we get deeper this week and into the offseason, you have a front office who've said, we don't believe in a Skubal window. We didn't see them go all in first place. I can't imagine they're going to go all in this offseason. So he has 1 year left. If he's hell-bent on hitting free agency, I feel like there's only one choice here. It's trading him to get something for him. If you're not going to go all in to win with him and he's not going to sign an extension, and I know we'll spend more time on it as the week goes and as the offseason goes.
I agree with you, but I do think there's Rieger's entertained this where you just pitch him out. But the thing is, he's not willing to go.
No, what you do is, unfortunately, and I love Skubal and I wish they would just pay him, you probably do what Milwaukee did. You trade Corbin Burns. They ended up winning their division and they're still playing. It sucks. Nobody likes it. This sucks. We're already doing off-season radio. 248-539-9797. We'll get phone calls. We'll get back into the Lions in the 7 o'clock hour. We've got Overreact Gyms. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Kansas City Chiefs ended the Lions' 4-game winning streak last night with a 30-17 win on Sunday Night Football. Despite an injury-riddled defense and a number of controversial calls, Dan Campbell is not making any excuses for his team's performance. Neither the offensive or defensive performances were enough to help Detroit as the Chiefs threw for 243 yards and 3 touchdowns while rushing for over 100 yards and a score as well. Despite the result, most headlines around the game were focused on the brawl that took place after the final whistle. Lions safety Brian Branch slapped Chiefs wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster in retaliation for what Branch called an illegal block in the back from Smith-Schuster just minutes earlier. Andy Reid did not seem to understand the foundation of Branch's actions, but said the third-year safety did some damage to the Chiefs receiver. Branch is expected to be fined and possibly suspended from play for his actions in defeat last night. In the sport in which fighting is allowed, the Red Wings are back in action today. After Lucas Raymond scored 2 goals on Saturday to help the team to a 6-3 win over the Maple Leafs, the team is in Toronto today for their first road game of the season in a rematch with the Leafs. Puck drop is scheduled for 2 p.m., and you can watch the pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 1:45. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Indiana checks in at number 3 in the AP poll, but they should be higher. They're the best team in the country. You go to Oregon, you win by 10. This is not last year's Indiana that's lacking substance. John, that's the best win of any team in the country, and they've blown out Illinois worse than even OSU did. Indiana should be the number 1 team in the country.
I agree with that. I don't think it's an overreaction. And it's hard to imagine that, but they've played a better level competition than the Ohio State. And honestly, they've played better competition than Miami has either, the 2 teams in front of them. Their wins should be better than the 2 other teams.
No. This is
Why,
an
just because
overreaction.
it's Indiana?
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I'm never going to say this until they actually win a national championship, okay? That's just how I feel about it. I don't think Indiana football will ever be the best team in the country until they are national champions.
I'm Jim Costa, and I approve this message. I don't. Poor Indiana. What do they got to do? Win a national title to be number 1 in the regular season.
They would truly be number 1. It'd be a fact.
Okay. Does Oregon ever deserve to be number 1? They've never won a national title.
They've been in a couple championship games.
Okay, they haven't won them. Notre Dame hasn't won one since the 80s. Should they ever be number 1? Come on, let's live in today. Indiana and Kurt Cignetti are doing this. It's happening in front of us.
This is supposed to be a little juicy sometimes, right?
All right, fine.
Spicy?
Well, you are a spicy garlic guy.
We know that. Oklahoma made a mistake playing Mateer, and he cost them the game. He had 3 picks. He also had a backwards pass that counts as a fumble. It's not like Arch was special or that Texas came in and ran all over him. They lost the game with turnovers, and it's because they played Mateer.
Not 100%. No, I think this is a bit overreaction. I think he did give him the best chance to win that game. I think this is on Venables versus Sark. Sark knows the limitations of his quarterback, and he played to those limitations. You look at the air yards, you look at everything that they did for Texas, they didn't put Arch in a position that he was going to make him a costly mistake. They allowed him to run. They allowed him to do some other things. This was, to me, Brent Venables not putting Mateer in position for success.
This is not an overreaction, but I do have to say that the blame for how that game went is on Venables for not pulling him. I mean, it was clear it wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
Not one other. Well, they did have a receiver throw a pass in the game.
Yeah.
But the fact that they didn't make a QB change to win that game or be competitive in that game, not to create a controversy or anything, but in that moment, it was clear he wasn't the guy.
You lost points at the half, thrown to the end zone instead of kicking a field goal. You're right. Some should go to Venables. Do you believe? Michigan's not ranked. They shouldn't be ranked, and they won't make the playoff. They gave up 225 yards rushing. That's a huge red flag to get bullied by USC. And now Michigan has 2 losses to 2 teams that will be on the playoff bubble. That will be held against them when it comes time to determine the final playoff spot. And that's if Michigan doesn't lose again.
Right. No. So the overreaction is that they shouldn't be ranked,
and they won't make the playoffs.
I agree. They're not a playoff team right now. They're not playing as a playoff team. You get beat up at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, then no, you don't. You're not a playoff team, and it's made that game against Ohio State a must win. And there's nothing that they can do from here until then that says anything about being ranked in the top 12. They've got Washington, Michigan State, Purdue, Northwestern, Maryland. There's nothing they can do to increase where they're at.
So Michigan shouldn't be ranked in the top 25. So this is not an overreaction. They have the most votes in one of the polls that's not ranked. So they're 26. And in another one, they're 27th. The bottom there is Nebraska in one and Illinois in the other. I mean, you could make an argument that Michigan's better than both those teams. They beat Nebraska. You can start playing these little games, but you hit it. They got outmatched completely. The rushing yardage allowed is shameful, I think, for Michigan, especially against USC. This is not an overreaction. They're just not a very good team.
Doomy. MSU fans should be Wolverine fans later this month. They should root for their rival to bomb them by 50 points to help usher Jonathan Smith out of the university.
This is an overreaction. I don't care who you are in this game. You're never going to be cheering for the other team to win like that just so you can get your coach out.
Yeah, this is an overreaction. I kind of agree with John with the rivalry thing. Plus, Michigan State has to play at Indiana this Saturday. Let Indiana do it. Okay? Let Indiana embarrass them, and I don't even think the Michigan...
So is Jonathan Smith going to get fired after Indiana? Because if he's not, then you're saying, hey, Michigan, come tee us up. We got a dead man walking, and until our administration wakes up the way Penn State's did, we need more ammunition.
Well, Michigan's incapable of scoring 50 points.
Well,
so.
that's a separate issue. But for MSU to give up 38 unanswered on homecoming to a team that's fired its entire staff certainly woke them up.
Share with people the text you sent on about 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon.
What did I send you?
It's nice to see that the Tigers season and Michigan State season's over already.
Yeah. Grit. The Tigers season was a failure. They blew a 15-game lead, largest division lead in the history of the sport, and they were eliminated in the same round as the year before. A failure of a season.
This is not an overreaction. If your goal is to be better than you were last year, they obviously came up short because they ended on the exact same game in the exact same round, and I think it's 100%, 99% on Scott Harris because you had that lead. You had it at the trade deadline. You knew the warts and the flaws of your team, yet you did nothing to help them.
This is an overreaction, and the reason I only say it is because I think failure is too harsh.
We live in a world of success and failure.
Was it a success? Well, I disagree with that a little bit. I think it's part of the problem with the world that there are middle grounds here. First off, very few people thought this team would make the playoffs to start the year. I think that has to factor in, even though expectations change. For the word failure, I think the word's disappointment. Not quite as harsh. Maybe I'm being a softie. But there were some things that came out of this season that will impact the future, positively and negatively. You got some answers on some things.
So let me put it another way for you. They still get their gold star?
No. So disappointment doesn't.
You either do or you don't.
Failure's an E. So you think in grading, old school grading in school, they still do that? To me, this was a D. Disappointment.
Let me ask a follow-up question. You said based on the preseason expectations. We didn't expect them to make the playoffs because they didn't have a good offseason. If they had a real offseason, wouldn't we have expected them to make the playoffs and advance further than the year before?
You got to remember, I picked them to win 86 games to start the year.
Only because they didn't do their job in the offseason.
But you guys had them at 80 and 82, I remember.
They didn't do their job in the offseason.
So you had them as 500 teams. I had them as a team that was going to be right in the wild card.
But you already
because
mentioned
I know what they're trying to do with their style of baseball.
Yes,
you get bounced early.
Able to, throughout the course of a season, be able to reevaluate and expectations change. They came woefully short of expectations that we all had for them when they hit the All-Star break.
It says Mew, Baker Mayfield is the MVP. He has no weapons. He lost Emeka Egbuka in that game, already doesn't have Mike Evans, didn't have Chris Godwin. His leading receiver yesterday was Cameron Johnson, who was an undrafted player and had 0 career catches coming into the day. Baker Mayfield leading them to a 5-1 start with 4 game-winning drives. Nobody's working with less, and nobody's achieving more.
I agree. And I don't think this is an overreaction right now. But let's see what he continues to do for the rest of the season. But at this point, he is the most valuable player to his team. And what he has done with, as you mentioned, all of those guys that are down and Egbuka, I know he was trying to fight through it. He was trying to, we don't have anybody, so I'm going to go out there and give you everything I have. And he only played for about 5 minutes. And they still come away with a win. He is as competitive. He is a guy that I know he doesn't get enough respect, but you line him up and he just simply finds a way to win.
This is an overreaction because he's second in the race right now. It's still Josh Allen, and I think there's a, bored, stale factor. Let's have somebody else win the MVP thing going on here. I still think Josh Allen is the MVP of the NFL right now. No knocking Baker. He's a dog, man. I love watching him play.
He may be a better player, but I don't think he's more important or he's more valuable to his team right now.
Drake May is a franchise quarterback. I know they beat the Saints, so you're going to say, well, what does that mean? The throws he made in that game, some that didn't even count, by the way, NFL, high-level, downfield, superstar throws. He threw 3 touchdowns, no picks. The Pats have won back-to-back games, including against Buffalo. Drake May is a franchise quarterback.
Absolutely. I didn't know that there was a doubt that he was going to be a franchise quarterback.
He's been uneven to start his career.
Okay, he was a rookie. This is his second year.
But you still got to
Yes,
arrive.
he is a franchise quarterback.
I think this is an overreaction because I think it's too soon. I'm in Jim's camp in terms of the little rocky roller coaster, and John's right. He's a rookie, and he gets a little bit of a crutch and excuse there. Here's where I'm just pausing for a second. Mike Vrabel made Ryan Tannehill look good, okay? And I'm not saying that Drake May is Ryan Tannehill. Ryan Tannehill had some good years, though. Let's just pump the brakes.
I normally have one from Sunday Night Football, but I don't have an overreaction about what Detroit is and who Detroit is as a football team. I'm certainly not going to overreact to them losing. So I'll focus on Kansas City. They got right. They're going to win the AFC West.
Not an overreaction because I don't know how much I really believe in the Chargers, the Raiders, and Broncos. I mean, if you're going to bet on someone, you bet on Patrick Mahomes. And especially if they're going to get Rashee Rice back next week, yeah, I think they still win that division.
Yeah, this is not an overreaction in my mind because who do you trust? Seems like all the other teams out there, you can never trust them to get through the whole thing. I will say this. I think the one roadblock team is the Broncos. They've played Kansas City very well, especially last season, and they've got a defense. But I think with Rice coming back, the Chiefs get rolling.
Football coverage presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Those are your overreact gyms. 97.1.
Hey, after a steamy summer, be ready for that first blast of winter cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical will do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly, but more important, safely. Right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price, so give them a call today because these spots are going to fill up quickly. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now, or you can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
If you're injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, you need to call Lawrence KG at KG Law. You've heard about all different kinds of personal injury attorneys. You need someone that cares about you. And Lawrence KG, genuinely good dude, and he wins for you. They'll specialize in car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, so you're going to get someone who knows what they're doing. You're not going to settle for some lowball offer from the insurance companies. Lawrence KG has won millions for his clients because he fights hard and he wins big. So if someone you care about is injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, you need to call KG Law. That's 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. We'll get back into the Lions and the Tigers, but Heather with the news.
Yeah, well, this news is brought to you by Randazzo Heating and Cooling and Electrical. So the man involved in the deadly stabbing that took place at a Southgate Kroger last week will not be charged with the killing. And it's all because prosecutors say he acted in self-defense. So the only charge that this man will face is 1 count of carrying a concealed weapon. Prosecutors say this man, Charles Hinton, was working at Kroger when the victim walked into the store, sought him out, and started punching him. And they say while he was being attacked, Hinton pulled out this knife, stabbed the victim twice, obviously fatally. It's unknown what led to the attack. They do say the two knew each other, but had actually never met in person. So there's
some backstory.
They knew of each other, yeah.
There's got to be obviously a backstory for this to happen. I mean, I guess there doesn't have to be, but it sounds like there is. And I don't know exactly what that is. But this is pretty cool. 3 Michigan craft beers won gold medals at the 2025 Great American Beer Festival. And it's the most gold medals the state's breweries won in the national competition in 15 years.
Wow.
So props to them. So the Mitten Brewing Company in Grand Rapids took home a gold medal for its Mr. Oktoberfest. Then Ferndale-based Urban Rest Brewing Company won with Kaiser. And then Bridgman-based Lake Time Brewing and Spirits won with Astronaut Sauce. I do love the names of these beers, right? But apparently this big festival takes place every fall in Denver. This year, more than 8,300 breweries entered from all 50 states. They were evaluated and judged. And in total, 347 medals were awarded to 273 different breweries. There was other Michigan breweries that won silver medals. Redwood Brewing, Shorts Brewing Company, and Haymarket Brewing and Tap Room won as well. So pretty cool. Okay. Good for them. Fans stormed the field after Colorado's victory over Iowa State on Saturday. And despite the fact that the Buffaloes will now have to pay a $50,000 fine, Deion Sanders loved the home crowd's reaction. After the game, Sanders had told reporters that, quote, "I love it. I want to see the kids rush the field. I absolutely love it." And then when he found out that the school was going to be fined,
his reaction was great.
He was kind of shocked. Didn't realize, like, whoa, $50,000. And he kind of joked that the kids should all chip in. To help pay for it, because that's kind of the way it was when he was a kid. Like, oh, we're all going to this place. We'll all give gas money, right? So kind of joke that all the kids should chip in for the $50,000 fine.
Don't wait.
Yeah. 2 fortune tellers from Pennsylvania are facing charges for their involvement in this intricate scheme where they stole more than $600,000 from customers. So it was finally detected last Christmas Eve is when they got caught. But the owners of Psychic Visions, that's the name of their company, convinced a customer that she was plagued by a powerful curse, preventing her from finding love and happiness. And they convinced her that this plague would destroy her marriage, her business, and her family if it wasn't removed. And for 11 months, this couple convinced this woman to give them large sums of money and luxury items, jewelry, gift cards, basically to cleanse her of this curse. And in total, they took $600,000 from this victim. Then there was a second victim as well that they basically coerced to give them money because they said, who knows, that her personal life, her reputation was going to be ruined if they didn't comply. And they got $18,000 from the second victim.
That's crazy.
So they've been arrested, and they're facing multiple felony charges for that. Diane Keaton passed away on Saturday at the age of
sad.
79. And it was sad and it was shocking. And I think it was shocking to even some of her friends or her fans and co-stars. Obviously, her many iconic film roles include, Annie Hall, The Godfather trilogy, The First Wives Club, Something's Gotta Give, Father of the Bride. But a friend of hers did talk to People magazine, and they said that her death was unexpected, but that her health declined rapidly in recent months. Sad to hear. She was never married, dated some very famous men, but did have 2 adopted children.
Yeah. And that was in her 50s, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So sad news for sure.
It's Heather with the news. All right, we got a lot to talk about today, and I know we've been fielding phone calls on both the Lions and the Tigers. We aren't going to turn you away. 248-539-9797. Want to refocus the conversation on the Lions? A loss in Kansas City is certainly not the end of the world. I woke up today, and I didn't lose any sleep over it. Not happy to lose, but as far as losses go, this is kind of a forgivable one. You're not 100%. You're on the road. You play on. You know what I mean, John? Like, I'm not happy at the lack of execution, that they weren't in the game, in the fight in the fourth quarter. But at the same time, like, this was a forgivable loss if such a loss exists.
Well, and they took their quote-unquote gambles early in the game. You win the toss, and most people defer. They decided, nope, you know what? We're on the road. We want to go ahead and make a statement to begin with. And they marched right down the field. They actually ended up in the end zone, but it was negated because of a penalty. And so you're looking at all those things going, okay, they came up short. They came away with 3 points instead of 7. A huge momentum shift there. Right before halftime, you think, okay, well, they have a chance to go down and score because it's 13-10.
Yep.
And you get a ball that's in the hands of your number one wide receiver, your most reliable guy, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and he drops it. You end up punting. And you just, like, that to me was a momentum killer. You could have gone into halftime up if they complete the rest of that drive and they go down and score. You could have gone in knowing that you're not getting the ball in the second half. Kansas City gets that opportunity because you shot your shot on the opening drive. And it just, they weren't able to match possession for possession. Only 1 touchdown in the second half. Just too many mistakes.
Yeah, Detroit was up 10-6 for the St. Brown drop. If they finish that drive in the end zone, it's 17-6. You're in a great spot. Instead, Kansas City
gets the ball,
doubles you up. They score, and then they come out of the half and score. It's that middle 8, as they call it, and that swings the game. I mean, Kansas City punted 1 time. It's going to be hard to win if Kansas City only punts 1 time and doesn't turn the ball over. Mm-hmm. You know, they were big in 3rd and 4th down conversions and red zone conversions. Detroit scored 7 second-half points. You know, I know people are going to want to huff and puff about officiating today. Dan Campbell wasn't making any excuses after the game. No bearing on the game.
Right. And just as a correction, it didn't come from New York. It came from the officials that were on the field.
Yeah, they huddled up pre-review because you can't review it.
Right.
They huddled up and got the call right. Now, I don't like it because it was an FU drive to start the game, and it would have been a badass way to go into Kansas City and score. It's Jared Goff powering into the end zone, bobbling the ball. Let's go. I hate that it didn't count, but the rule's the rule.
Yeah.
I mean, you could be mad. Well, they shouldn't have been able to review, or they shouldn't have taken their time. What are we arguing? They shouldn't have got the call right? They got the call right. And to Dan Campbell's point, no bearing on the game. It's the first drive of the first quarter where you have plenty of chances and they didn't make enough plays in the game. I love how Campbell approaches this because I think there's a winning mindset and a losing mindset. The winning mindset is, I got to make more plays to win. The losing mindset is, I'm a victim of circumstance. Woe is me. Why does this keep happening to me? That's not Dan Campbell. That's not the Lions.
No, and what else isn't the Lions is back-to-back losses. So if you were looking at this going, well, if you want to win both, but if you're going to lose one, you lose the one to the AFC team, and you beat Tampa next week.
Gotta. You know what I mean? Like this is that game's going to matter a whole hell of a lot more because of tiebreakers, NFC losses, but also seeding and standings in the NFC playoffs. Tampa's a really good team at 5-1.
What concerns me the most is before they get to the bye week, how many guys are going to be available? Taylor Decker, how long is he going to be out? Because whether it's Skip or it's Manu, it's not the same as having Taylor Decker in there. And I thought Skip did a admirable job yesterday. Could it have been better? Sure. Would it have been better with Decker in there? I believe so. And then in the secondary, all right, Kirby Joseph missed some time yesterday. He was questionable going into the game. So was Branch. But he missed some time yesterday. It looked like he was doing everything he could to get in the game. And it was painful. And hats off to him for giving everything he had. I don't know if he's going to be able to be back against Tampa. They don't have any receivers, but they do have, we just talked about him last segment, Baker Mayfield, who's playing at an MVP level. And Brian Branch. I know he was questionable going into the game. He may get a chance to heal up a little bit more going into the bye week because he may not be able to play.
Well, this ticket text, I think, sums it up well. I'm not particularly upset with the team's loss, but I'm furious about Branch risking himself getting suspended when our defense is already depleted.
Yeah.
Hey, we come back. We can play some of Dan Campbell and Brian Branch reacting to what happened, but Dan Campbell does not tolerate that stuff.
No.
And that was the first thing he said as soon as he got to the podium. So we'll get to that. We want to hear from you. Why did the Lions lose that game? What is your level of concern? Tiger phone calls, we'll still take them. We're going to get back into them as the show rolls. It's 97.1. Stan Campbell. John, how would you describe it for people who haven't seen it?
Well, the game is over, in essence. Because Kansas City is taking a knee. Brian Branch walks from his corner position all the way, and Schuster is the safety valve. He's 7 yards behind the quarterback. He walks all the way, so walks 10, 12 yards and punches him right in the face.
For no good reason.
Right, and just because he felt like he got blocked in the back. Well,
like two quarters
the problem
ago?
that you have is with the official, not with Schuster.
No, and John, it's you've already lost this game. Now you're putting yourself in jeopardy for next week because you can't control your temper.
Right, there's absolutely no excuse, and I was shocked. In fact, I turned the game off. And I didn't even realize it until this morning.
Yeah, some people are probably learning about it right now.
Yeah, I turned the game off, and I was asleep within a matter of minutes.
Now, here's Branch's explanation after the game. Childish, should have never done it.
Yeah. And, I mean, I don't like the excuse that led up to, or anything he said before, it was childish and I should have done it.
Yeah,
that should have been the only statement.
There's no, well, I hate when people do. No.
Yeah. You can be frustrated all you want. That's not how you handle your frustrations.
Harness it and channel it more productively. And Campbell, I love that Campbell didn't even get into the game before addressing that first and foremost. It was the first thing he said at the podium, what we bumped back with.
Guys, I'd be shocked if he's not suspended.
Right.
To me, this is a no-brainer, and the concern is that it's more than one game.
I agree with you. I don't know if it's going to be one or two. I will be 100% shocked if he's playing against Tampa Bay.
Well, Tirico was all over it. He goes, this guy, he's got a bit of a reputation. He's already been fined. I think it was 3 times this season, Tirico said.
Yeah.
And that's not even going back to last year where he was kicked out of the game against the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, the league might not look at him as...
it's not a first-time offender.
Right. They may go, this guy's got an issue. We need to send a message. Yeah. And you're not playing this game, and who knows beyond that. Which is incredibly selfish. You can call it childish. It was also childish. It's selfish is what it is.
And we all know that the NFL protects one thing, and that's the NFL's image. That's the shield. And that was, whether you're a Chiefs fan or you're a Lions fan, obviously Chiefs fans were happy, Lions fans disappointed. That was a good game. And to end it that way on a national stage, that wasn't regional coverage. It wasn't just people watching on Sunday Ticket.
Right.
That was, and I know it was late, and maybe not a lot of people are watching at that point. I even had turned it off.
But it's going to be highlights and video everywhere today.
And then to watch the two teams getting into it. Now, it didn't last long.
No, and it was isolated to just that. And most of the guys on the field were not trying to brawl.
Right, but the appearance of it
not good
is not good. When you have Chiefs jerseys and Lions jerseys in a skirmish, and it all started with something that should have never happened. Yeah, I'll be shocked if he's not suspended, and hopefully it's only for one game.
Omar in Clinton Township. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hey, and good morning, Heather. Now, 2 things that kind of ticked me off about this game. First of all, John, I stayed and I saw what happened with Brian Branch. So Brian Branch, when he was walking out, Patrick Mahomes extended his arm out for to shake hands and say, good game. Brian Branch didn't want to shake his hand. He just kind of brushed him off. Then that's when Schuster went over there and jumped in front of Brian Branch's face, and Brian Branch just technically just pushed him by his mask like that to get out my face, and that's what escalated the whole thing. So I saw what happened at the end of the game. Second of all, everybody kept saying this whole weekend that the league is not going to allow Kansas City to go 2-4. Just the conspiracy theory, so nobody was going to touch that bet. So it was one play that made me think that something was suspicious. So right after the touchdown was called back from the illegal formation, and we were 4th and 3 by the goal line, why did Goff leave the huddle to go argue with the referees about the call
allowing the play clock to run all the way down, and we get a delay of game, forcing us to kick a field goal. So tell me if that didn't seem suspicious to you.
So do you think they instructed Jared Goff to go argue with the official and eat up the play clock?
Something didn't seem the whole game did not look very uncharacteristic of the way the Lions was playing. You know, but like I said, then it made me go back to thinking what everybody was saying, that, you know, after the Chiefs lost the way they did to Jacksonville, the league is not going. We already know the league has got a lot invested on Kansas City, not just because, you know, they're Super Bowl champions, but you know, Taylor Swift, she's been getting a lot of face time on the NFL.
Omar, you're way down the rabbit hole on this one. I don't think that this game was rigged. I don't think the NFL did anything to ensure that Kansas City won this game. I think it was. Do you also think that they instructed Amon-Ra St. Brown to drop that ball?
You know who I'm most mad at?
Like that's absurd.
It's ludicrous. It's ridiculous.
Why is Jared Goff arguing? I don't know. Let's ask Jared Goff, but I don't think the NFL, hijacked the microphone in his ear and said, hey, you need to go argue with the official so the play clock runs down and you can't run a fourth down play. Like, that's absurd.
Maybe it's a Manchurian Candidate kind of a situation. There's code words.
Code words.
Okay. Yeah. Trigger words. Turns into the Winter Soldier.
Zebra. Okay. Zebra means I go argue with the official.
They're all in on it. I don't buy it. I'm not even mad at Omar. We're going to get a lot of Omar phone calls today. I'm mad at Mike Valeni, who put this out in the universe last week. They're not going to let... He's basically quoting Mike from last week. They're not going to let him go 2-4. The script writers this, the script writers that.
Oh, come on.
John, heaven forbid we just say the Lions weren't...
dumb.
Heaven forbid we just say the Lions weren't good enough. Anything but to say that. The Lions weren't good enough. They scored 7 points in the second half. The head coach at the podium says, we didn't make enough plays.
Okay, so was Tate Ratledge instructed? All right, on this play, don't block Chris Jones. All right, no, he just got beat. That's absurd.
We're going to get a lot of it, the huffing and puffing over officiating. And I get it, KC has 0 in the penalty column. They also had 0 in the turnover column and 1 punt. Lions defense didn't make enough plays. Lions offense didn't make enough plays. Lions lost by double digits. That's not a 1 play here, 1 play there. That's thoroughly losing the game. And we got to be able to cop to it. Lions were not the better team on that day. You got fans who can't admit it, so it has to be something else. John, it has to be the lizard people are in a conspiracy theory with the aliens to trick Roger Goodell and the player. Like, who are you guys? It's Taylor Swift in the booth with the lizard people, and that's why the Lions lost. Tell us why they lost. 248-539-9797, and we want to know level of concern. It's 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch football. Used to be baseball, but not anymore. It's Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, you catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Maybe you want to watch some hockey out there. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Dan Miller on the call. No flag on that play. Nice pocket, nice throw, great effort by J-Mo and the Lions. They had the lead. Didn't hold it long enough. Only scored once in the second half and lost in Kansas City. So we asked you guys, why'd they lose? And what's your level of concern in the loss? 248-539-9797. Lions lost because the Chiefs were the faster and tougher team, from an unnamed texter. They lost because they got outplayed. Level of concern is high, not because they lost, but because of the injuries. It feels like last year all over again. Signed, Kyle. Well, these aren't season enders.
No. And, I mean, I know we had one caller earlier talk about, the run game for Kansas City, which I didn't think they were, running the ball at will.
No, it's like 3.9 yards a carry.
But, I mean, Aleem McNeil may be back against Tampa.
Could be back this week. Yeah. Look, I'm not losing any sleep over the loss. That was a gotta-have-it spot for Kansas City. They played a very clean football game. All jokes about no penalties aside. They had no turnovers. They punted one time. They executed on 3rd down, 4th down, red zone. They had to have it. They were the cleaner, crisper, better team. Detroit made too many mistakes. 248-539-9797. When you score one touchdown in the second half, I'm sorry. You didn't play well enough. And that's the truth. Not there was some grand conspiracy theory with the lizard people and Taylor Swift.
Right.
Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Armin, you're in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Love the show. Love hearing y'all every morning. But yeah, that last customer, Omar, had to make me call in because, like you said, it's not a conspiracy theory. That, like you said, the team they got, Kansas City is a championship team. They had to have it. They knew what they was going against. We were riding high. We just didn't meet the level of intensity. I also want to talk about the Hutch missed sack. That was a big play that we missed. Even the second half, when we were down and we had to get them off the field, we had the PI. I mean, not the PI. We had the roughing the passer.
Yep.
So there were multiple times that we ourselves inflicted penalties on ourselves, hurt ourselves, and then the tackling from Kirby Joseph coming in early. I know he bummed on a bum knee or whatnot, but he had terrible tackling to where, you could have stopped some of those 13-yard gains for 6 or 7. So, yeah, that was my biggest take. Definitely the conspiracy, shut it down. Stop that. They were a better team at that day. It's not a level of concern. Concern is not that high. It was a spot win for Kansas City, just like we're going to have a spot win with Tampa Bay coming up.
Thank
you, guys.
Yep. I mean, you think about the plays that could have been made. The Hutch sack was one of them. But he's not the only guy that's ever missed a sack on Patrick Mahomes. That's part of what makes Patrick Mahomes so good in the pocket is he does a good job of pocket presence, eluding some of those sacks, withstanding some of those things, and then he throws the ball for a first down.
It's not missing the sack. It's the roughing the passer. Just completely unnecessary. And he normally doesn't make those mistakes, just like Amon-Ra St. Brown doesn't ever drop the ball, period, let alone on these key 4th downs. That was a huge swing at the end of the first half. So there are self-inflicted mistakes caused by the Lions, and Kansas City didn't have those mistakes. Let's get back to the phones. 248-539-9797. DJ, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. 2 quick points here. First, you guys are calling for Brian Branch to get suspended for 2 games or more. Come on, guys. This is a game of men. He went to address Juju for the dirty, extremely dirty block in the back that was not a quarter before that. It was literally the drive before the Chiefs were in victory formation. That's one. So
it should have been a penalty, but I wouldn't call it a dirty hit.
It was very dirty. He blocked him in the back, and then he stood over. He walked over him, and it was dirty. It was dirty. So it should just be a fine move forward. He shouldn't get suspended for 2 games.
But he has a history. Maybe not 2 games, but DJ, I bet you he gets 1.
That's a bit extreme. It's a game of men.
Don't be a repeat offender. I mean, this is kind of his thing, unfortunately. I hate it that this is who he is. Yeah, why? Why do it?
Yeah, I got it. I get it. But 2 games or more is crazy. But second point, the Detroit Lions are the only team in the league where you can watch a game and learn the NFL rule book as you watch. There's no way that we get a touchdown called back and reviewed for reasons that the rule books clearly state you cannot review a touchdown for that reason.
It wasn't reviewed.
Right. Okay. But once it's a touchdown, they can't even go back and say, okay, we don't want to take it off the board. They can't do that.
Well, the officials can huddle up whenever they want.
Yeah.
and get the call right. And DJ,
the officials did nothing wrong in that situation. In fact, they did exactly what they are taught to do. After the play, they get together and they talk. Okay, what did you see when the quarterback was under center? Did he stop? No, he didn't. He leaves my field of view, so I've got to ask the side judge, did he stop when he got out in motion? No, he didn't. Okay, well, he broke the rules. Now we're going to throw the flag. It did not go to New York or L.A. or wherever they're reviewing them these days in regards to the NFL stepping in and reviewing that play.
Right.
And DJ, they ultimately got the call right. Like it was a penalty.
It was the right call. I just thought they should have blew it dead before they let us get touchdown and all that.
Before we got to celebrate, because DJ, that was incredible to watch Jared Goff rumble and bumble and stumbling into the end zone.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. That's all. But thanks, that's it.
Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, because it was hype. I mean, that was an FU drive.
Right.
We're going to take the ball. We're going to march down the field. John, I think it was 10 of the 15 plays were runs. It was an attitude drive. They called the timeout on that fourth down initially because they didn't have the right look. And they come out, and it looked like they had an epic, awesome statement drive to score a touchdown, only to hear, what do you mean this rule I've never heard of? What do you mean the delay? I understand why people were upset, but at the end of the day, after learning a little more and understanding, hey, that's the rule, sounds like they got it right, as awful as it was for us.
Right. And I mean, we could read the pool report, and so the second part of the pool report is, and the guy that was speaking was Craig Rolstead, the head of officials there. It's my job to see if the quarterback stopped initially. The down judge watches the player in motion, and we had to communicate between him, my umpire, and my line judge whether or not he initially stopped at the quarterback position and then whether he stopped after he went in motion out of my view, toward the left-hand side of the field. There was a little bit of confusion in our discussion whether he had stopped initially or whether he had stopped at the end of what we were talking about. That's why the flag came in so late. There's your reason.
There's your explanation. We're going to mix in some Tiger talk in the 8 o'clock hour, but don't worry. We're going to talk to Lion fans for the rest of the show as well. It's one of those days, right? We got two big stories. TJ Lang going to join us at 9:02, get his thoughts. He was obviously there in Kansas City. Let's get to Jennifer in Canton. You're on 97.1.
Yes, hi. I was just going to say, touching on some of these topics, I was going to say, number one, I think the game was just sloppy. Dropped balls, missed passes. I don't even think Goff looked his normal self. I think he didn't even have good footwork. I think the road, to the Super Bowl, as they always say, goes through Kansas City. And if we play sloppy like that, we're not winning anything. But I really don't think it's that indicative of the rest of the season. I just think it was, we were off last night. I'll tell you though, I think Branch was embarrassing for Detroit. That was an embarrassment. But I also just really wanted to say too, touching on that gentleman that said the conspiracy theory, that I don't believe in that. I mean, it's not a Pete Rose situation where you have one man deciding by himself to put a legacy on the line, right? You would have to pull that off, have a small group of people, and in a small group of people, someone usually talks. If something leaks, and I don't think players would be willing for a sum of money, $100,000, something that I don't think is motivating to them. They want W's, they want rings, they have pride, egos. I don't think you'd get players to go in on that. But thanks for taking my call. I got to hang up and listen. Thank you, guys.
It's a really good phone call. You hit on every point, and I pretty much agree with everything she said.
Yeah. There's no conspiracy. And there was nothing last night that led me to believe there was a conspiracy in that game. How dare the NFL let Kansas City get to 2-4? Like that just it didn't exist.
So the NFL told the Lions defense, don't force any turnovers.
Right. Yeah.
Don't get enough stops.
No.
They told St. Brown to drop the ball.
What I thought was really funny was when he referenced, well, why is Goff going to argue with the official? Like, so Goff's in on this,
right? Tough sell there, bud. Lions phone calls, some Tiger talk as well. The blame game for Friday night and for the collapse. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing. The Lions' 30-17 loss at Kansas City was frenzied in the postgame after safety Brian Branch instigated a brawl by slapping Chiefs wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster. Branch cited an unflagged illegal block in the back from Smith-Schuster as his reasoning for going after the receiver. He also apologized for his actions when speaking with reporters. Despite the post-game fight, Detroit was dominated on the field by Kansas City in what some were calling a possible Super Bowl preview. Dan Campbell speculated his team would need to score 30 points to have a shot at defeating a desperate Chiefs team that entered the night with a 2-3 record. After the game, Campbell explained why his team needs to be better. Lions get the Bucks on Monday Night Football. Neither college team in the state of Michigan had a particularly prideful performance on Saturday. The day started with Michigan State conceding a 38-13 loss on homecoming to UCLA. The night ended with a 31-13 Michigan loss at USC. With their second loss of the season, the Wolverines fell out of the AP Top 25 poll yesterday. Coming up later today, Red Wings at Maple Leafs, 2 p.m. puck drop, 1:45 p.m. pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Morning. That was an awful, terrible, no good sports weekend for the state of Michigan. Yes, John, I know the Red Wings won.
Yes, they did.
But for everybody else, lousy. Tiger season ends. Michigan and Michigan State both lose, and the Lions lose in Arrowhead. TJ Lang will join us in an hour. We've got open lines. We're going to keep talking Tigers, or keep talking Lions, and mix in the Tigers. So from a Lions standpoint, we want to know from you guys, why did they lose that game? And no, we don't believe it was Taylor Swift and the Lizard People and a conspiracy by the league. But why do you believe the Lions lost that game? And what's your level of concern? Because, John, I'm not losing any sleep over losing in Kansas City. They're not going 16-1, probably won't go 15-2. Kansas City played a clean game with no turnovers. They were very good in the red zone, very good on third and fourth down. They punted one time in the game. That's not about officiating. They punted one time and had no turnovers. The Lions, they had critical mistakes. The St. Brown drop in the first half, Hutch roughing the passer, 7 points from the offense in the second half. Detroit didn't play good enough. And I know that's hard to admit, like simply just saying our team wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
It's easier to say there's a grand conspiracy and the script makers and the officials wouldn't let Kansas City start 2-4. Lions weren't good enough. And you got two different mindsets. You have the winning mindset of we got to make plays, it's on us. You have the losing mindset. We're the victims. It's not our fault. I love that Dan Campbell doesn't play the victim. I love that Dan Campbell highlights what his guys need to do better.
I mean, I do as well. And, you know, what does it mean moving forward is really what we should be asking. And yes, we're going to review the game. And there were missed opportunities. There's a missed sack. There's the penalty by Hutch. There's drop ball by Amon-Ra St. Brown. There's missed tackles. There's plenty of things. And when you decide, and I love the fact, I absolutely love the aggressive nature of this coaching staff, of this football team, to where we win the toss and we take the ball. All right, hey, we're going to set a tone. We want to let you know we're going on attack right away. And they march right down the field. Now the touchdown was called back. They only end up with 3. That was a missed opportunity. And should it even come down to that? No. I would have loved to have seen them, ram the ball in the end zone with Jahmyr Gibbs. But that's not the case. And when you do that, when you come up short on that opening drive, you also have to know that Kansas City's going to get the ball coming out of half. You got to be able to make a stand there. And they didn't. You do put your defense in jeopardy of having to come out and make a statement coming out of halftime. The defense didn't do that. So they lost on the offense and they lost on defense on 2 very important possessions of that football game.
I see the Lions calls. Let's fire up the Tiger conversation too, John. Play the blame game. Why did they lose Friday night into Saturday morning? Who do you blame for the ending of the season? The game. And who do you blame for the ending of the season, ending it early? Because it doesn't have to be the same person.
Right.
or people. Like, I think the game was on the bats. When hitters 2 through 5 go 0 for 23 with 10 strikeouts,
yeah,
that's the meat and potatoes of your order, and they couldn't get a single hit. Look, you can blame Skubal if you'd like. I think he needs to have more gas in the tank in a spot like that. I could blame AJ. I feel like if you're going to pull Skubal and you have a lefty ready, a lefty should face Naylor. Instead, Finnegan stays in. AJ tries to outsmart Seattle, except they go double pinch hitter, get the matchup they want anyway, and AJ plays himself. So you want to blame Skubal, you want to blame AJ, you want to blame the bats. I think those are the culprits for the Game 5 loss. But if I'm zooming out, Scott Harris said at the trade deadline, we'll find out if I'm right. Well, we found out.
Mm-hmm.
They blew the biggest lead in the division in MLB history, and they were eliminated in the same spot as they were the year before. When he speaks today, and we're going to carry it live at 11 o'clock, the question needs to be asked. You said we'd find out if you were right. Were you? Let's get a little accountability.
Yeah.
Because I need to know going into the offseason we're not going to mess around and squander a good baseball team.
To me, it was the frustration of the bats, and it was hitters 2 through 5, as you already mentioned, 0 for 23. But Gleyber Torres, 0 for 6 with 2 strikeouts. Riley Green, 0 for 6. Now for him, this was pretty good. He only struck out once. 0 for 6 for Spencer Torkelson, 4 strikeouts. Colt Keith, 0 for 5, and he was horrendous in the postseason. I know he's coming off of an injury, but 0 for 5, he was still in there. We didn't see Jahmai Jones, and 3 strikeouts. Like, it's just, you can't have that big of a gap in your lineup with absolutely no production through 15 innings.
All right, so a little bigger picture. I was looking up some numbers. Just batting average is down in general in baseball, right?
Yes.
There was only 7 300 hitters this year. But asking to hit 270, 280 does matter versus 259, which was the Tigers' leading average, tied McKinstry and Torres. Guess where 259 ranks in terms of batting average? And these are regular season numbers.
I don't know.
70th.
Okay.
They're high. Their best hitter ranked 70th in batting average. The stat does matter.
And do you realize, like, we had this conversation, deja vu, at the end of last year's season where they couldn't deliver it with their bats in crunch time. So then what do they do in the offseason? Very little. What do they do at the trade deadline? Well, we mash. Okay. I got to hear a different tune or tone because I'm not inspired by people who are going to gaslight us. Like, this team does not hit well enough.
And we gave Scott credit for the Scott Harris credit for the Torres acquisition in the first half, but he really hurt this team down the stretch.
Yeah. Did you see afterwards? He apparently was playing with a hernia.
Oh. Well, he has a little bit of an excuse then, I guess, but you got to get to a point.
But the issue is you have nowhere to go after that. If you aren't going to add anything at the trade deadline, and we said it at the time, you better hope no one gets hurt.
Right.
Well,
I really don't want to hear about Vierling today. Like, they did not do enough to. I bet you he comes up unprompted. You got to do more. You got to do more. This isn't good enough. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Rob on a cell, play the blame game, and yes, Tigers and Lions both in the mix. Rob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, boys.
How you doing?
I hate having a taste of the hymns today. What a terrible weekend for my sports teams. Lions, Tigers, Wolverines, whatever.
Yeah.
But if you go back to that second inning where Skubal strikes out Suarez, and then Bo Naylor gets that Little League double, and then he's at second base, and he basically moonwalked to third. Why wasn't Skubal holding him on? Everyone was telling him to throw the ball. Next play, sac fly. There's your score. That run scores. If he holds him on, he flies out. He's still on second base.
Yep.
And then Robles strikes out. End of inning. Why?
It's so wild that Naylor has 30 stolen bases because he doesn't look like it. And they say he's a high IQ runner.
Right, yeah. Well, he's a high IQ baseball player. I mean, you just look at some of the outs that he had, the line drive or the ball that he caught, and he tags out Torres and then steps on first base. Like, he is a high IQ baseball player.
And the TV broadcast made it sound like the noise in Seattle made it hard for Skubal to even hear what his teammates were saying.
Yeah, because they were saying Gleyber Torres was shouting, step off, and obviously Skubal didn't hear it.
248-539-9797. They're going to speak today at 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's noteworthy, too, that not a single pinch hitter was used.
That's why I mentioned Jahmai Jones.
And again, Jahmai was sitting there. They only use him against lefties. Seattle wasn't using any lefties. But at some point, you wonder, like, AJ, a fresh approach, a fresh bat, fresh legs. But if AJ didn't feel like he had any good options on the bench, you know who that ultimately reflects back on? The guy who didn't add any bats.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's also, I mean, you're looking at, Colt Keith is a lefty. He's not hitting, so why don't we try another lefty?
Well, who would be the lefty you would like? Jahmai Jones hits lefties because he's a right-handed bat.
Well, I know, but it's just you got to try something else. To your point, it's just simply, I don't know. I mean, you're in the 15th inning, right? And you're looking at that gap in the lineup. Try someone else.
Yeah, I think it's a reflection of your deadline when you don't have any bench bats, you don't have enough offense. You score 2 runs in 15 innings, and John, I don't feel like they pitched poorly. But the only pitcher they acquired that played in that game was Finnegan.
Right.
They didn't have this like wall of great relievers to go to. And in fact, they ended up having to put Canely on the mound in the 15th. And I get it. Nobody plans to go 15 innings, but it's not like Scott Harris's bullpen additions at the deadline were raring to go, warming up, get him in the ball game. The dude had a dud of a deadline. And it was obvious in Game 5 when their season ended.
Mm-hmm.
And it's secondary to the game itself where I could point to specific bats or specific decisions. But it's all on the table for you guys today. 248-539-9797. We're going to have to sift through this as best we can. If you're on hold to talk Lions, stay tight. Sit tight. We'll get to you. If you're calling in about the Tigers, we want to hear from you as well. It's 97.1.
What's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
understand the question.
We just couldn't get Parker going because of his injuries.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their law firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 3 decades of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income tax or payroll taxes. Visit abrahamandrose.com, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
It's AJ Hinch on Tarek Skubal. 99 pitches, 6 innings, ran out of gas. Look, that's what they did all year, is walk him up to 100 and get him out of the game. I wonder if they didn't build up the stamina. I wonder if Skubal should have kept himself in that game as a competitor for someone who comes out after the game and says the World Series is the standard. You had a lead.
Yep.
You were pitching as well as anybody's ever seen you pitch.
The number one issue I have is the bats. The number 2 issue is, and I've talked about this before, I talked about it early in the year when you have a stud pitcher. There are moments throughout the course of the year, whether it's, hey, you're on a 3 or 4 game skid and you need your stud pitcher, your ace, to go in there and get you a win. It may take an extra inning to get it done, especially if you don't have the bats. And the bats have been cool for 2.5 months, 3 months, waiting for them to heat up, and they heated up at the right moments. Game 3 against Cleveland and, Game 4 against the Mariners. But you needed them in Game 5. They weren't there. So what do you turn to? Your ace. And through 6 innings, he was special. He was really good.
John, he set the record for most strikeouts in a winner-take-all playoff game.
And I just can't believe when Cal Raleigh is up and you take 3 pitches, the first one at 99, the second one at 99, the third one, his final pitch of the game comes in at 100 miles an hour, and you set down one of the best hitters, one of the best home run hitters we may have ever seen, the best switch hitter home run we've ever seen. You set him down in 3 pitches, and the tank is empty. Like, that's it? I would take 90% of Skubal above anybody else that was coming out of the bullpen. I'd take 80%, 75%. It's probably better than what you're getting out of the bullpen for one more inning.
And you live and die with Skubal. If the season ends because Skubal gives it up, then I think we could all live with it. If he gives up a walk and a hit and you need to pull him, well, that's what Finnegan did anyway. At least you do it going down with your best arm in Tarek Skubal. And look, I know today's not the day for us to do it, and we'll hear what they say at 11 o'clock, carry the press conference live. But if the front office has said there's no Skubal window, and we know they don't operate with urgency, in other words, it won't be kind of an all-in push to win with him this year or next year, and if Boris is hell-bent on taking this to true free agency, this becomes the storyline of the offseason.
Yeah.
No one wants to say, you have to trade Tarek Skubal, but I can lead the horse to water. If you're not going to go all in with him and you're not going to pay him, ... You look at what Milwaukee did with Corbin Burns. Anyway, I know we got all week. Let's just focus on what happened on Friday night. Blame for that and blame for the season. 248-539-9797 with the Lions. Couple easy questions. Why'd they lose? And level of concern. Let's get to Nolan in Rochester. Nolan, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. I almost couldn't tune in this morning just because of how depressing weekend it was. But my blame for the Tigers, I want to stay away from the deadline because that's an obvious. If you want $400 million as a pitcher, you got to be able to give me an extra inning there. In a winner-take-all game, I was fully expecting to go back out, so disappointed in that. But main point, John, you nailed it. The bats. You can't have the heart of your lineup. 10 strikeouts, and then you had every opportunity possible, 15 innings, to get one more run, and you just couldn't piece it together, which is, makes me mad even thinking about it still. But that's my main point with the Tigers. And then the Lions, I wanted to say my level of concern with them is 0. I definitely think they're going to bounce back, and I feel bad for Tampa. I know it's going to be a tough matchup, but I really think that it's going to be a blowout in my eyes. They did look lethargic. St. Brown, Goff was fine, but St. Brown just wasn't there, and then Hutchinson as well. 2-star players making big mistakes. If it happens repeatedly, it's a concern, but I think players like that have a game like that every once in a while. So I think Monday night's going to be a big bounce back for them.
I agree with you. I'm not panicked. I'm not concerned. I don't have some great level of angst about the Detroit Lions. McNeil will be back soon. Decker's not season ending. He could be back as quickly as Monday night.
Yeah, Decker could be back.
Around.
Lee McNeil could be back. We have no idea what's going to happen with Brian Branch.
But both corners aren't season-ending deals, so whether they're back this week or not, the Lions will be defined in January. And they need to get right. They need to get healthy. They're going to lose some games along the way, guys. I don't think anybody was expecting them to go 16-1 or even 15-2. So I got bad news. They're going to lose another game at some point. But this isn't a panic. To me, that said more about Kansas City than it said about Detroit. That said, Kansas City's playing a real good football team on a short week, but they were healthy, they were crisp, no turnovers,
and their backs
punt,
were against the wall,
and they responded. And that's a championship team over there. And if Detroit's not healthy, Detroit's not playing their best, Detroit makes too many mistakes, they're going to lose that football game.
Mm-hmm. And when you play good teams like that, it does expose some of the things that maybe you saw in wins against Cleveland or Cincinnati, but you didn't necessarily address the way that you should. And I think this coaching staff does a nice job, even in wins, of addressing those things. But it gets highlighted even more in losses. Why did we lose this game? What were some of the things that we could have done? And we got to make sure that we get those corrected because, hey, we're playing Monday Night Football against Tampa.
Back to the phones. We've got Joe in Sterling Heights. Joe, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, man. It's super depressing weekend, and I won't even touch the Lions, but I wanted to say I was at the game, Game 4. Everything felt great going into Game 5. I didn't even hear that Scooble clip until about 5 minutes ago. That is also super depressing. How are we going to pay this guy $400 million and he can't go another inning? I get that he gave us 13 strikeouts, but if that was Verlander, Verlander's back out there, man. And I hate to compare eras or even just pitchers from whatever, but I want that mad dog out there to say the person who really screwed us for this season and even that game. It all comes down to Harris because, like you said, Jim, if Harris would have put people on the bench, we would have been able to sub those guys out. I guess something he said was, where are we going to put them? If we acquire players, where are we going to put them? We could have used those guys in that 15th inning game. To John's point, we could have used another left-handed batter. We could have did anything, man. That was one of the most frustrating seasons of any Detroit team in my 39 years of my life, man.
Yeah, because it's the loss on Friday night, or Saturday morning, but it's how they even got there, right? If they have an extra bat or they acquire better arms, not reclamation projects, do they get a first-round bye? Do they win the division? Mm-hmm. Is that a home game? Are those arms available in the 15 innings? Is that bat that they added starting or available as the game goes on? Like the lack of moves at the deadline weren't the number one reason they lost Game 5, but it was the background of why they were even in that spot and why they didn't have enough answers.
And I'll go back to one of the ways I've described this team or watching this team. It was torturous. And for 15 innings. Is that not the definition, especially when you lose a 15-inning game, of being tortured as a fan?
And being haunted?
Yeah.
Well, oh, boy. Yeah.
All right, so my gut feeling here on Scooble and why he came out, and people don't want to give him the contract, is I think he would have stayed in the game if he had the contract. And I think that's part of the puzzle here that's been mutually agreed upon between A.J. Scooble and probably Harris is, hey, we can't ask this guy to go 120, 130 because there's too much on the line for him. Agree?
Maybe. Yeah, but if you go 115, you get another inning and you win that game. Now all of a sudden, everybody, I think the conversation this morning is pay the man.
Right.
But he hasn't been paid yet, and he's got something to protect.
Right, but yeah, so he does. And maybe part of that conversation that he had with him was like, hey, if you're not going to give me any help, and I'm going to have to go out there and throw a one-run game, And then this is on you just as much as it's on me. I'm going to come out at 99 pitches because you haven't done anything to help us out.
Because we're getting a lot of traction right now on text saying JV wouldn't have came out, Morris wouldn't have came out. And it is a different baseball world. And I wasn't asking him to go 9. I just thought minimally he should have pitched until he allowed another base runner.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to Mark and Troy. Mark, you're on 97.1.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm a LA transplant, and I've become a Lion season ticket holder about 2-3 years ago, and I'm pretty knowledgeable on football and sports. I'm surprised nobody's saying anything, and I love what Campbell's done and the culture he has, but I think he made a ton of mistakes last night, and I personally think he lost that game. Number one, I don't think you should ever not take the ball in the second half just so what happened doesn't happen. Number two, they drove all the way down to the field. They're 4th down and half a foot, and they try a trick play, which shouldn't have worked to start with. Goff dropped that ball, and it bounced off the guy's helmet. That was lucky to start with. I didn't know that rule. But they should have just run it up the middle for a half a yard. Then he goes for I'm sitting with my sons who are 20, and they're pretty good sports guys. But, I told him if he goes for this on end of the first half and doesn't get it, you're just handing the Chiefs 2 touchdowns. And that's exactly what happened. I know Brown should have caught the ball, but, hey, that's football. If he would have punted the ball, they may have driven the length of the field and scored anyway, but you give them the ball on the 45-yard line with our depleted DBs, we have no chance of stopping them. And then, of course, they come out the second half, score again, and that's the game. And those are all decisions Campbell made that nobody's even talking about, which is typical here. But
well, no, Mark, I don't think it's necessarily typical. I think it's a disagreement in philosophy. I understand your philosophy of always deferring to the second half. In that situation, I had no issue with them going on attack. They were in position to get a touchdown. In fact, they did. They just didn't follow all the rules, so they came away with 3 points. And if you do that, you obviously understand that you're giving them the ball to start the second half. In regards to the 4th down call, again, this is a philosophical difference,
Mark,
in regards to going forward on 4th down. Yeah, you could have punted there, and you might have given up another touchdown no matter what. But you put the ball in the hands of the most reliable pass catcher in the NFL, and certainly that the Lions have. No one would have thought that he would have dropped that ball. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Dan Campbell, Jared Goff. No one thought he was going to drop that ball. And if he catches it, they may actually go in and score versus giving up that touchdown.
Mark, I don't disagree that was a pivotal juncture because instead of going up 17-6 and being in control, Kansas City then scores, takes the lead, gets the ball, scores again. You're absolutely right that was a critical juncture. Dan Campbell took some risks. It's kind of like what he did last year when they played Green Bay the second time and the defense was all banged up. He said, hey, offense, I'm putting it on you. And he put it on the offense, and they didn't execute, and that's why they lost. But I think that's why he did it, is he didn't have his full complement on defense, and he thought, hey, I got to get to 30. Right? He told everybody, I got to get to 30 points. Well, start quick, start with a touchdown, and things start looking a little differently. They didn't execute. But I don't have an issue with the philosophy.
Well, and as far as being concerned about next week, I know their lineup pretty well. They had guys out there playing DBs. I've never even heard. They dragged him right off.
Yeah, who was that Harper guy who had the pass breakup on 4th and 1?
I never heard of him. I didn't know who he was. And then there's Maddox. But the point is they're playing probably right now the hottest quarterback in the NFL next week. And I don't know why we play Tampa every year, but we seem to play them every year.
That's the first place crossover.
They seem to give us trouble every year.
Yeah, now it's because they keep winning their division and we keep winning our division. Mark, I'm sorry, we're up against it. It's a really good phone call.
Yeah.
Ticket Text says, Costa and Jansen, where's the Red Wing love? They beat Toronto 6-3 on Saturday, Adam in Roseville. That's a real text we just got.
Yeah, well, I brought it up early and said, hey, we didn't completely strike out on the weekend. They responded.
Old Stevie Y and
I don't
the
know
boys.
what you guys were talking about on Friday morning. I can't believe it wasn't positive. about the Wings.
We had a poll question that which local team did you want to win, and the Wings were the team that weren't on it.
We prioritized the
That was
college
Stoney's
football.
idea.
And, anyway, of course it was. Hey, by the way, Red Wing Hockey on the station today, 2 o'clock. We'll be carrying the press conference, AJ Hinch and Scott Harris at 11. More your phone calls, TJ Lang 902. It's 97.1.
You always got to ask yourself, why are you working out or why you're not working out? And if you did, how much better your life would be. And I've shared the different reasons why I work out. I want to be able to have all the fun times with my kids and in the future, the grandkids. And I've got some physical limitations from my career, but I want to make sure that they don't get worse. If you don't use it, you'll lose it. Got to get to Planet Fitness and make sure that you take care of your fitness. They've got some great deals going on right now. $1 down gets you in the door. $15 a month gets you their membership. Just for a few dollars more, $24.99 a month, it gets you the Black Card membership with access to the Black Card Spa. So if you need to recover with a hydro massage, they've got other amenities as well. It also provides unlimited guest privileges, so you can take somebody with you all the time. Maybe somebody that motivates you a little bit more. You also have access to every single Planet Fitness, and there's a ton of them around Metro Detroit. There's a ton around the country, especially if you travel. It's the judgment-free zone. You can always feel welcome when you walk in the door. They make you feel that way. It's a super clean environment. Locker rooms, weight room, cardio machines. They've got it all. Like I mentioned, 2,700 clubs nationwide. There's 50 here in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids and West Michigan, 7 in Toledo. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Lions calls, Tiger calls, both topics in a blender. Get to you guys. John and Allen Park, you're on 97.1.
Where was this Lions vaulted offense? You can be homers all you want to. This team is not going to win the Super Bowl. No ifs, ands, or buts. They 17 points. Are you kidding me? Kansas City's defense is that great? They've lost 3 games. This is BS. Their offense was not there with all these great receivers. What happened? Huh?
Well, it's. I mean, we should just cancel the season.
No. Well, they're not winning the Super Bowl. They're going to play out because they got to make all that money. But I got $1,000. Put up or shut up, okay?
Hey, there's plenty of places that you could put that, and
yeah,
if you think it's
you do it. You got a big mouth. You do it, big boy.
Oh wow, we're going here. Okay,
that's where I'm going. Don't get on there and keep talking up how great this team is. They score only 17 points. Is Kansas City's defense that great? They've lost 3 games.
No, Tennessee's defense is not.
No, Kansas City, their defense is that great?
Oh, Spagnuolo is a really good defensive coordinator, and they do have some good playmakers over there. And so it's they made mistakes. No one's going to sit here and say they played a perfect game. And could they have been better? Absolutely.
But you've seen enough, John. That's it.
Yeah, but you've seen enough. There's just no way they can win the Super Bowl this year.
Number 1 offense in the league has a bad day, and they can't win the Super Bowl. There's just simply no getting better.
Cannot. What part? Their offensive line's not good enough. They have all these great receivers, and the defense isn't good enough. So tell me how they're going to win a Super Bowl.
Real quick, John, just so I understand, who can win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I think Kansas City.
What do you mean? They got 3 losses.
Yeah, well, they're getting better all the time, and they got the best quarterback.
Well, hold on. The Lions can't get better, but Kansas City can. I'm a little confused. Who else can win the Super Bowl?
They're not playing the Super Bowl next week.
Take me through it, John. Who else?
How about Buffalo?
Buffalo lost to the Patriots at home.
Yeah.
They can't win the Super Bowl. Who else?
Well, talk up their 17 points.
How about the Eagles? They can't win the Super Bowl. They've lost 2 in a row. Eagles can't run the ball. They can't win the Super Bowl. Nobody can win the Super Bowl, John. Cancel the season.
Yeah.
Nobody can win it.
Wow.
Big boy.
He's not wrong.
You big mouth. That was funny. 248-539-9797. I love this, man. This is great. This is one of those days.
That's awesome.
Let's get to Brady and Troy. Brady, you're on 97.1.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, what's going on? I wanted to say, first of all, Lions did not deserve to win that game. I think what Dan Campbell said after halftime was very true. You know, there was a few plays that they needed to make that they just didn't make, and those mistakes lead to losses against good teams like the Chiefs. I wanted to touch on something that was pretty obscure and niche. The Travis Kelce completion where they hurried up right after. There was some confusion on the field. I think it led to an offside call and a first down by Mahomes. They threw it to Terry, I believe, who's in New York. I'm not sure who Terry is, but they said had it been challenged and reviewed, it would have remained a catch. And I don't know that there's a sane person that watches football that agrees that would have remained a catch had they reviewed it. And I wanted to get your opinion on that.
So I know what the play you're talking about, and what Macaulay's point was because the ground didn't disrupt the ball, the catch would have stood, even though the ball hit the ground.
Right.
That would have been the argument.
Okay.
And again, like I know the play you're talking about, and they didn't even review it, which I think is the bigger issue. At least take a peek.
Yeah.
Make them defend the call on the field. I'm not telling you the game was officiated perfectly, but I think there's a stretch in script writers, Taylor Swift, Lizard people. Kansas City punted 1 time and had no turnovers. Detroit scored 7 points in the second half and 17 on a day where our head coach said, got to score 30. Mm-hmm. Like, why can't the answer just be the Lions weren't good enough? We have to, find the conspiracy theory to justify a loss. Guys are going to lose a few football games.
They are, and they didn't make the plays when they had to make it. And, I mean, even on that play where we're talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't make the catch, could it have been a better throw? Sure. We're going to put that on Goff? He put the ball where Amon-Ra St. Brown catches the ball regularly. It's also, should there have been anybody in his face? No, it wasn't a clean pocket. All right, so could the offensive line play better? There's a lot of different reasons why a play is not successful. It was the O-line. Goff didn't put the ball exactly where it needed to be. Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't catch the ball. If they do, who knows what we're talking about this morning? There weren't any explosive plays in that game either. Like that is one thing that this Lions team has been. When they win games, they get explosive plays. There were almost no explosive plays in that game.
Quotation marks. You got a big mouth, big boy. Quotation marks. The ticket text loved that exchange. Who let Grandpa touch the phone? What an angry man. I need big boy as a drop. That was awesome. John, I disagree.
The whole thing.
John, I disagree with you. Want to fight? Signed that caller. Did you guys pay that heckler to call in? That was incredible.
It was.
Aaron in Garden City, put up or shut up, big boy, LOL. It's a whole page on the one call. It's incredible.
Yeah. I like just because you guys disagree.
I got $1,000. I'm like, hey, there's a lot of places you could put it.
No, he
put
wanted
up
you.
Or shut up, big boy.
You do it, big boy.
Exactly.
TJ Lang.
Anytime you guys have an opinion, you got to bet on it.
Yeah. That's got to be $1,000 a pop, baby. Otherwise.
That's right, big boy.
Otherwise, hey, big boy. Put up or shut up. Hey, TJ Lang going to join us at 9:02. Speaking of big boys, get some of his thoughts on the Lions game. We'll get more of your thoughts next. 97.1.
Hey, you hear the ads all the time. It's law firms bragging about some giant verdict, and to them, it's a trophy, it's a number, and that's great for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, it doesn't do much for you. Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, and we all know that, but he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. You can give him a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can find him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's Dan Miller. Jim Costa, John Jansen, or as some call him, Big Boy.
Is there any way, I don't know how this is possible, but I need to make that my ringtone. That would be... Ever Jimmy Powers calls? That's the boss's call.
I got $1,000. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Cub and Greg behind the glass. Brendan Shabath on the updates. TJ Lang in 10 minutes.
That was desperately needed this morning.
Yes.
It was.
Yes, that made my day.
All right, let's get back to the people on this. It's Tigers, it's Lions, it's a blender. It's a lot to discuss, and we're just going to get back to you guys. Let's talk to Dave in Mount Clemens. Dave, you're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. I have a quick question because I want to try to put the Tigers talk to bed, and you guys have made a lot of great points. My question to you guys to spark some debate is, would you rather have the $400 million pitcher who's more likely to go full Verlander, because you always go full Verlander, or would you rather have them spend the money on a more complete offense? Because if it holds true, if after today we don't have a more clear picture on what they're willing to do or what they're likely to do this offseason, we're going to have to assume they may not address the offense because they're assuming that the young bucks will be here over the next 2 to 3 seasons because of development or service time or any combination. So that's the question I'd like to hear. What would you rather have as a Tigers fan? The $400 million pitcher and a pieced-together offense, or a more complete offense, and you figure out the pitching staff? That would be my question after listening to all the talk and the debate today.
Well, it's a great question because, I mean, the obvious answer is both. But that's not an option, or at least I don't believe it's an option.
Well, there's no salary cap.
I understand it, but do you think ownership is going to do both?
Well, there's plenty of room even before the luxury tax.
I understand. That's not the question.
I'll answer your question. I'll take the bats because my starter's not even going to the 7th inning, apparently. Right. Apparently, $400 million doesn't get you to the 7th inning anymore.
I just gave you a great opportunity to use the drop.
The Pats play every day. You know what you do? You figure it out. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to people on this. We got Mike in South Lyon. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Gotcha. Yeah, we got you, Mike.
Oh God, I first I got to stop laughing over that call. Big Boy, that's just hilarious.
It's a good one.
Oh, so I called in last year, and my issue is once again with Jared Goff. I do like him as a quarterback. I think he's perfect for some teams, but he's just not a Super Bowl winning quarterback, and it comes down to the pressure. He seems to just crack under pressure when it's a different look in his eyes. When he's winning and the Lions are ahead, he's got looks like confidence is flowing through him. As soon as the game gets out of control and he's got to win the game, he's got a different look in his eye. He just doesn't play the same. And I think when you look around the league and you look at anybody, Jared or Jalen Hurts, Allen, Mahomes, even Jackson Dart of the Giants now.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry, but these guys are gamers. They want to get in that game, and they want to go after it, even when they're losing.
So does Jared Goff. I mean, so in that game, how many interceptions did he throw?
He didn't. I don't think he threw any.
He didn't. And they didn't lose that game solely because of Jared Goff or that he couldn't play under pressure or the moment was too big.
Well, where was his big plays then? When we need, I know Amron dropped the first down or the third down pass,
fourth down, yeah.
But there's still other opportunities in there. Call it running the ball, doing whatever. Those other guys do what they got to do to keep their team on the field and command. They lead. I just don't see him leading under pressure. I think, like I said last year, the Rams saw that, and that's why the Rams moved on. I mean.
You know, Jared Goff is never going to be a guy that runs for more than, 20 a game would be unbelievable.
Yeah, no kidding.
And he did have a big first down pickup running the ball yesterday.
Yeah, 6-7 yards.
So I'm I don't understand that call today. I would understand that after the game against Washington last year.
Yeah. I'm looking over at the Twitch board, and it says, I hate going for it on fourth down against teams like this. It screams you don't trust your defense. Last year when they played Green Bay and they had like nobody healthy on defense, they went for it all the time. They had to. It was the strategy to win the game.
Yeah, but when they've been healthy, they've gone for it all the time.
Right, so I don't think it's desperate. I think they're playing to score as many points as they can. Dan Campbell said we need 30. Well, you're not going to get it by punting the ball or settling for field goals. John, you looked this up, by the way. So the Lions took the ball first. They won the toss, took the ball first. We've had callers and texters. They hate that's part of what screwed this team up around the half.
I remember sitting in the Circa Resort and Casino at the sportsbook there with Stoney when they kicked off on Thursday Night Football in 23. And I was thinking back, I'm like, I think they won the toss and they took the ball in that game. I love it that they had that aggressive mindset. It's a philosophy. And if you don't agree with it, you could say it was a mistake. But I like the philosophy of being in someone else's house and sending the message that we're going to we win the toss, we're going to take the ball. It's not out of the realm of possibility. They did it in 23. They went down and they scored a field goal. That's also the same game where they were on, the 30-yard line?
Fake punt.
Fake punt. They converted. They won that game.
It's the mindset. We're going for it. We're going to be aggressive. We have to. We're down two corners and two safeties are all banged up.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to go for it. We're going to try to score. Our best path is to go for it. And I didn't bat an eye when they went for it.
Or when
it wasn't like 4th and 10 from their own 20.
Okay, so when they win the toss and they take the ball, what are your thoughts in the moment?
I'm like, all right, this is what it's going to be. It's going to be a day where the offense has to win, set the tone early. And John, they go 15 plays with 10 runs down to the 1. And for a moment there, I thought they had one of the coolest ways to cap off a drive I've ever seen. Jared Goff rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, powering through a big block by St. Brown. I'm going, there we go. That's as vocal as you could be for a first drive sitting on your couch. And I get it. I'm learning the rule. It was called correctly. It was a penalty. It shouldn't stand. But I loved the thought of going in, grabbing a touchdown right away, and putting Kansas City on their heels and letting your defense play with a lead. I didn't mind it.
I didn't mind it at all.
Now, the risk is if you settle for a field goal and you can't score, you're going to open up the door for them, and they open the door for Kansas City.
Yeah, and you start trading possessions, and you're going to have to score. You're going to have to – if they score, you score. And they just weren't able to match the scoring that Kansas City was able to do.
Ticket text, phone calls, 248-539-9797. DJ's around here somewhere. We'll get to him after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. It was a long weekend for Detroit sports last week as the 5 teams in action went just 1-4 between Friday and Sunday. That lone win came from the Red Wings as they topped the Maple Leafs 6-3 on Saturday, thanks in large part to a big performance from Lucas Raymond. Saturday marked the 11th multi-goal game of Raymond's career. The Wings take on the Leafs again today for their first road game of the season. Puck drop is at 2 p.m. up in Toronto. Coverage starts in just a few hours at 1:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. If you're wondering why the Wings are playing a 2 p.m. game on a Monday in Toronto, today is Canadian Thanksgiving, as a number of games around the NHL are scheduled for the midday hours today. A number of college football coaches are on the hot seat after 6 weeks of the 2025 season. Some have already been singed, like Penn State's James Franklin, who was fired yesterday. After losses to UCLA and USC, some fans have called for the departure of both Sharon Moore and Jonathan Smith as well. Each head coach is scheduled to speak with the media coming up in the 11 o'clock hour for their regular weekly press conference. We'll bring you updates from those shortly after. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath from Oregon on 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That was a dud of a weekend. Tigers on Friday night into Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan and Michigan State. Shout out giving up 38 unanswered on your homecoming. And shout out giving up 225 yards on the ground headed out west for Michigan.
Yeah.
And then the Lions lose at Arrowhead. And Campbell put it well. They're taking a knee at the end, and you're not even within a possession.
Nope.
Rough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know the Red Wings won.
Yeah, 6-3.
Doubled up the Maple Leafs.
1-1 on the season.
Bounce back, John.
Yeah.
Don't
they
count
responded.
the kids out yet.
All that controversy, all that negative radio on Friday morning. I didn't even listen.
No,
so
but you know what it was. Yeah. You don't even have to have listened. TJ Lang in studio for the 9 o'clock hour. We'll be taking your phone calls. It's a lot of Tigers. It's a lot of Lions. TJ, of course, we're going to start with Kansas City and the game yesterday. Sure. What's going on?
I'm okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well rested?
Oh, yeah. Solid 2.5, I think. Last night.
What time the flight get in?
I got home a little after 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That's brutal.
You get used to it, though, man. I don't think we have a 1 o'clock game the rest of the year on the road. I think they're all going to be afternoon or night, but it is what it is. I didn't listen to you guys coming in, but I imagine we always get more phone calls after a loss, which is the truth.
But John, do you feel like I don't feel like people are panicking?
No, I don't think there's. I mean, I'd love to hear maybe before we say we're not panicking, we're not jumping off anything. Your thoughts on the Lions' performance last night in Kansas City?
Yeah, thinking about it last night on the flight home, it's like I think it came down to 4 plays really.
Yeah.
The Goff penalty. Even after the game, I was talking with some coaches and people, and I don't know. I mean, they still seemed flabbergasted by the timing of it. Nobody on the field called a penalty right away. They let him celebrate the touchdown. They went to sideline, PAT. And even nobody on Kansas City's sideline was like
Andy
questioning
Reid,
a penalty. Like
Andy Reid was a little bit. I think he was looking at the replay and was speaking with one of the officials.
Okay. I'll tell you what, the timing of it was odd. And I read the pool report last night. They said it was the guys on the field that made the decision. You're never going to sell me that. I 100% think that was called down and corrected. And I think that's where maybe people had the problem with, because are you setting a precedent to where, you have a play and then a minute and 20 seconds later, you go back and say, actually, there was a holding on the left tackle last play that we didn't call. But we're going to enforce it. You could do that every single play. It was really odd to me. And I don't know if they got it right or not. I mean, Jared talked after the game, and these coaches and players are so thorough of what they do and what they go over. And that's a play. Remember in Dallas a couple years ago, I think the biggest issue was a lot of people said, we talked to the refs before the game to go over this, to tell them what we're going to do. And they obviously gave them the thumbs up to do it because they did it. They didn't call a penalty until a minute 20 later. So I think that's where kind of some of the confusion came from. And look, I'm not blaming it on there, but that's one of the bigger plays.
Sure.
I mean, you got a chance to go up 7-0. The drop, certainly, by Amon-Ra. I mean, that's something that, it's
just never happens.
Yeah, it just sucks when you see, your stud players make some mistakes. Hutch, same thing. I mean, no, it wasn't a violent hit on the quarterback, but
still
that's a 2017 game. You're looking at a 3rd and 8, I think it would have been. You got a chance to get the ball back, down 3 points. That's a big penalty, that moves them up to midfield. The penalty on, I think it was Rocky Sin, the pass interference, that would have forced a 4th down, and now you're holding Kansas City to a field goal attempt. So really, those 4 plays to me made the difference. And offense felt kind of weird, felt like a better performance than 17 points. You know what I mean? I think the problem was some of the drives were so long. They only had 3 drives in the first half, and 10 points on 3 drives. You're thinking okay, not bad. And I'm not including the one where they got the ball back with 30 seconds. Right? That was kind of not a true drive. Second half just kind of felt starting to see maybe some potential explosives, like David, and Jameer looked like they were close to finally breaking some. The pass game started getting going. J-Mo had a nice touchdown catch. And it was just weird, though. You couldn't really find those big plays on the 3rd downs that you needed to sustain some of those drives on your last couple that you had in the 3rd and going into the 4th. But I think it's just a reminder, and even Coach kind of mentioned it, when I talked to him, was sometimes you need one of these, sometimes you need one of these just to kind of humble you a little bit. And, and this team is, you're not guaranteed to respond just because you've done it for the last 3 years. But a big story this week's going to be like, hey man, they don't lose back-to-back games. So I'm not panicked by any means. I think defensively looking at that, they played out of their identity, and I think that no fault to anybody. I mean, you're banged up in the secondary, but I've never seen a Dan Campbell defense run that much zone before, and Patrick Mahomes just completely chewed him up. And look, I get it. Like you're playing with some young, corners, especially that. Hey, do we want to put them on the fast receivers and throw them on an island the entire game? Maybe, probably not.
Probably not.
But, I think that if when they watch the film today and they do see some of the coverage snaps that they did go man to man, I think maybe they'll get some confidence that these guys can do it. Meaning Rock Ya-Sin and some of these other young guys that they had playing in the slot. Thought it was better, but that's not their style. Their linebackers, they've been playing really good all year. I think they got picked on really bad in pass coverage yesterday, and you were kind of forced to play a little bit more 4-3 defense with not only personnel that Kansas City was giving you, but when you take a nickel off the field and now you've got Derek Barnes or Anzalone out there covering that hook curl or the flat zone, you're losing a lot of athleticism. You're losing a lot of speed, and you're just not a defense that has a ton of reps at that, quite frankly. So, but it was just one of those games that, certainly some, I don't know, I'm not blaming the refs, but, to go an entire game without a penalty is, and I know they only called Lions for 4 or 5 too. It was kind of like, hey, we're going to let them, play the game and, call the obvious ones. But it was just one of those games that, get a reminder that, you don't play your A game.
You get beat by a good team.
Other good teams are going to beat you. Mm-hmm. And that's unfortunately the second time that's happened so far this year. But I'm not worried about them.
When we were playing, we would talk about this all the time. Most games come down to less than a handful of plays.
Yeah.
And either you make those plays or the other team makes the plays, and those are the ones you never know while they're going on. Is this going to be the play that decides the game?
Yeah.
It just it happens, and you don't want it to happen on an opening drive. You don't want to have it happen on the drive going into halftime where you could have extended a drive and you don't. And it's everybody has been programmed to think that Amon-Ra St. Brown is a machine. And 99% of the time, he is. But then there's a drop, and everybody, gasps. How is this possible?
Well,
it does happen.
How rare it is. It was the first drop of the year, first on a 4th down in his entire career, and he didn't drop the ball at all last season.
Yeah. So that's why you're programmed to think he's a machine.
Yeah. Right. And, I'm not going to kill the guy. I know he's
Sure.
obviously been the most consistent player and a stud, but it is what it is. That was a big play in that game. I mean, it's 10-6, I think, at that point. At worst, you're probably going up 13-6, if not 17-6. And that game probably has a complete different feel to it after that. Your offense is probably going to start opening up a little bit more because you're going to run the ball and maybe get some shots down the field because Kansas City, you go down 2 scores, it's like, okay, we got to press, we got to stop the run, we got to do this. So that was a big play in that game. And, I think equally the Hutch penalty. And those are 2 of your guys that are your most consistent and best players that just had a couple very, very costly errors that, just not good times.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, man. People are human. I mean, they're going to make corrections. I don't worry about this team, pointing fingers and starting to blame each other or nothing like that. But look, 4-2 after 6 games. You got a big time Monday night game coming up this week. I got full faith in these players and coaches have earned the trust, I think, for the fans to know that they're going to get it right, and they're going to get back to work and figure it out. And unfortunately, had an ugly ending last night. I didn't see it until
I was going to ask you about it
I didn't see it until really after the locker room. It was kind of I was going downstairs getting ready for coach afterwards, and heard some people talking about it, and looked it up and watched it. Yeah, look, they addressed it. Coach addressed it. Brian addressed it. It just can't happen, right?
No.
And did he take a block in the back? A couple minutes before that, yeah. But it wasn't after the play. It wasn't a cheap shot. It's a block in the back. It's a penalty. Don't get me wrong. And you're frustrated because you're getting losing by 2 scores. But Brian just can't do that.
Do you think suspension?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I don't know. I'm wrong every time I guess what what punishment's going to be.
Yeah, so why don't you guess that he is suspended?
After the game, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a game, but no, because that was post game and because Brian has a reputation.
That's
of
what
being,
Tirico said.
He's got a reputation of a guy that I'm not going to say fighting, but personal fouls and throwing helmets,
aggressor,
throwing middle fingers up at people. You know what I mean? He's got that reputation now, so that's unfortunately why I'm not going to be surprised if he misses Monday night.
And he's been fined multiple times, so the league's going to go, well, what are we supposed to do? Hand you more fines? Like at some point it gets elevated, and nobody wants to see it happen, but that's why it's so frustrating. In fact, we have the Dan Campbell audio. It's the first thing he said at the podium, and nothing about the performance. He got to that later, but he wanted to start and clear the record, or set the record and clear the air on Brian Branch.
Yeah, smart move by coach, just coming off right off the bat and getting that out of the way. Because it kind of does two things. It lets you know that, like, yes, this is serious. It's the first thing we addressed in the locker room. First thing I'm going to address with you guys. But it also kind of like nips it in the bud right there, right? Because you don't want to be that reporter that's like, well, take me back to the Brian Branch. I just addressed that, right? That was my statement on that. I'll handle it with Brian.
Yeah.
We'll handle it internally, whatever we decide
legal
to do.
handle it.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait for the league to handle it. But smart move by coach, I think, when going in there and knocking that out of the way right off the top of that press conference.
We'll knock out some phone calls. We'll get some more thoughts on the game. 248-539-9797. We got TJ Lang till 10. It's 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. Whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
make a guess. You don't like going to the dentist. But going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. Not with Brightside Dental. The Brightside experience, no lectures about what you're doing wrong. You're not flossing between every meal. Instead, you get a comfortable, painless experience. And if they have to do some work, they've filled cavities for me. They numb me up. They communicate every step of the way. It's painless. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including one right around the corner from you. $35 new patient special. That's going to cover your exams and your x-rays with no hidden fees. So make an appointment. Get back in that routine. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa in the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Lions head coach Dan Campbell, no bearing on the game. We lost by 13 points. If he's saying it, I hope we don't have to get calls about conspiracies and Taylor Swift and the lizard people and how the league wouldn't let Kansas City lose. Kansas City punted 1 time. They had 0 turnovers. Mm-hmm. They scored on 5 of their 7 possessions. They were great in the red zone, great on 4th down. Kansas City played the better game. Detroit didn't execute. Campbell said they needed 30 points. They scored 17. And only 1 score in the second half.
Yeah, and when Hutch forced the ball out, he knocked the ball out of Patrick Mahomes' hands. We just couldn't get on it.
Right, needed a turnover in a game like that. I think they knew that. And as far as Campbell saying, like, no bearing on the game, we lost by 13. I think there are winning mindsets and losing mindsets. The winning mindset is we needed to make more plays. The losing mindset is the game was taken from me. I'm a victim of circumstance. I love that Dan Campbell is a belief of the winning formula, not wallowing as, well, the refs are out to get us. We got some of that today.
Yeah.
I don't subscribe to that stuff, guys. Make more plays.
Yeah.
And TJ did a great job highlighting a couple plays. Like, Amon-Ra St. Brown never drops the ball. Huge swing. Right? Aiden Hutchinson picking up a pass, roughing the passer penalty. Stuff that can't happen. Not when Kansas City's not making mistakes.
No, I mean, they didn't make mistakes, and their backs were against the wall. They had to have this game.
Yeah.
And they came out and played as such.
Now, the first thing Campbell said is that he believes New York reviewed that. The pool reporter says New York not review that opening drive penalty.
You're never going to convince me that.
I know you've said it, TJ.
Yeah. Because if the refs, if they would have thrown a flag right away and then gotten together and talked about it, like, how does that operation happen where a minute goes by and then you come up together and it's like, hey, guys, do you think he was too close to the center? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you saw it, you see it. Your job is to call it live, what you see, and then discuss it afterwards.
So so you're
not going to convince me.
One of the parts where I believe it is you've got different officials looking at different things. And when the quarterback leaves the tackle box, you're handing him off to another official. And the official who normally said, yeah, the quarterback is set under center. He didn't put his hands under center, but he presented as the quarterback. Now, all of a sudden, that guy goes outside of his parameters.
Yeah.
That's why you converse and say, well, he didn't, when he stepped away from the center, he didn't stop. Now, if he had stopped there, you got to stop at one of the destinations. It's either behind center or it's when you get out there. Now, maybe it was just the ball was snapped before Jared Goff could stop behind Amon-Ra St. Brown. That could be the very easy explanation as to why Jared Goff, did he know the rule, or was that a flaw in the play design?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I didn't know that rule, but having it explained, it sounds like the Lions had an illegal play. And do I wish that was the case? No, because it was a badass way. They take the ball on the road, 15 plays, 10 on the ground, punch it in, FU drive. I desperately wanted that play to stand because it's Jared Goff juggling and powering into the end zone. But if that's the rule, sure looks like the Lions broke the rule, and whether it took a minute or not, we didn't deserve to score a touchdown there.
Yeah. No, but TJ, to your point, if for any reason they got a phone call or they got buzzed from New York, now now I do have an issue with that.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
I think was a pretty common theme last night that because, like you said, John, like if you're okay, eyes are moving, that's an immediate discussion. You know what I mean? Like the operation last night was kind of like, hey, everything's good. Nobody saw anything. We're good. We're fine with it. We talked about it before the game. Right, we're good. PAT team comes out, and then all of a sudden, a minute later, oh, hold on, guys, like we got to talk. Like just the that's not standard operating procedure. Right. If officials need to discuss something, so that's where I was confused, and I think just kind of hearing some guys talk about it yesterday in the locker room, like I think that was the biggest issue that they had as well was
if it came from New York,
right? Like we kind of and look, I mean. It's not Jared Goff's job to look up the rule book. I mean, like these coaches are very detailed. They're very thorough. They said, we ran a similar play with Tannehill down when Dan was in Miami. Taysom Hill has had very, very similar motions when he's been in the game at quarterback and then motions out to a receiver. I'll have to do some deep digging to see, if there was any major differences there.
Good luck with finding those plays.
I mean, I'm talking like 5-6 years ago. But I think that was,
to your point, when they talk to the officials before the game, like part of doing that is to alert them, but you're also clearing it. Okay, this is what the quarterback's going to do. Is there any issue with this?
Right.
And we don't know. And if they don't say at that time, now you also have a bigger issue.
Which I'm assuming they did. And if you're telling them, hey, this is our first goal line play, or if we get a 4th and 1 anywhere, this is our first play we're going to.
Right.
And it's the first drive. The officials were probably looking, and sometimes you even might in the huddle kind of peek back at the ref and be like, hey,
here
this
it comes.
is the play we talked about, right? And then you ran the play, operated it, and the refs at that point were like, yep, this is the play we talked about. Yep, like everything's good, no flag. And then changing the minds just so late into it was just
because normally when you go and I've been
I'm a coach, I'm not blaming the game on that. They had opportunities, but that was just
first drive.
It was just weird.
I've been a part of some of those conversations as well, and most of the time the official will say, some of the key components that they'll be looking for. And they'll say, as long as your quarterback stops.
Yeah, you got to make sure you do this. You got to make sure you do that.
Then you're fine. We have no issue with it. There's no reason to call a penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I understand being irked by some of the officiating. I do. I understand it. We're all watching that game. We all want to see the Lions win that game. But where it becomes a bridge too far is when people do the scriptwriter thing. Heaven forbid we just admit the Lions weren't good enough to win that game.
Yeah.
I know
TJ,
nobody wants to say
Did you talk to Dan at all about the confusion after that? Like, what was the delay of game?
No.
Because Jared Goff was still talking to the official.
Yeah.
Was he just trying to confer on the play as well and didn't notice the play clock? It just seems like it would be not a vet move.
I don't know because you sent the offense back out there on 4th and goal from the 6.
Right.
And they just kind of meandered out there and
the play clock was running.
It's a good question. Were they intending on running a play there? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't ask.
And Dan wasn't asked after the game at the podium either.
I don't know if they would have, but at that point, first drive, get points. That kind of seemed like it would have been a risky decision if they were to
go for
maybe
it
was an emotional decision. Like, you know what, we're going forward anyways. And then by the time the offense got out there, hey, you guys maybe learned because you did that in Dallas. When the similar kind of miscommunication with the referees, and then it's 4th and
And at that point, we've learned
17, and it's like we're still going.
You can't call timeout back to back.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, you also don't want to be reckless.
Right.
Yeah.
In that moment.
We'll just take the delay of game and kick the field goal.
248-539-9797. Sorry, guys, you've been waiting. It's been one of those days. We got a lot to discuss. Let's get to a Drew in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me all right?
We got you.
All right. So first thing I want to say, I really believe that the Lions are a better team when Demo is running the ball versus Jahmyr Gibbs. I know Jahmyr Gibbs is extremely dynamic and can score at any time, but I believe he needs to come off the bench. Demo needs to start the game on those long 10-minute drives, 8-minute drives. We need to wear the defense down, and then on the second drive, bring Jahmyr in when the defense is a little bit worn down and not keying in on him, because every defense is keying in on him, and they're trying to eliminate him, especially in that first drive. So that's number one. Number two, on these 4th and shorts, half yard, 1 yard, 2 yards, why are we throwing the ball when we have one of the best offensive lines in football? run the ball, get back to smash mouth. And the last thing that I want to say is about Jared Goff. Guys got to stop complaining about Jared Goff. Goff is not the problem. It's a million factors in those handful of plays that we talked about already. The hutch, the drop ball, all those things are what lost us the game. Not Jared Goff not breaking tackles and running for 10 and 15 yards at a time. That's not what he does. I wish people would really let that go. And that's it.
So I disagree with, the Montgomery versus Gibbs. If Montgomery's in there or Gibbs, it doesn't matter. Like I'm going back on that drive and I'm looking, well, is there any, no gains or lost yardage runs? No, there's 4-yard runs, there's 4-yard runs, there's a 7-yard run. Jahmyr Gibbs for 7 yards on first down. Like, I don't understand that concept. Your most explosive player, the guy that could break it at any moment, Montgomery's good, but Gibbs it can be a game breaker.
I didn't second guess that.
Yeah.
Now, if you say, hey, on that 4th and 1 that St. Brown dropped it, you wish they would have just run it, or on the goal line.
No, but he's talking about the opening drive.
Yeah. But he said 4th and 1s. There were a couple 4th and 1s. One on the goal line in the opening drive, one with St. Brown later. Look, I don't fault someone for saying just run the ball. At the same time, there's deception, and they've pulled off a lot of short passes with a lot of those heavy sets.
Yeah. In the same time, I mean, you did run the ball on 3rd down and get stuffed. So, that sometimes we'll scare a play caller away, like we're hoping to get a little bit more on that 3rd, or maybe punch that one in on 3rd down, and 4th down now we know they're going to be stacking the line, so let's get a little creative here. And it's funny, Coach kind of laughed off Wojo's question last night. I think he asked him, like, do you regret the play call, or second guess it or anything? He's like, well, I mean, we scored a touchdown on it. Like, that's
right.
Play call's not the issue. It was execution or the operation that they deemed illegal was the issue. But
Wojo kind of asked it choppy, but I don't know if it's better to have said, Dan, do you wish you wouldn't have run an illegal play? Like, of course he's going to say, yeah, I wish we didn't run the penalty play.
Yes.
I wanted to run a play that counted.
What was his answer? I could have called another touchdown play?
Yes, that's what he said. That's actually what he said.
Yes, he was kind of laughing.
That's what he said. He goes, I could have called a different play that got in the end zone. Dan well. He'll be on with us tomorrow. We got TJ Lang for another half hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities. And with their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC. Tough game, obviously, last night with a loss to Kansas City. 30-17, a lot of issues. But the biggest one was, hey, they just didn't score enough points. And I didn't think that they weren't prepared for that game. I thought they were. I thought they played well. TJ, you were mentioning this earlier. Like, it felt like the offense was a little bit off. They weren't able to ever play with a huge lead. Not that you're always going to play with the lead, but going into halftime, they end up going down instead of being ahead. And I felt like they never got a chance to have those explosive plays downfield. Like, they hit J-Mo a couple of times. One time he was just completely uncovered.
Yep.
But there were no deep shots. And I don't think the offense ever got to that point because of what Kansas City was doing defensively.
Yeah. Well, there were no deep shots either way.
Yeah.
I mean, both teams were kind of playing that umbrella coverage, and, you're not going to get over the top of us. But, yeah, the game just – it didn't really go the way you needed it to open up some of those explosive passing plays. And what I mean by that, like, we talked about it, if you go up 2 scores there in that game, if, catch the ball on 4th down and say you happen to go up and punch it in, and now it's, I think it would have been a 17-6 game, if you kept that drive going. Now you're probably changing the way that Kansas City is going to play defense, right? And then you're probably going to get some more explosive plays.
Yeah.
Or, if you're able to get the stop at the end of the first half where, it's 3rd down from the 30, and that was the pass interference call, right? And that leads to a touchdown. Instead of forcing them to kick a field goal, you still would have been up 10-9, and maybe getting the ball back, with a minute left in the first half still. Maybe you still have time to go down, put some points up. You just some of the mistakes that we made, the 4 plays that I kind of labeled the the Goff touchdown that's not in Hutch penalty, pass interference penalty, and the drop ball on 4th down were really – those were at crucial times where you had either the chance to start to open the game up a little bit or really start to get the momentum back on your side. And, those turned out to be 4 big plays in that game that all went against them.
Let's get to the phones. Get to Ryan. You're on 97.1. Good morning, Ryan.
Morning. I just wanted to get to that play, that first drive. When they have that play, it's a trick play. So they probably brought that play in the beginning of the week, and they probably went over it multiple times. Why do we not know every single little rule of that play and how it's run? Like, shouldn't we be bringing in ready to say, hey, we're running this play. What exactly do we need to do to ensure that it goes smoothly? Because that was a beautiful call, and it was a beautiful play to watch, except for the result.
Well, I think they feel they did, or they wouldn't have ran it.
Right. I think they felt like they had all their bases covered. And so the most likely explanation for me was Goff was supposed to stop behind Amon-Ra St. Brown, and that ball might have just been snapped a little early.
The only other thing I could think is if Goff, and I didn't hear if he said this after the game. I know he spoke. Did he think he hadn't declared as the quarterback because he didn't put his hands under the center? I don't know where that gray area is.
Right.
I know if you're in the shotgun, the pool reporter said he would have been fine.
Right.
But you don't want your quarterback motioning from the shotgun. You want
4 yards, 5 yards deep.
Yeah, and then having to run and make up those yards. Maybe he thought he didn't go under center and therefore could keep moving in motion.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of ways that play could have been legal.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Right?
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's what Jared was kind of hinting at was, he never felt like his hands were under center. He never felt like he declared as the quarterback. So I think that's where the gray line was and the issue was, and I think he even kind of mentioned it. And look, you have to be very careful when you talk about the referees and some calls. And he said, like, look, if that's a rule that has changed because we've watched some clips of, Tannehill and Taysom Hill doing this in the past, if that's a rule that's changed, like, I was not aware of it. But that's not on Jared, right? Like, that's, coaches, you dive into this stuff and you ask questions and you want to make sure what you're doing is, what you're supposed to be doing. And I would imagine that, like, we talked about it again, like, I would imagine that was a conversation they had before the game as well, too.
Right.
So, that was the issue on that. But look, I mean, they didn't try to get a quick one over on the referees. They would have never ran the play if they didn't think it was going to be legal.
Right.
And it was legal for a minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So
felt like an eternity.
Yeah, it did. I mean, we were all confused. Like, why are they throwing a flag?
What's going on here?
Late, like they 12 guys on the field or something. What's going on? We
hell
had
happened?
no idea that they were gonna go back and call a penalty from a minute ago.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm watching it again right now. I got to believe because he didn't slow down at all when he got out there. I don't think it was snapped early. I think he just felt like if I don't put my hands under center, he just tapped Graham on the backside to signal that he was going in motion.
Yeah.
And if he didn't put his hands under there, I think he felt like that clears him of having to stop on either end.
248-539-9797. We got calls to get to on the Lions. We brought up the Tigers a good chunk of the show today, too. We can give DJ a chance to weigh in on how the season ended coming up at 9:50. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So there's a man who is currently in the hospital in critical condition after being shot by a police officer this morning in Macomb County. Authorities say the shooting happened in the parking lot of the Roseville Police Department right around 4:30 a.m. Don't have a ton of details about what led to the shooting, but it sounds like the incident began when the suspect rammed his vehicle into a police car, then got out and pulled out a knife.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if the suspect had a gun or not. A knife was found at the scene, but it sounds like the officer opened fire, struck the suspect multiple times. The officer was also taken to the hospital with minor injuries, but has since been released. Everything is still under investigation. So there's a little-known candidate for Michigan's 13th congressional district that is now being sued by Campbell's Soup. So the lawsuit was filed last Friday with the company claiming that Shelby Campbell of Detroit used the Campbell Soup logo without authorization on her campaign materials. So the Campbell Soup says that this woman, Shelby, intentionally used the logo, but it was not approved, and it has led to a lot of confusion with customers who apparently have reached out to ask if the company has endorsed her. The lawsuit says that her use of the logo was a way to use the Campbell's brand to boost her candidacy. Right. She says she's always felt a connection to the soup because of her last name, and she didn't think it was a big deal to use the logo, but they did send like a letter to her that said, please stop, and she didn't stop, so now they
just about every dude I've known with the last name Campbell, their nickname is Soup.
Of course, yes. And she used that in a lot of her like Twitter handles or X handles, whatever. Shirtless fans took over Boone Pickens Stadium when Oklahoma State took on Houston on Saturday. So this is great. So midway through the third quarter, a fan named Trent Eaton made his way to an empty section, took off his shirt, started whipping it around, and started this whole movement. Yes, his shirt. Started whipping his shirt around. Yes. And fans slowly started joining him, and the crowd grew and grew and grew until 3 sections were completely full of shirtless fans.
That's all I've got, man.
And what it started with was a bet. This dude's sister said, I'll bet you $10 to go over there and take your shirt off. And so he said, okay, I
could use
that.
$10.
And it sounds like he still hasn't been paid.
Oh no!
At least from the articles I've read. Maybe now she is paid up, but
my wife showed me this video last night.
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
It's really great.
Yeah.
It's really funny. A woman from Ohio is wanted by police after she allegedly broke into her boyfriend's home and cut one of his testicles.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know how it all happened, but
Ohio woman story.
Yeah, this victim ran downstairs, apparently completely naked, when he heard all this commotion because his girlfriend, or maybe ex-girlfriend, or now ex-girlfriend, kicked down his door.
Oh, so there's commotion. The first thing I'm going to do is run downstairs naked.
See what's going on.
Yeah.
And apparently she attacked him with some unknown sharp object. He was taken to the hospital, and this woman was charged with felonious assault and aggravated burglary. But
were they able to save it?
I think so. No details on that front. I don't know. But she has still not been arrested and remains on the loose. Yes.
Ouch.
A Halloween display in the front yard of a South Carolina home is so elaborate and so realistic that people are constantly calling 911.
Yeah.
So the homeowner actually says the same day, the very first day that they actually turned on the decorations, which make it look like the house is completely engulfed in flames. They say the local fire department received multiple calls. So you have to go check it out because
it's amazing.
It's not just like they put flames in the window. I mean, They have flames that are flickering.
smoke.
And then they have smoke coming from like under their
Yeah.
front porch. It looks like
It
this
does.
house is legitimately on
Oh,
fire.
yeah.
And they decided to post a video on social media letting their neighbors know, like, hey, this is just for fun from 8 to 10 p.m. It's going to be burning. But, like, what happens if the house really is on fire?
Right, yeah. I mean, yeah, cry wolf.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Because the fire department did say we still send a truck out every time we get a call to this house because
they have to.
that's what you do, right? Like you just can't be like, okay, we're going to ignore it. But people on social media are saying that this should be illegal.
Yeah.
Like it's so good, it shouldn't be allowed.
It's wild. Yeah.
It really
I
is.
did see the pictures. They're crazy. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, more of your Lions phone calls, some thoughts on the Tigers. They've got press conferences today at 11 o'clock. AJ Hinch, Scott Harris, a debrief of the season. It's 97.1. Gear up this football season with Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Whether you're headed for the tailgate or cheering at home, first, you turn to the awesome team at Moran to get you in a game-winning deal. Right now, you can lease a 2025 Equinox LT starting at $299 a month for 36 months. Find your ride fast. Shop at MoranExpress.com or stop by the Ron Gratiot just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. It's A.J. Hinch talking Tarek Skubal. 99 pitches, 6 innings. He set the record for most strikeouts in a winner-go-home game. Winner-take-all matchup. But they needed more.
Mm-hmm.
Look, why they lost that game and why the season ended. We've been playing the blame game a little bit today around all the other Lions talk. Why they lost that game, John? I think you had it.
Yeah, it's lack of batting, lack of hitting, 2 through 5. You're 0 for 23. When you have guys going up there that are 0 for 6 with 4 strikeouts in 15 innings, and they're back to back to back to back.
Rally killers.
You can't. There's no sustained inning. There's no sustained anything.
So AJ didn't use a single pinch hitter. Maybe didn't like his options, where it wasn't a lefty for Jahmai Jones. Didn't want to shake it up. But they couldn't hit it all. And for the second year in a row, we're left wondering, you going to start adding some bats now? And that's why if you zoom out, you can blame Scott Harris. He said at the trade deadline, we'll see if I'm right. Well, when they speak today at 11 o'clock, I hope someone asks him, were you right? Because you blew the largest division lead in the history of baseball, and you got eliminated in the same spot with the same issues as the year before. Pretty emphatically, you weren't right. So can we get a little accountability, a better roadmap forward? I'd love to hear that today. I don't know that we'll hear it, but I'd love to hear that today. Now, you can want to single out Skubal. You can single out Skubal. You need him to go deeper. Fine. When they did pull Skubal, they went with Finnegan.
Mm-hmm.
And they left Finnegan in to face a lefty and Naylor while Holton was ready. So I don't understand the bullpen management from Hinch either. But there's a lot to discuss. TJ, where are you at as the season ended?
I feel very similar to Dan Dickerson. What he said. John, did you not see that?
Yeah, no, I saw it. It was
look. I mean, and people were had Dickerson's back. Like we all felt the same. Man.
Yeah,
you get caught on a hot mic. I'm not blaming Dan.
No. It's just
it was like so frustrating. It was so incredibly frustrating.
The way I've described this team is, it's torturous.
Yeah, it is.
Then to have a 15 inning torture chamber that you're in for, what was it, 5 hours?
You literally, I've never felt such a extreme swing of emotions through a 3-week period with a baseball team.
Right.
Before.
Yeah.
I mean, it was literally ultimate highs
how about a
to
48-hour period
lows.
Where
Wednesday was
after game
amazing,
3, you're like, oh man,
yeah.
we just want this season to end.
I was
and then
there
game
Wednesday,
4,
and it was awesome. The first 5 innings were terrible. I mean, I looked at my wife at one point. It's like, when do we start thinking about beating traffic? Because I can't do this. I can't.
Yeah.
I've given this team so much already. I think I'm done. And then the last 4.5 innings were, incredible.
Well, then you're hanging out with G-Mac Cash.
Yeah, G-Mac, man.
He was.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, he got a little shout out.
Next song is going to be about TJ Lang.
He put out a tweet last night. I think he said, the refs won again or something about Kansas City.
Oh boy.
No, but you're right. Just to go from and I get that it's playoff baseball, but the overall frustrations with the team and just how completely opposite they were from last year. Last year was we got no business being here. Let's just enjoy this. We don't have expectations.
Ride this train as long as we can.
Oh man, we got a 15-game lead. We might have home field advantage throughout the entire playoffs. This is great. To just ultimate lows, and then Friday was, I think, a culmination of everything where that's kind of who you turned into over the last month of the season. Guys that just, Gary Carpenter, had a nice game. He kept trying to get the guys going. And outside of that, just nobody with that, clutch gene that could get you through. The Tarek thing, I go back to, and it's, you'd like to see the guy go another inning, or at least until, somebody can show they can get a hit off of him. I mean, I hate Josh Naylor. That even his check swing double that he hit. I'm he just bothers me. Helmet flying all over the place.
Yeah.
But Tarek, I think that's just, I think maybe a little bit more modern baseball. And I know it's a winner go home game, but you don't see a lot of pitchers throwing.
No,
into
do you think he should have gone
anymore.
into the 7th inning though?
Well, for the team aspect, yes, but I'm not accusing him of doing this. I'm just trying to put myself in his shoes as Tarek Skubal. Am I really gonna go literally throw my entire body and arm on the line when I don't have, a contract, when I don't have security behind me. I'm not saying that that's his mindset by any means. I'm just thinking like, okay, I've given you what you need, like I've given you what you need. Let's go. It's up to the other guys. Maybe that's not it either. And he is a very emotional guy. Like we see that on the mound every single time. And AJ, certainly, I don't think it's fair to question his decision necessarily either, because he knows his guys better than anybody, and if he's looking at Skubal in the 5th inning and he's like, man, like we both knew he's got one more, like I trust the manager's decision.
I do wonder.
I would like to have my ace out there until it's like physically impossible to throw again. But that's not fair to Tarik Skubal either, man. He expended himself, and then you go to the guys that your general manager traded for. You go to the guys that are supposed to come help you seal that win, and they didn't get it done.
It's frustrating.
It is.
Yep. Very.
And then to have to see the ads for the ALCS, and you're just looking at it going, it should have been us.
And by the way,
and to watch Seattle win last night to Toronto.
Because we all figured whoever won Friday night, Saturday morning was going to be
beat up.
Oh,
and couldn't possibly.
I don't know. I was at the point, even like people were like, "Oh, of course Seattle wins last night." I'm like, I don't think I could have done another series, man. Like I just felt, I felt so emotionally drained about this. I gave them everything I could. It would have been like a box score watch for me. I think just check up on them every half hour or so. Like it was exhausting. I think for a lot of people it was. It was exhausting, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a terrible season. It's not a successful season, right? Like you did exactly what you did last year.
Right.
Kind of just stayed the same, which I guess if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. But, to be one of the final 8 teams, like, does it kind of, do you look at the positive side of it as well and say, like, yeah, okay, we clearly have some guys that can battle. We clearly have a manager that can – get his guys in right positions to go out there and give themselves a chance to compete. I guess we'll have to hear today.
We'll find out what they think at 11.
If I'm Tarik Skubal, though, I'm not signing an extension until they get him some help. Like, I think it's unfair to him that it's basically we need, like when you're on the mound, we need everything possible out of you.
2-1 wins. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that's I don't think that's fair to him. If I'm Tarik and I want to win a championship, like I'm going to say you guys got to prove it to me before, I'm going to commit long term.
They don't like to publicly negotiate, so I don't think we're going to get a lot of clarity on that today, but I do think it's a huge offseason storyline because if you don't feel like there's a window to win with him, and if there's a belief that as a Boris client he's going to play out next year and hit free agency, well, I mean, there's only one logical conclusion, and it's one that nobody likes.
Yeah. He's not going to give you the Connor McDavid contract where it's like, I'm going to give you a cheap deal for 3 years, and, if we don't win by then, I'm out.
He's not going to give you any deal.
No. Why should he? He's the best player on the planet.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting in a great position, and the Tigers are in a really awkward position because even if just the point you just made, even if they make him a great offer right now and say, we'll give you 8 years and $320 million. We'll give you $40 million a year for the next 8 years. He's going to say, or his camp is going to say, it's a nice offer, but we're not sure what we're going to have to wait and see what you guys do with the rest of the team.
Right. Yeah.
And it's kind of holding them hostage. It's the number one priority. They have to know where they stand with Tarik Skubal. Yep. It's the number one priority.
Extension, trade, got to figure it out.
Yeah.
What are you guys going to talk about today?
I mean, pick your poison, literally.
a lot of chumps.
It's all it's all brutal. Yeah. I mean, certainly we'll talk one of the greatest baseball games I've ever seen. We'll talk about that. AJ Hinch and Scott Harris at 11 o'clock is going to be interesting what comes out of that. But the game last night was that hurt in a whole different way, finishing the awful weekend that was. We'll get into it.
Karsch Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, it just all sucked. Whatever. I mean, look, if you're number one and maybe even only topic that you care about is the Red Wings, your weekend didn't suck. If that's the only thing you care about. I don't know how many people out there, like, that's their single one thing, but they do exist.
They play early today.
All the rest of it sucked.
For those who don't know, the Red Wings play Toronto today at 2:00.
Yep, and obviously we'll have it here on
right here
on a ticket. But we also will have the Scott Harris and AJ Hinch season-ending news conference at 11 a.m., which has, it could be interesting. I'm sure they're going to be pointed questions about what they didn't do, and they're going to be pointed questions about what they're going to do next. Whether or not they get answered, well, we'll find out. I'm very intrigued as to what curtains get lifted on what happened and what is going to happen. But all in all, Scott Anderson, it was just a big, fat, crappy weekend of sports. And, I don't even know where to start today other than we could just wrap up the show.
Dude, even the good stuff was bad for me this weekend, right? Like, went out for dinner on Saturday night with my brother and his family, my mom, and my mom was meeting us there, and she got a little confused, turned around where the restaurant was in traffic, and then there was a problem because I'm trying to call her. Oh, no. She's trying to call me, so nothing's going through. And then her phone, because she got a new phone and it's not synced up yet. You haven't paired the device to the car yet. Mm-hmm. So it's not going through. Nothing's going through. And it's like 20 minutes later, I'm like, where are you? And finally she calls and, an hour later, literally an hour later, she walks into the restaurant, which was brutal. And then Sunday I go and play golf with my brother because we went out because it was my brother's birthday yesterday. So
nice. Happy birthday.
He's like, hey, let's golf. I'm like, okay. So we go out to, you ever played the Majestic out in Heartland?
I have not.
So beautiful. It's an amazing course out there in Heartland, in the Heartland Howell area, right by Walden Woods. It's awesome. And me, I don't really like fall golf because of the leaves and stuff, and it hides the balls. And it did plenty of that, but it was gorgeous. It was fantastic. But at like the 14th hole, something on my back. No. Come on, man. So I've been miserable for the last 20 hours now. I've been miserable with the back, and then the game happens last night. Like, even the good stuff, like playing golf, that's fun. Hanging with family, it's fun. Even that was ruined by stuff.
Sorry, man.
Grr. I'll be all right.
Well, look, where do you want to start? Do you want to start with Tigers? You want to start with Lions?
Oh, hell, I don't know.
Michigan State?
Oh, God. I mean, it's all so brutal. Everything was brutal. I've talked to some Michigan people that are like, hey, what is it going to take to get Sharon out? I've talked to Michigan State people that are like, Jonathan Smith's gone, right?
Dude, people want AJ Hinch fired. People want Scott Harris fired. Right? People don't want Scooble back. Like, it's the fire everybody sports ecosystem is starting to wear on me a little bit because in calmer heads, you think about it and you start talking about realistic expectations and building championship caliber teams, and that these things don't happen overnight, and that teams are competitive. And I honestly think that, I don't know. I guess it's just the world we're in right now. I can't stand that. You came back from the Red Wing game? And you're like, God, people need to relax. Did I dream that, or did you say after the opener?
I don't know. You may have dreamt that.
Okay. I thought you came back from the Red Wing opener last week and said, my God, people need to relax. They overreact to the first game.
Maybe, yeah. I think I had a discussion with somebody that we were.
And I'm kind of.
Yes, it was. We were all kind of talking about just, it's the first game of the season, much like, remember when the Lions lost the first week of the season?
Yeah.
And the sky was falling?
Yeah.
And then they got after it. Well, the same thing with the Red Wings. Yeah, it was that type. And it's after any loss. I feel like we, as a society, we all take a loss worse than we've ever taken losses before in our lives. In some cases, it's warranted. And in others, it's just, come on, man, relax. And I'm not sure either of those losses on Saturday with Michigan and Michigan State. I don't know if those are come on, relax losses. Those are bad losses.
Yeah.
One's to a good team, and one is to, I don't know, are they a good team now?
I don't know what UCLA
I don't know what UCLA is, but it's just an awful, awful weekend of dealing with this, whatever this is. But I do feel like there is a pecking order and a priority list of when people are calling for the heads of coaches and whatnot. I think there are some clear-cut people that belong towards the top, and others that just stay away and shut up.
Yeah, I mean, from a standpoint of, you always got to consider that if you fire somebody right now, are you doing it because you're mad, or are you doing it because you can get better right now? And I don't know that they're, well, that's a whole, it depends on the situation, of course, but I guess we'll start with what happened last night. Lions need to be better. The Lions need to be better. That was not.
All right, we've addressed it.
Well,
We're done.
When you go into Kansas City, right, and you're playing a team as good as the Chiefs, that's a championship caliber team with a championship culture
that hasn't played well this year.
Their backs are against the wall. They need that win. They needed that win. And to their credit, they went out and they played well and they got it. What you can't do is you can't drop fourth down passes. You can't, defensively, I want to give them a bit of a pass because of who was out. But you have to be better defensively against that group. There's a lot that needs to be better in terms of protections, but at the end of the day, you need your best effort to win a game like that in a situation like that. Which, I mean, I don't know if it was going to bury the Chiefs, but boy, it was going to put a championship caliber team behind the 8-ball.
I thought Dan Campbell was spot on when he was interviewed going into the second half. There's 3 plays that would have flipped the game. It would have 18-point difference here, okay? They needed to score on that fourth down play, and great. Now the Lions are defining NFL rules again. That's fun.
Oh, we're talking about the flag on the.
Yeah. So that's 4
Well,
points.
there's a lot of miscommunication, but that's a whole other.
That's another topic that we get to today or tomorrow.
We compartmentalize the issues, but go ahead.
So the 4 points they missed because they have to kick the field goal instead of getting the touchdown that they thought that they had. That's 4 points. Then the other 14 points come from, and look. Amon-Ra St. Brown, we both agree. Amazing player. I think he's the best receiver in football.
Yep.
It's the first pass I've seen him actually drop in forever.
Yep.
So he drops it. However,
he might make that catch 999 times out of 1,000 or more.
Yeah. He dropped that one, and it sucked because it was fourth down. It would have been first down at the end of a first half where they're driving. If the Lions, if he's able to hang on to that pass, they continue the drive, the Lions are going to bleed that clock. Because they know how to do that. That is in their DNA of how to win a game like that. So and this is the first half. If they're able to get that first down, bleed the clock, score a touchdown before halftime, which I don't think is outrageous, and that means Kansas City's got no time to come back and score again. That's a 14-point swing. Because what they didn't do was convert the fourth down, so they didn't score the touchdown. They gave the ball back to Kansas City, who then turned around and scored before halftime.
Position.
So,
I mean, they had great field position because of that.
That's 18-point swing in the first half. And I agree with Dan Campbell. It would have flipped the game.
Yep.
You're talking about having 21 points at halftime instead of 17 in the game.
And the standard for Amon-Ra is not perfect. It's not.
For him, it is.
It feels like it should be. It feels like he has been so close to perfect. So he's allowed a drop. All right. I mean, I'm not going
to kill him for it because that's not the only reason why.
Eviscerate Amon-Ra today. No. It is. I'd run that play again every single time on fourth down to Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I would not hesitate for a second, and clearly they didn't because then they just started feeding him the ball after that.
So, the Lions just need to be better.
They need to be healthy. As much as I'd like to blame the secondary, the front seven did not do them any favors last night. I don't think they had a good game. The defensive ends found themselves biting all the time and not setting the edge when there were counter plays or whatever. There were missed tackles. there was miscommunication, whether it was because it got new guys in the secondary. I can allow for that. That's fine. But the missed tackles and stuff, guys out of position, the guys not setting the edge, those are things that are really bothersome. Other stuff you can explain away because of injuries. You got Dan Skipper working at left tackle, played well.
Mm-hmm.
I thought played well. The Lions, for the most part, protected their quarterback, but when it became apparent that the run wasn't going to be something that Kansas City had to worry about, that's when you can apply pressure on Jared Goff, and that's when he's not as good.
Well, with the exception of one of our teams, season's not over, and so a lot of season to go, and how you respond to stuff is pretty important as an organization, as a culture. How do you respond to stuff? I'm fascinated to hear what Dan Campbell has to say tomorrow on the morning show, what Jared Goff tells us tomorrow. But I'm also very interested in what Scott Harris and AJ Hinch have to say when they talk today at 11 a.m., and you'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Monday's main Champ and Chump. We'll get to your Champ and Chump votes and your phone calls next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I know you see them, the red, white, and blue trucks. They're everywhere. And do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. Don't just take my word for it, although maybe you can and maybe you should, because they came out to my house a few months ago, make sure the air conditioning was right, and they also checked my furnace, which I'm glad, because as the temperatures are dipping into the 40s and the 50s overnight, furnace kicks in, and I'm glad it is. I've got hot air going through my house right now to make sure that it stays comfortable where I want it to be. But by all means, check out the A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau, or some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, your boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. That's Dan Campbell. And, yeah, it was just a frustrating game to watch last night with the Lions. I mean, from the get-go, they had this 9.5-minute drive.
Dude.
You're just grinding it out and like, wow, this is pretty impressive.
Kill the whole first quarter with one drive.
And then they, score what looks like a touchdown and another one of these creative trick plays. And a minute and a half later, they drop a flag. Or a minute and 14 seconds later, they drop a flag. And we're like, what the hell's the flag for? And then you get the rules guy coming on the TV and saying, that's illegal. That's an illegal play. You can't line up like he's got to set himself. And he didn't set himself. And
did the call come from New York? Did it not come from New York? Because Dan Campbell said it came from New York, and the official said no, it didn't. And
right, they talked to the officials afterwards with the pool reporters, and apparently the official said no. We discussed amongst ourselves. We had no input from
the ruling on the field was it's the Chiefs.
Yeah. Oh, and I don't know if the Chiefs didn't get penalized because that's how they play football.
What?
Yeah, no, they play good, clean football.
Actually, they did. It just got declined. It was offsides late in the game, but.
Nobody, not an accepted penalty.
Yeah, they had 0 yards and penalties.
300 and something game.
Yeah. It's a whole nother topic that infuriates me. But let's go to Tony. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tony.
Yeah, hey, guys. It's looking harder to win in this league without a mobile quarterback. I think they got a good team, but. You can see how Mahomes and the rest of these quarterbacks, they just adapt, right, to these situations, and they get it done. He seems to lock on to Amon-Ra St. Brown, too. He's got all those weapons. That team is pretty stacked. And, it's just go to Amon all the time. And there's a ton of weapons out on that field.
Yeah, there are. I don't know if... this team.
I got to tell you,
won 15 games last year.
Best offense in the
NFL.
NFL.
To the NFC Championship game the year before. It's best offense in the NFL. Going
Stafford
into the game
won a Super Bowl
night.
recently as a non-mobile quarterback.
Tired of that narrative.
Well, do you know how many targets Amon-Ra had last night?
I do because I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. How many targets? How many receptions?
He caught 9 out of 10 passes thrown to him. The only pass he didn't catch that was thrown to him was the one that he dropped on 4th down. Is 90%, is that a good rate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Other weapons.
Jared Goff.
Sure. Goff was 23
we just
out of
had
29.
a call being critical of Jared Goff for his decision-making in terms of who to throw to. He's thrown, is it 9 incomplete passes the last 2 games?
I think it might be 10. There were 6 in this one. Was he 19 out of 23? You're right. I think it might be 10 incomplete passes.
Is it 10?
I think it was 19 to 23 the game before. It's the crowd. It's the crowd. There's a crowd out there that insists that you have to have a quarterback that's got the ability to run.
Well, look, if that's your
Goff
thing,
is mobile enough. If you don't think Goff showed mobility within the pocket last night, then I don't know what game you're watching. Eventually, it caught up to him, and he's not mobile.
No.
But he's been mobile enough to work this offense to being the best offense in the league. That's not why they lost.
But the other thing that he is elite when it comes to where the football should go.
Which is more important.
Elite. I think if you went to any coach in the NFL and asked them, an offensive coach, about Jared Goff's distribution and where the football goes, I don't think anybody would second guess or question it. And out of the 10 passes he threw to Amon-Ra, 9 were caught, and as you mentioned, 1 was dropped. I don't know, man. And on top of that, he's like the best receiver in the league, and arguably.
It's funny and maybe a little bit ironic, and I'm just going to look into it. The question I asked Jared last week about is Patrick Mahomes still the standard for quarterbacks? And he's like, we don't pay attention to who the standard is. You didn't really want to answer the question, which is fine, but the rest of us can ask the question and answer the question. Mahomes is still great. He's still Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. And if you're going to get, comparing Jared Goff to Patrick Mahomes it's not fair. It's like go back a decade earlier and it's comparing Matthew Stafford to Tom Brady. It's not fair.
when you're looking at the best of the best. Got it. You know who else doesn't have Patrick Mahomes? 31 other teams. Okay? But if you're going to focus solely on the ability to run with the football, okay, got it. Hook him. Fine.
That's your thing.
Then you will never like Jared Goff, and that's your thing, and that's fine.
Let's go to Bill. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys. Yeah, God, this weekend sucked. Anyway, champ and chump. My champ is the Red Wings for saving the weekend, and they were down 2-0, and they came back. So that was a really good game. Chump, where do you go? But I am going to kind of stand firm with Scott Harris. I know they made it to the ALDS Game 5, 15 innings. It was quite a game. But I think if he would have made a couple of more moves or made the right moves at the deadline and just I don't know exactly what that was all about.
What would you have done, Bill?
I would have gotten another late inning reliever. I wouldn't have got Charlie Morton, Chris Paddock, and
they did add a couple of late inning relievers. They got Finnegan, who was near perfect for the Tigers in the regular season down the stretch, and then they got Montero as well, who was awfully good for the Tigers after they acquired him. But you're right. They didn't go out. They did not go out
to be found in the playoffs.
Right.
And
well, they didn't go out and get the guy from Minnesota, who's also not playing anymore in the playoffs.
Look, it's easy to do in retrospect. I think in retrospect, what they needed was another bat. I mean, it was the offense that disappeared down the stretch, not the pitching. But at the end of the day, that Scott Harris has some work to do.
I'm curious what he's going to say.
Yeah, he is not. Now that the season is over, he fully went in with protecting the next.
Yes.
And clearly,
Prospects.
what's clear is that his tenure in Detroit will be measured by that. And if none of those guys pan out, this is a wasted opportunity. And pan out, I mean, not everybody is going to, but it is now his legacy, to me, rides on what do those four guys at the top of the organization turn into. And he does not have Brad Holmes' credibility in this town. He is not, and I'm not saying Brad is immune to criticism, but when Brad does things, Brad's built something that it's all Brad. I mean, it's not all Brad, but this is like Scott Harris is kind of riding on the coattails of some great Avila draft picks. And that's fine. That's fine. I'm not mad at him about that, but he does not have the credibility where he just gets a pass. I'm intrigued to see what he does next. I'm not saying his plan won't work out. It's just a lot is riding on not wanting to crack those top of the organization prospects. And if he's right, he's right. But it's his job, and he has more intimate knowledge than the rest of us about what they've got in the pipeline. But there's clearly a lot riding on it now that this season is come and gone. And we'll see what he does. We'll see what he does in this offseason as well. Because they should have money to spend, and that includes like the ownership thing that people want to get into with ownership. You know, if they're not, they did make a legitimate offer to Bregman, a very competitive offer to Bregman. And, at this point, are they going to make competitive offers for others? Because it looks like they need to. We'll have our champ and chump nominations at 10:35. More of your phone calls. Harris and AJ Hinch speak at 11, and hear what they have to say as we'll carry it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Campbell, and yeah, things need to be better with the Lions. There are other factors that I think worked against Detroit last night, but we'll compartmentalize and get to that. Perhaps coming up in Champ and Chump. 248-539-9797. Corey is next. Hi, Corey.
Well, good morning. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Listening and watching the game last night, personally, I think the defense did an excellent job. Considering the injuries, the players that we have out, I think the defense did good. To me, I think we saw the offensive coordinator get rattled yesterday. To me personally, he's new and going against Kansas City, established Super Bowl champion team. Their game plan was just outstanding for stopping the run and kind of making us one-dimensional. And I think this went back to that Ben Johnson era when we couldn't, after halftime, we couldn't score. Remember that times when Ben Johnson, we always talk about him not being able to adjust. I think that was a problem last night. This new coordinator, he ran into a team that's really successful for years, and I just think that their game plan wasn't good. When we couldn't get the running game going, we didn't ever adjust. And I think, personally, that's why Dan Campbell took the ball to try to get us going and score quickly where we could start getting into a rhythm, and we never did. And I think the offensive coordinator yesterday kind of blew that game.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what John Morton, in a moment of honesty, would he say what he did right and what he did wrong. And one of the things that it takes to be really good as a coordinator in the NFL is when somebody counters what you do well and takes away your effectiveness, is then you have to counter that. The Chiefs do. Look, I'm no coach, Corey, so I have no idea what Kansas City did specifically. The Lions did not run the ball typically as well as they do.
Didn't they run it for 94 yards in the first half?
And finish with 98.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm saying
so
the first
I
half
think
they were doing great.
Yeah, but his point is at halftime, Kansas City made an adjustment and Detroit didn't have the proper counter. And so I'm not like that mad at John Morton because I expect him to have bad games. Even the best have bad games. It's what do you do when somebody finds a kryptonite or find a scheme that works. Now, maybe not everybody has the personnel, like you need a Chris Jones to do what Kansas City did, but I'll be watching. I think Corey brings up an interesting point, and I'll be watching. And it's not to crucify John Morton. It's okay.
Yeah,
what's next in your bag of tricks? Your move, Mr. Morton.
This is a game that had few possessions, and then in the third quarter, so the second half, Lions had one possession in the third quarter, and they had 7 plays and 26 yards.
Didn't each team have one possession in the first quarter?
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this was a weird game, how that filled out. Then in the fourth quarter, Lions get the ball to start off with, and they go 81 yards and score a touchdown to make it 20-17. The Chiefs answered that with a 5-minute drive of their own for a touchdown, and then they're down by 10, and, with whatever it was, 7 minutes left, now they got to, abandon the run, kind of. I can understand it.
Yeah.
So it's just
a little bit.
I think it's easy to look at numbers in the first half and then see what the total was and say that's a problem. You got to keep up with it. But go back and look at it. It was a weird game with possessions.
Kind of was.
But like you, I don't want it to seem like I'm making excuses for John Morton because I'm not. I wish that they had been more effective and more efficient in a game where that you have to score, and we're basically like, you guys, first team to 30 is going to win. And they didn't get there. They got to the halfway point of that, and that was it. It was disappointing. In a large part, it's because of the failures that happened in the first half. And it was, like Dan Campbell said, 3 plays really flipped things around.
248-539-9797. Time for our Champ and Chump. Going to be brief here. My champ of the weekend is Kerry Carpenter, 4 hits. Kind of for half the Tigers' hits in that game on Friday night. Just a heartbreaking game that I think someday I'll appreciate that it was a classic. I'm having a hard time doing that today.
Yeah, it was on base 6 times. He had a couple of walks as well, and they intentionally walked him. That was cool. My champ are the Wings for salvaging the weekend in Detroit sports. It was just awful. Michigan State losing, Tigers, being knocked out of the playoffs, and of course the Lions losing last night. Thank God for the Red Wings win against Toronto.
My champ is the NFL refs. I couldn't stand watching last night's game, and all of the Lions did things wrong too, but I'm choosing to chump the refs. 3 of Kansas City's drives were helped by questionable calls. The 0 penalties I mean, there was a one offsides late that didn't really matter when the game was out of hand, but they had 0 penalty yards. I don't know. It just this is more than a Detroit complaint, but I found last night to be exceedingly frustrating.
I'm going to chump Packers coach Matt LaFleur. In the Green Bay-Cincinnati game yesterday, Cincinnati's lined up for a field goal, a 67-yard field goal from Evan McPherson. He's got the leg, right? Mm-hmm. He's getting up there, and he's going to try to kick this field goal, and he kicks it. It's on its way. It hits the upright. I'm sorry, not the upright, the crossbar, and is good from 67, NFL record. But nope. Matt LaFleur's got to play the role of giant D-bag on the sidelines and wait, and then calls that timeout. I cannot stand that move. I hate that move more than most in all of sports is when the freezing of the kicker. And then, of course, he goes out and kicks it short the next attempt.
Didn't it work?
Yeah, of course it worked. I hate it, though. Just because it works doesn't mean I have to like it.
You think it's like unethical or something?
Yeah, it's like the tush push to a lot of people. People hate the tush push. I hate this. I hate the freezing of the kickers.
Fascinating.
And it prevented an awesome moment. The guy was kicking a 67-yard field goal, and he hit it.
He's not supposed to behold what the other team is doing.
Of course not. I just can't. Why are you defending Matt LaFleur? What are we doing?
I don't know. I think this is
your
interesting.
Problem?
Okay.
And you don't like the tush push.
I hate the tush push, but 248-539-9797. Let's go to Steve in Mount Clemens. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm with, first of all, if I got to hear what they call it, Jared Goff's the problem, I'm just going to die here. But a couple of things bother me. The tackling I thought was horrible. I mean, trying to throw a shoulder into a running back and knock him over makes me crazy.
Steve, your phone is a problem. We'll try to get back to you, but we'll get to your phone if you can get to a better cell. Doug in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Doug.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
Just champ and chump. Chump, I'm going with Scott Harris for lack of acquiring a bat at the trade deadline. And my champ, I like to champ my sister-in-law, Nikki, and her new husband, Brian, just got married Saturday at a destination wedding in Mexico.
Oh, congratulations.
So, thank you guys.
Yeah, let's focus on Nikki and Brian. Maybe I'll feel better about the weekend. 248-539-9797.
Tequila and a beach? Okay.
Yeah. Good for Nikki and Brian. Bravo. Should have kept them on. My bad. Hear more about something that's cheerful. Good luck to the kids.
Probably having lots of sex out there, too. Somebody's got to be happy. What? I'm just saying. They're married. What? Are they supposed to happen?
Sam is next. Hi, Sam.
Hey, what's up? Good morning. Champ and Chump. Champ will be Red Wings for the only team that actually got a victory. And Chump will be Branch because every year he does something stupid in some game. And then I wanted to get your guys' opinion on something. If Michigan State should hire James Franklin and dump Jonathan Smith.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean. I thought you were done.
That is.
You know what's funny? I was thinking. I wonder if James Franklin's already on the hot seat for his next job.
As a Spartan graduate and someone who really, really loves the football program and wants the best thing for them. Yeah, I've gotten to the point where I just don't think that Jonathan Smith is working out. And I hate to say that after a year and a half because I don't think it's entirely fair. But I feel like I don't think he's got the team. You know, it's that Bobby Williams feel. Hey, have you lost a team? I don't know. Well, he's got to go. Mm-hmm. I mean, he hasn't had that moment in front of cameras and microphones yet. But there's just no improvement. And that's concerning to me. And then he's tied directly to Aiden Childs. He gets the job and he brings Aiden Childs with him, the young quarterback. And has Childs gotten better? I don't know if he's gotten any better. And that's a problem too. So, and now, you know, it's because college football is so different. It's an investment. And is this investment paying off? Is it going to pay off? I'm not sure it is. Now, if you were going to get rid of Jonathan Smith, the idea that James Franklin could be your next coach it makes my skin crawl. I don't like that at all because I don't like James Franklin. I think he was a hell of a recruiter, but at some point it's going to catch up to you. And in the world of NIL and transfer portal, this is where it catches up to you. And of course, his record against top 10 opponents is absolutely horrific. I want nothing to do with James Franklin. If this were 10 years ago or 5 years ago, probably say hell yes. Even though I don't like him as a coach, but because it was all about recruiting back then, it's not what it's about today. So I want nothing to do with James Franklin.
Don't forget, coming up at 11 a.m., we have Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch speaking to the media. We'll carry it live here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, let's be honest here, okay? Nobody plans for a new roof. I mean, it always seems to come at the worst time, and that cost just can be absolutely overwhelming. This is why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing. It's Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. And right now, Shaner is making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Now, that means you can get the quality roof that you need today and deserve today without the stress of a big upfront payment. And here's the thing. This isn't some fly-by-night company. Shaner Roofing has a 4.9-star Google rating earned by thousands of satisfied homeowners who absolutely rave about their professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof is leaking, aging, or maybe you're just ready for some peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com/zero. That's mymichiganroof.com/ZERO. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
That's Jared Goff. You know, the call, the Champ and Chump vote's coming in, and Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. The guy that chumped Brian Branch. Brian Branch, for people who don't know why, what he said, he always does something stupid. After the game, he took a swing at Juju Smith-Schuster, and I suspect he's going to get suspended for it. I suspect it's going to be a game. And I think in part, I don't know if he was all of us, but I think anybody that was frustrated by the officiating, he was retaliating for an away from the football illegal block to the back from Juju Smith-Schuster. And he was bitter, and his emotions got the best of him. The Lions can't afford to be missing him for a game. But if you saw, did you see what he was reacting to? Did you happen to see the block?
I didn't see the block. I saw the video and audio of him talking about that he was upset that they didn't get called for stuff, and specifically for blocking it back that Smith-Schuster had made that wasn't called. He said the referee was right there to call it, and he didn't call it. And I get it. You're frustrated, but I don't know. Here's what we don't know. Have no idea what Juju Smith-Schuster said to Brian Branch after the game. They had Branch, clock him in the helmet. We don't know what was said. And let me make this clear. It doesn't excuse it at all. It's a dumb thing, and it's going to eventually cost his team, because he's been fined, I think, 13 times already in his NFL career for hits that he's made during the field of play. He's already considered kind of a dirty player. And then he does that.
Yep.
It gives the NFL all the ammunition they need to say, you know what, you're out for a week.
And that's going to suck.
And look, maybe it works out best anyway, because he's already banged up to hell.
Give him a week off.
Give him the week off. You get the bye week after the Tampa game and whatever. But I mean, the Lions they may have to take their lumps on Monday night.
Yeah, and let me tell you, I think that was an accumulative effect of frustration with calls that weren't made. Kang, you saw the hit.
Yeah, the hit that Smith-Schuster.
When he hit Brian Branch in the back away from the play.
Yeah, and it was a penalty. He blocked him in the back. It was unnecessary. The refs were right there, so I understand why Brian Branch is coming from with the frustration. Clearly, you can't react like that, especially after the game, especially when you know you've got a target on your back already from the NFL with all the fines that you've had before. With that being said, I'm not too worried about it. People talk all the time around here, we need a guy with edge and all this stuff. Well, there's your guy with edge, and that's what comes with it, by the way. He clearly cares a lot. He plays with emotion. He's a physical safety corner. I echo what Campbell said. I love Brian Branch. You can't do that, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty much exactly right.
I love Brian Branch.
Yeah,
but that's not what that's not how they play the game.
I'm not even particularly mad at him.
No, I'm really not either.
No,
and I think
I'm not.
The best thing about that whole the snubbing of Patrick Mahomes, I freaking loved.
That Mahomes
was like,
hey
man,
five.
Let's go high five, and he's like, absolutely not.
No, because he still cares.
He's fed up.
Yeah, he can't. He's fed up, and then he's like, because Mahomes taunting him. On the touchdown, one of the touchdown runs he has, he's there taunting him and doing the arm thing right in his face. Get out of here. Then you want to be all smiles, Kermit? I'm sorry. Take a walk.
The personal shot.
I can't stand Patrick Mahomes. Like, am I alone? Raise your hand if you can't stand Patrick. If you've had enough of Patrick Mahomes. And people are like, signed to 2021. I get it. It's just been a long time boiling over. I can't stand Patrick Mahomes so much that Dylan Raiola is my least favorite college football player of all time. That's how much I can't stand Patrick Mahomes.
It's a block in the back. It's away from the football, not near the play. And you know what else happens in that play is some Lion. It looks like a total illegal hands to the face of some Lions getting bent over backwards. I got to see if I can figure out who it is. I think it's Jack Campbell. Jack Campbell. Somebody's got a horse collar around Jack Campbell's. I think the Lions. Don't touch Jack Campbell. You know what? But I think part of it. I think if you were frustrated by the refs last night, I think so was Brian Branch, and that's the way it came out. And he can't do it.
But I think we're all good. Like we live. I mean, you have to live with the edge that he plays with. That's just who he is. He's just got to keep it in check more, right?
Yeah, I'd hate to see him suspended or do something in a big game, and so that's why you hope you learn from it. But I know that there's some people hate to talk about the refs. It can be compartmentalized. Yes, the Lions need to do better. And to Dan Campbell's credit, we knew what he was going to do after the game. He wouldn't talk about it because Dan Campbell doesn't want to send the message to his team that effort was good enough, and it was the refs that took it from us. And I respect that. That's not my job. And so, Dan, do your thing.
And by the way, I don't think a lot of players really like Juju Smith-Schuster. He's kind of a corny guy that I think I've heard other players say things like, maybe it's the way Juju plays on with these blocks. Maybe they're taking exception to some of them, maybe borderline illegal. But I think he said anything. I think Branch was going to swipe, and I think he said something. So Branch like, enough of that.
Yeah. Just put, and then I guess he's holding his mouth.
Yeah.
And maybe he got hurt.
Bleeding. He said he was bleeding after.
Oh.
He said, no one makes me bleed my own blood.
Let's go to Ken. You're next. Hi, Ken. Ken. Kenny? No good. Let's go to Mike in Westlander next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Okay.
Well, I guess I know how you are. I mean, hell, after we all watched that last night. So I've got something, and I'm actually not being facetious. I guess I'm being half serious here. I think the refs need to be put on a play clock, much like the players, and that once the whistle is blown dead, you have 30 seconds after the play is blown dead to make a decision as to whether or not to throw the flag, to huddle, to come back out of the huddle, set the ball up for the extra point, and then to re-huddle and throw that flag on the Jared Goff touchdown, which we all know, every football fan out there watching knows it was a touchdown, is ridiculous. And then when you read what Ian Rappaport put on Twitter today about from Craig Wolf and Jared Goff's touchdown there, and the league's explanation of it is absolutely incredulous. If you have to write a essay on why it was a penalty, then it's probably not a penalty. You're probably over-explaining it and overthinking the rules. And I think the refs should be put on a 30-second play clock, and they have 30 seconds to make the decision as to whether or not to throw the flag. And when the clock strikes zero, flag doesn't get thrown.
If you haven't figured it out, if it takes that much talk, that it's probably not obvious. I mean, they missed it in real time. Dan Campbell said the call came from New York, which is, by the way, new this year, and there you go, the Lions redefining a rule. The ref said that wasn't the case, but we'll revisit this coming up a little bit later on. But we want to make sure that we carry you AJ Hinch and Scott Harris. We will get to that next. The Tigers GM and manager speak to the media. We'll carry it live straight ahead on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. After the 5-hour, 15-inning marathon that was Game 5 of the ALDS, the Tigers season is officially over. With that, the season-ending press conference for Tigers President of Baseball Ops Scott Harris and manager A.J. Hinch is just minutes away right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Both Harris and Hinch can expect questions about the team's decisions in 2025 and the tough choices they'll have to make in 2026, including what to do with Tarek Skubal and impending free agents such as Jack Flaherty, Kyle Finnegan, and Gleyber Torres. A few other coaches in the state of Michigan are set to take the podium in the 11 o'clock hour as well. Michigan football head coach Sharon Moore will host his weekly press conference coming up at 11:25, while Michigan State head man Jonathan Smith will also take the podium in East Lansing at 11:35. Both coaches are coming off bad losses to USC and UCLA respectively, and questions about the job security of both parties has begun to circulate, especially with yesterday's firing of Penn State head coach James Franklin. We're also still waiting on word from the NFL regarding disciplinary action for Brian Branch. If suspended for quote-unquote fighting, he would be the first NFL player suspended for fighting since 2019 when a trio of players were suspended for the same fight. That was, of course, when Cleveland defensive end Myles Garrett was suspended indefinitely after using a helmet as a weapon to strike then Steelers quarterback Mason Rudolph. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
A.J. Hinch and Scott Harris will be stepping to the podium shortly, and we'll carry it live here on 97.1 The Ticket. And look, I think there are some answers that need to be, questions that need to be answered is what I'm trying to say. I'm new at this. I still have a ton of faith in A.J. Hinch. I know there was a lot of questioning of the Skubal thing. He said he and Skubal talked and agreed after the fifth he had one more inning. Skubal's pitch count was running high, and there's a little bit of questioning. Oh, you should be a Bulldog and go out there no matter what, and you're not taking me out of this game. And then there's AJ should have left him in no matter what he had to say. And we don't know if Skubal would have given up 4 runs the next inning. And Finnegan had been a pretty reliable bullpen arm. It just sucked. I mean, if you hold a team like Seattle to 2 runs through the first 14 innings, you're probably making mostly good choices with your pitchers. But at the end of the day, I think the net of A.J. Hinch is overwhelmingly positive, and his coaching staff. But he did say they have work to do. And I don't think he was just talking about getting everybody on the roster better. I think he knows that they need more. And hopefully Scott Harris and ownership know it as well. Let's go down to the podium here from Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch here on 97.1 The Ticket.
To start, thank you all for being here, and thank you for our coverage of us all year. I know it led to really grueling travel, especially this week, but we appreciate you guys all showing up, and we appreciate you guys bringing Tigers baseball to our fans all year long. Before I get into questions, I just want to talk generally about a few thoughts that are rattling in my head and that have been for the last few days. I think first and foremost, I wish we weren't here right now. I wish we were in Toronto preparing for Game 2 of the ALCS. We were really close to being in Toronto right now, but we're not. We didn't achieve our ultimate goal of winning the World Series, and now we're here at a press conference. And I think anytime you get to the playoffs and you fail to win a World Series, it leaves a really bitter taste in your mouth. I very much feel that. I've felt it all weekend. I know AJ feels it. I know a bunch of our players and coaches feel that. And I expect us to feel that for a while. I also expect that bitter taste in our mouths to drive us this offseason, to drive our players individually to make gains, and to drive us as a group to make sure that we can build off of some of the good things that happened this year. I think the other thing that really sticks in my head is this season was full of emotional swings, really big emotional swings. There were times when this team looked like it was rolling, when we were executing at a really high level in all phases of the game, when we were putting a ton of pressure on opposing starters in the first inning, driving up pitch counts, holding the zone, coming through in big spots, and playing a brand of baseball that could beat opposing teams in a number of ways. There were also times this year where we were fighting through adversity. We were not holding the zone. We were not executing in big spots. We were not playing clean and consistent baseball in all phases of the game, and we were struggling to recapture the momentum that really drove this team for the first 5 months. Those emotional swings combined with the passion with which our fans follow and support this team created some really high highs and some really low lows. I felt those highs and I felt those lows, and I was right there with our fans in all of those moments. In some ways, it felt like this season was multiple seasons in one, multiple very different seasons in one. And we gotta take a hard look at all of it. We got to take all the good and we got to take all the bad, and we got to learn from all of it. However, I think in my job, it is really important for me to step back and look at the entire season. It's really important for me to look at it from a 30,000-foot view. And I think when you do that, it is hard to characterize this season as anything other than another big step forward for an organization that's come a really long way in a short period of time. Among things that we did this year, we won more games than we did last year. We had 6 All-Stars, the most in all of baseball. We got to the postseason 2 consecutive years for the 5th time in over 100 years in this organization. We won another postseason series, and we earned our 8th postseason win in 2 years. I think that's the 3rd most in all of baseball. We had many players on our big league team that took a big step forward. We entered the season with the #1 overall farm system, and many of our most important prospects had dominant seasons on their way to some of them reaching the postseason or reaching the big leagues in 2026. And I think the most important thing when I reflect on the entire season is we went a calendar year from late August to late August with the most major league wins of any organization in baseball. And we finished the 2025 season with the best overall organizational record of any organization in the sport. Those are really big deals. Those are really hard to do. Our players and our coaches in that clubhouse deserve a ton of credit for all that stuff. I'm really proud of them for all that stuff. That's really hard to do, and it's especially impressive for a young group that's still entering their prime right now. So we got a lot to be proud of from this season. Now, I understand here, like, the arc of our season is not doing us any favors here. Anytime you have 5 dominant months and then you perform as poorly as we did in September, it raises questions. I'm sure you guys are going to ask me a lot of those questions. I deserve to get those questions, and we deserve the negative narratives that are swirling around this team. However, I think it is important to have some perspective here. Like, if we had sequenced our season differently but got to the same place, like, by way of example, if we had stumbled out of the gate and had a really tough April and then posted 5 dominant months from May through September, I think the mood around this team is very different. I think the narratives around this team are very different. Even if we had gotten to the same place, how we got to this place, I think, is important. And I think that's driving a lot of the conversation around this team right now. And we deserve that. Because anytime you sequence this season the way we did, we deserve to have these questions. And me personally, I can't be naive to what I saw in September. I can't be naive to some of the struggles that we faced in the biggest moments. I can't be naive to the fact that we got to get a whole lot better at a lot of things in this organization. We did all these things that I listed, all these achievements, which are really impressive and I'm really proud of, but we got to get a whole lot better in a lot of different areas. And some of those areas I wanted to share at the outset here. Like, the first thing is our approach at the plate. In the big leagues, it seemed like our approach started to deteriorate down the stretch. We posted a really high-powered offense that performed in many of the most important categories for 5 months, and then we really stumbled down the stretch. We got to figure out why. We got to understand why our approach seemed to deteriorate down the stretch, and we got to understand the adjustments that we need to make to put together an entire season of, a high-performing offense instead of just 5 months and then struggling down the stretch. I think the second area that we need to look into is contact. We need to make more contact as an organization. We need to move the baseball more in the big leagues than we are. This has been a theme from the last 2 years. I think there are a lot of players on our team right now that have some swing and miss in their games. But I think there are some things that we can do to improve upon it. I'm sure we'll talk about it today. But the time for that is now. Like, we need to start making those gains right now. We need to make sure that we have a team next year that can consistently across 6 months make enough contact to be a productive offense. I think if you go back and you look at our season, the months in which we made more contact, we were one of the best offenses in baseball. If you take a look at June, which was the lowest strikeout rate month that we had this season, we also had the best offense in baseball. When this group does move the ball, we can do a lot of damage. We can score a lot of runs. We got to find a way to be able to do that more consistently. And there's some ways that we have already talked about that we're working on immediately. I think the third thing that we need to get a lot better at is we need to improve our health and consistency on the mound. I think if you go back and look at this season, we had a ton of injuries. Out of the gate, we had a ton of injuries, and we had a steady stream of injuries throughout the entire season. It affected us on both sides of the ball, but I think it affected us more on the pitching side. I think some of the injuries that we had in the big leagues and the minor leagues started to thin out our depth, and we weren't able to produce that second wave of pitching this year in August and September that we needed to supplement this team. We did it last year. We added some really important arms that helped us, go 31-11 down the stretch. We weren't able to do that, and I think the injuries and the setbacks that we faced in both the big leagues and the minor leagues were a significant contributing factor to the struggles that we faced down the stretch. So we got to find a way as an organization to make some adjustments to keep our players healthier and performing better deeper into the season, because the expectations have changed around here. We're trying to play a 7-month season instead of a 6-month season, and we need to make those changes to help make sure that we have reinforcements in August and September that can help us. And I think the last one is something I've talked about a lot, but we got to continue to get better. We have to continue to get better at breaking young players into the big leagues. I've talked about it since the day I got here, and I've been very outspoken about trying to make sure that the environment that Colt Keith and Parker Meadows jump into is better than the environment that Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson jumped into. And then the environment that Dylan Dingler jumped into is better than the environment that Colt Keith and Parker Meadows jumped into. We got to keep making progress there because it's too important to our future. We've talked a lot about our last 3 drafts. We've talked a lot about some of the players coming through the minor leagues. Those guys are really close. A lot of them are going to help us next year, and we got to make sure that the environment that they're jumping into is going to get the absolute most out of them. And that work starts right now. We got to prepare the environment for these guys to be able to jump on this team as soon as next year and make this team better, not struggle in the first 2, 3, 4 months to adjust to big league pitching and to help this team get better. It's too important to our future, and it's something that we need to take very seriously as soon as today. So some areas, happy to take any of your questions. AJ's here to take the questions from the manager's seat, but what do you guys got?
Scott, you mentioned the lack of the zone and hitting and also the pitching depth. Do you look back at the deadline and say, I could have done more to make sure this wouldn't happen nobody was ever suggesting trading Clark or McGonigal, without trading the top prospects to get help in those areas that you mentioned that declined?
Yeah. Do I regret not adding more performance to this team at the deadline? I don't think I've ever gone through a deadline completely satisfied with the results. It's a really difficult challenge, and I think this deadline is another deadline when I wasn't completely satisfied with the results. However, do I regret not pulling the trigger on the deals that we had access to at the deadline? I don't. And I'll tell you why. I think I'm even more confident now than I was then that the deals that we had access to that we passed on would have frustrated our fans more than not doing the deals. It's really tough in my job right now because I can't share the exact deals for obvious reasons, but I can share some details that hopefully are pretty illuminating. I would tell you that the players that were most closely connected to us via the media would have cost either a player on our postseason roster plus additional pieces or one of our top prospects plus additional pieces. In some cases, with those deals that were most closely connected to us, those players that were most closely connected to us, those players, some of them didn't perform at all down the stretch, would have been a free agent in 2 months, and would have cost a player on our postseason roster that actually performed better than the player we acquired and was controllable in the future. So think about that for a second. We could have acquired a player who was going to be a pending free agent on the day of the deadline. We probably would have gotten an A on the trade grades on the day of the deadline and probably would have gotten plenty of praise in the coverage, only to see that player not perform well down the stretch and the player we traded perform better than that player this year and be controllable in the future. I don't regret those deals at all. I actually am proud of our group for evaluating the players we had well and thinking, hey, these players are going to help us this year and in the future and get some really big outs for us in the postseason. So those are my feelings on like whether there's any sense of regret on the deals. I think, the subtext of the point I'm trying to make here is, in my job, I got to operate in actual markets. I can't get caught up in hopes and wishes or theoretical markets. If there are players that, anyone in this room thinks that we had access to for a reasonable return and we should have pulled the trigger on, like, you should criticize me. I deserve that criticism and I should learn from that criticism. But criticizing us for not acquiring a top of the rotation starter or a controllable middle of the order bat when none were moved at the deadline, I don't think is fair or constructive.
Scott, just to build on that question with the trade deadline, were there pieces that maybe weren't floated by the media that you feel like you guys could have went out and acquired, or were you unable to, make those kind of deals?
We chased a lot of players that weren't connected to us in the media. We got close on some players. We didn't get close on other deals. I think what's important is if you look at how it all played out, like, we went into the market thinking like, hey, we think the relief market's pretty deep here at the deadline, and we think the starter market is really shallow. Like, we think it's really thin. And I think that largely played out. I think those evaluations aged pretty well. I also think we dipped into the relief market at the deadline, and we acquired the second best performing back-end reliever acquired by any contender in Finnegan. We also added another useful arm in Rafael Montero, and we added Troy Melton to the back end of our rotation. I think those three additions stabilized the back of our bullpen and got some really big outs for us. I think in the starter market, going into the deadline, we didn't think that the starters that we had access to would have started playoff games for us. We didn't think they were better than our front four of, at the time, was Reese, Tarek, Jack, and Casey in no particular order. So going into it, both as a reflection of our evaluation of the starters available and the starting pitching that we had, we didn't think that the players that we could have acquired in the rotation would have made a big impact for us in the postseason. So we didn't think it was in the best interest of the organization to pay steep prospect costs or take a player off our postseason roster to get a starter that we didn't think was going to factor in much into the postseason. Now, when Reese went down, it did change our starting pitching need, but it didn't change the market. And I think if you follow the starters that moved, I think there was only one starter that posted a sub-4 ERA after the deadline that got moved at the deadline. So I do actually think our evaluations of those starters were right. Do I wish that we had added more productive innings to our rotation in the deals we did? Absolutely. I definitely do. I thought Paddock and Morton performed, gave us a boost right away. Paddock had a really good start against the D-backs. Morton pitched really well in a tough environment in Philly, but they were struggled to be able to reproduce that performance down the stretch, and we needed more performance in our rotation, and we weren't able to do that, and that's on me. I should have done better in the rotation, but I do think it is a reflection on the actual markets that existed, and I'm proud of the efforts that our staff did.
You're listening to continuing coverage of Scott Harris's postseason news conference here on 97.1 The Ticket.
How much of a decision point is that this offseason, or are you just, are you kind of prepared to go into the season with him and see how it rolls that way?
Yeah, listen, I totally understand the question, and I understand that you have to ask me. I've kind of learned over time, especially with this question, that general comments tend to get chopped up and forced into narratives. I can't comment on our players being traded. I can't comment on free agents, and I can't comment on other teams' players. So I'm going to respond by just not actually commenting on it. Tarek is a Tiger. I hope he wins the Cy Young for the second consecutive year. He's an incredible pitcher, and we're lucky to have him. That's all I can say on that.
Can I just ask one more that you probably won't answer? But there was reports toward the end of the season that AJ had either been offered an extension or was close to signing an extension. Is there any news on that you can share?
Yeah, I can share that report was baseless because we extended AJ earlier in the year. I absolutely love working with AJ. I think he's one of the best managers in the game. We have now proactively extended him twice because we want him to be here as long as he's willing to be here, and I want to work with him as long as I can possibly work with him. It was one of the easier conversations I've had because, as he'll share, he wants to be here too. And I think we're both bullish on our future in this organization, and we're both proud of what we've done in the 3 years together. You want to comment on that?
I'm going to comment on it? Yeah. No, I've been in this chair for a long time, not just the managing chair in Detroit, but across the league. And I've gotten asked a ton about contracts and commitment and things like that. And I'm so happy being in Detroit, and I'm so proud to be the manager here. I love working for Scott, and it is the second time that I was approached and asked for more, and it's an immediate yes for me. I mean, when you have an environment, and any of you guys can relate, when you have an environment that both pushes you and satisfies you, you want to be in it. And so, I was honored. I was thrilled. It was one conversation with my wife, and went back to Scott with an immediate yes, and off we went. And it was, in the middle of the season, it's hard to look at personally at where you're at, which is why my one request and Scott's one request was that we just do it and be done with it and not talk about it. This was about the players during the season. It was about winning. We wanted to chase down the division. We had a lot of games left, and so we didn't want to be a distraction. But I can't tell you how proud I am enough to be the manager of the Tigers. I mean, it's a rewarding place to be. It's somewhere I bought a home here. We live here the majority of the year, and continue to be thrilled to become more and more Michiganders as a family. And so, very grateful. From Chris to Jeff to Scott, all of us are on board to bring a World Series here, and that's why I want to be here.
Can you tell us how many years he's under contract?
So we have an organizational policy to not share terms for non-player contracts. We'll share all the terms for player contracts, but we're not going to share the terms for ours.
One other due diligence question. Will ownership give you what it takes to sign Tarek Skubal long term?
Chris has been supportive with everything we want to do. It was one of the key questions that I had when I interviewed for this job and considered leaving the Giants to come to this job. I know that Chris is going to support us with everything we need, both in terms of player payroll, but also non-player payroll, all of the infrastructure investments, all the investments in key staff members that can help us bring a World Series here. So I have no concerns about that.
Yep. Scott, you mentioned expectations have changed around here. 2 straight years, you've made it really close to the ALCS. So do you view yourself as a World Series contender now going into next season? If that's true, would your approach change any more as far as being more aggressive in the offseason, getting key free agents, higher price free agents, and being a little bit more aggressive at the trade deadline?
Yeah, I hope that I've demonstrated since I've been here that we're focused on winning baseball games and trying to win a World Series, not winters or deadlines. Sometimes that means that we're going to go into a winter and we're going to chase the flashiest name and we're going to offer a lot of money. And sometimes that means we're going to go into a winter and focus on more targeted needs. I don't know exactly what this winter is going to be. We have several weeks to devise our strategy and start executing on it. But since the day I've been here, I've been trying to win a World Series. And I think it's important to not lose perspective here. I was sitting in this building 3 years ago. I was on a stage and we were talking about a struggling major league team. We were talking about the 30th ranked farm system, and we were talking about an organization that hadn't been to the playoffs in a long time. Now, 3 years later, we're talking about back-to-back postseason appearances. We're talking about the #1 farm system in baseball, and we're talking about a young core there that's just entering their prime, continuing to get better. I think the trend line in this organization is really important, and how we've done it is really important. We have been focused on a path of development, of getting more out of our players and supplementing our players with external additions that can help us get even better. That part's not going to change. We're going to stay on the development track. And what excites me is we've done all of that without a single draft pick of the last 3 years getting to the big leagues. We're entering a new era where some of these players that you guys have heard about and you've seen on clips on Twitter, they're going to get to the big leagues and you're going to see them perform. And I think there's a few things that are going to happen as that happens. One, we're not replacing the guys in there. We're adding to them, which is great. These guys have gotten to the postseason 2 consecutive years, and we're going to add to that because these guys are still young and entering their prime. The second thing is I think some of our approach and contact issues are going to improve just through development of the guys in that room, but also additions from our system. I think for those of you who've been following our system, I think the profile of Tigers hitters has changed over the last 3 years. We've been very intentional about targeting at-bat quality and bat-to-ball skills. I think as these players start to get to the big leagues, it's going to nudge our big league team towards more contact and better approaches. And it's also going to improve our defense because most of our players in the minor leagues are actually two-way players that can be assets on both sides of the ball. They can be impact defenders, and they can also swing at the right pitches and make a ton of contact at the plate. A lot of those gains are going to come from within. It's why we've been so intentional about drafting, developing, and ultimately getting these guys to the big leagues. And what excites me is that we're going to take a bunch of talented players in there, and we're going to add to it externally, but we're all going to add to it internally with some of these impact players that have earned their prospect status through the last 3 years and posted dominant years at really young ages.
You're listening to continuing coverage of Scott Harris and AJ Hinch's season finale news conference here on 97.1 The Ticket.
More contact, less swing and miss. When you have a young core and some of those prospects that likely won't be ready by 2026, where does that start?
Yeah, so I think it starts in a few ways. You know, one thing that I noticed with our team is we started to get a little bit more pitchable late in the season. Some of our contact issues and approach issues started to get exposed in September. Some of the things that I saw were we started to get a little bit pull happy towards the end of the year. I think that created some holes for us that got exploited in the playoffs. I think sometimes we started to audible off the game plan a little bit quicker in at-bats. We started to audible towards an approach that tried to cover every pitch type in every location. That's really hard to do at this level. And I think that some of the interaction between approach and contact really started to hurt us. So the pitches we were swinging were exacerbating our contact issues. I think a lot of that is going to improve through the experience that these guys had. Like it or not, it was hard to watch in September. I fully admit it. I felt that too. These guys are going to be better off for it. They went through some deep struggles in September, and they came out the other side getting really hot in the playoffs, going into Cleveland, winning a really important series, and then taking Seattle to the brink in 15 innings. That experience and reflecting on the things that, you pay the power bill? Reflecting on the things that went well and help them get out of those struggles will help them. This team is going to show up in Lakeland, and they're going to be more battle tested. That's 2 straight years in the postseason, and they've seen high-end pitching. They've seen what works against high-end pitching and what doesn't. So some of that's going to be through approach development this offseason that we're already working on. Some of that is going to be through some path work, bat path work with our hitting coaches. I think some of the paths on our team started to change late in the year. I think that started to create some of the issues that we had through the year. I think there's still some work that we can do this offseason in facilities here when they come here, and then also in Lakeland to fix some path issues. And then the last part is through the additions that we are going to add internally. Some of the players are not going to be ready for 26, but a lot of them are going to be ready for 26. And so when we add some of those players with the skills, traits, and attributes that we have been prioritizing through the draft and development. I think those are the three main areas that we're going to be able to improve both our approach and contact issues that I outlined.
AJ, I'm curious, everything that he's saying, how is that from your point of view? Like, do you have to meet with your hitting group? You have to refashion your hitting group? Or what does those changes look like from you?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked, because I have a lot of thoughts on the offensive side of the game in this era has never been harder. You know, what is required out of a major league hitter is it's only getting harder and harder. Velocity up, movement, pitch shapes. You know, the pitching laboratories are much further along than the reaction side of the sport as an offensive player. And so it's constantly, the challenge is getting tougher and tougher. And I watch all these games, and I watch a high-contact team like the Cubs get 6 base runners against the Brewers as they were going through their own version of pitching chaos and pitching somebody different every other inning. Or I see, you know, last night in the game, you know, the Blue Jays' high-powered offense scored a bazillion runs in the ALDS, you know, not be able to push a run across after the first swing of the night. Against a pitcher on short rest who's on the back end of a rotation, albeit a really, really talented rotation. So it's not an excuse as much as it's perspective. And I think you know, I've spent the last couple of days, you know, in my office and players filtering through there and packing up lockers and saying goodbye. And you know, I asked Carp, you know, what's the difference between, you know, September for him and a dominant October where he was in control of all of his bats and getting hitting the ball out of the ballpark, getting intentionally walked, you know, mixing in a few hits, drawing a few walks. And it all centers around getting a good pitch to hit. I know that's a comment that I've said over and over and over again, and it's way easier said than done. But pitch recognition and choosing, you know, when to be aggressive, when to be patient against each pitcher is paramount. Over 162, it's agonizing, you know, because there's going to be peaks and valleys in everybody's year. And so we're going to continue to push our players to have an audible with the swing, where it's not always just trying to chase the pull side power, although pull side air is getting rewarded more and more and more in our game, both in winning, you know, and in earning potential. So playing the game seems to get exposed as you get deeper into the season and you get into playoff baseball and you see things that you don't see over the course of 162. How much of that can we bring, you know, sort of into our every day is going to be important. So we're going to look at our messaging, we're going to look at our prep, we're going to look at our game planning, how are we implementing it, who is implementing it, all the above, because it's you got to be good at everything. So it's not pointing the finger at offense, it's not pointing the finger at defense, it's not pointing the finger at pitching. To be an elite team, and we were one of the elite teams, to be an elite team, you have to do it all, and you need it all. So I can't only focus this winter on contact. That's not going to get us where we want to get to, because somewhere we have other areas to get better at, but we are not going to be naive and think that we're going to run it back and do this again. Like one of the reasons I had such a hard time at the podium after Game 5 is like it's hard to get to where we're at. It's hard to get to run the whole race and get through the season and have 87 wins be disappointing. Like that's hard, you know, to have a series win in the wild card. Like we're not going to think it's not good enough. We won the series and against a really good team. And then we get to 15 innings, one more run or one more pitch or one more defensive play, and it feels like we would be, you know, reviewing Game 1 decisions and Game 1, you know, offense, defense, base running, things like that, and instead we're sitting at this podium. So it's, you know, I have great appreciation for everything that we did, but we are not going to be. We want more, and we know that we can do more and achieve, you know, higher bars. And I'm glad that to some extent that I'm sitting here talking about all of that not being good enough. Like what a great accomplishment for us just to reset the bar as to where we're at, and know that this city, this fan base, this organization, these players, these coaches can do more, and we're gonna work tirelessly to do it. We're gonna take a couple of days off, but we are gonna get back up at it and try to run that same race and be however many wins more it takes to win this division, to advance past the ALDS and bring a World Series to Detroit.
Hey, Scott, you were talking about the deadline, and you said every deadline you're probably a little dissatisfied. You talked about the high asking price. But considering how September looked and what AJ was just talking about, one pitch, one inning, one runaway, how do you not feel like it was a missed opportunity? I know you talk about the high asking prices, but this team hasn't won a World Series in 41 years. You were 9 games up. Like, how was the answer Paddock and Morton? And maybe you say, we got to give up a little more to get somebody that can actually help us win now instead of the future.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when we acquired Paddock and Morton, the goal wasn't for them to play big roles for us in the postseason. So we got to the postseason. We lined up our pitching. We thought we were going to be dangerous once we lined up our pitching, and we were. We pitched really well in the postseason. I think we had a sub-3 ERA over the course of the whole postseason. We faced a really high-powered offense in Seattle, and we pitched them really tough. And I think the aggregate numbers suggest, hey, we pitched really well in the postseason. So I'm pretty sure the pitching wasn't necessarily like the primary issue as to why we're not in Toronto right now. I think the offensive performance we had down the stretch is a fair question on could we have done more. I think the question that I often have found myself reflecting on is like, should we have added a bat at the deadline? I think that's a very common question that we hear from different people. I run into people on the street, and I think as I reflect on that decision, I think it's important for us to remind ourselves of where we were at when we were making those decisions. And I think there's a couple things that are really important here. Like in July, we just had 4 position players in the All-Star game. On August 31st, our offense scored the 8th most runs of any team in baseball across 5 months. So we had the 8th best offense in baseball across 5 months. And in order to add a bat, we would have had to displace a high-performing player who had helped us achieve a top 8 offense at that point. And maybe we should have. Maybe that is a fair question. I think the more pressing and fundamental question is, how does a top 8 offense for 5 months become a bottom 8 offense in September? That's the question that really keeps me up at night. I think it's a function of our approach changes. It's a function of the contact. It's a function of the environments. That's something that we're going to spend a lot of time digging on because, that's the question that really stood in the way of us winning the World Series, in my opinion. I think if we had continued to produce at a really high level while continuing to pitch at a really high level and play the clean, consistent baseball that drove us to 25 games over 500 at the end of August, I think that's a team that we could really reasonably expect to be playing in Toronto right now with a great chance to win the World Series. So that's the thing I'm going to really obsess over this offseason. I understand the question. I think it's a totally fair question. But I think the more fundamental question is, what changed with our offense going from the first 5 months to the last month? And is that a blip in the radar, or is that predictive of the future? We got to get to the bottom of that question.
Interesting stuff there. Scott Harris and AJ Hinch. We got to catch up on some stuff here. I do want your responses. What did you like? What did you not like? Scott Harris and AJ Hinch had to say. There was some breaking news because apparently AJ Hinch got extended during the year, and I don't know that was common knowledge, but I think it's good. But very, very fascinating. Scott Harris addressing what they did do and what they didn't do and why they didn't do it. And I think we can draw some conclusions from that. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. They're the law firm that puts people over everything. Again, autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Okay, there was a lot of stuff there from Scott Harris and AJ Hinch in their season-ending news conference, which is actually continuing. They just said they haven't discussed what they're going to do with the staff, the coaching staff, and they were talking about how much they love Troy Melton during the commercial break there. I mean, I think logically speaking, if you think when he said that the trade deadline, the people we had access to, the ask, I mean, we connect dots. The ask was Troy Melton.
Well, and if you go back and look at it, then Troy Melton only made 2 appearances prior to the trade deadline. The first one was that That start at Pittsburgh where he went 5 innings and struggled, gave up the 6 runs and 7 hits and a couple of walks. But the next start was the Monday before the trade deadline, 3 days before the deadline. He went 7 innings, shut out baseball, gave up just 5 hits and no walks in throwing 87 pitches against Arizona. And when we were talking about trade deadline stuff, we would bring it up. We would say, if you're another team and you're looking to get some young player from the Tigers roster, someone who's just starting out right now, it's Troy Melton, because he's got all types of potential, and now he's reached the major leagues, in addition to the other top 4 and 5 prospects that they have in that organization. It just became apparently clear that the teams wanted those top guys, and Scott Harris values those guys.
Yeah, and he admitted, he said there was one bullpen arm that probably performed better than Kyle Finnegan. I'm going to assume that's Bednar, who got off to a slow start in New York and then became.
I think the pitcher for who went to Philadelphia from the Twins.
I'm blanking.
I'm blanking on his name too.
Whatever. He's, it sounded like there were a lot of bullpen arms thrown around that performed worse than Melton did down the stretch. So the guys that they had access to, which I think it's a big thing, like, I would have went and got Shohei. Yeah, right. You don't have access to Shohei. The guys that were available.
Yeah. Johan Duran.
There you go. Whoever he was talking about, he said in his estimation, there was one player they had access to that did better than Finnegan down the stretch. That was interesting. And as far as the bat, basically he believed in their bats at the trade deadline. That might have been a miscalculation.
Well, that's the thing, and that's the interesting me most. It was Rieger's question, and he ended up changing the question around to answer it, which I appreciated, because really that's what it was. Let's just cut to the chase. The pitching isn't what kept this team from winning and advancing to the ALCS, right? As bad as they were in September and all that stuff, they were able to get through the series against Cleveland and beat Cleveland because the pitching was really good. They were able to get through and force the game 5 and get to the 15th inning against Seattle in that lineup because of the pitching. Pitching wasn't the issue. The issue was not getting the bat and adding that bat at the deadline. And he says, he mentioned, he goes, well, the reason we didn't get that bat, the middle lineup bat, and there really weren't any that went, I guess Suarez is the one that was traded, but Suarez wasn't a difference maker for Seattle, and certainly wasn't in this series against the Tigers. But that bat wasn't available to them or accessible to them. But what bothers him is that the reason they didn't get the bat was because they had this offense that was prolific. And you're getting into be right at the deadline. It's right before August. It's July 31st, and your offense is still this top 10 offense in baseball. It hadn't started tanking just yet. You've got all these all-stars, the position players that you really like, and it's something we talked about a lot on the show about, and Harris said about displacing players, and we're like, yeah, that's if you're gonna acquire somebody, somebody's got to go. So which all-star are you going to take out to put in this guy? And he liked his offense, and they trusted it, and that may have been that. Well, not may have. That was the mistake, because everything flipped in the second half of the season after the All-Star break. That the offense wasn't anywhere near as productive as it was, and in the end, it cost them in Game 5 against Seattle when they just needed one hit in those leveraged situations, and they couldn't come up with it.
Okay, there's a lot to digest there. I do want to hear from the people. Was that interesting? Was that encouraging? Are you mad? Really, really, I think an enlightening news conference from Scott Harris where he admitted some stuff, but clearly they think.
There's a lot of reading between the lines.
There is a lot of reading between the lines, and we've done some of that, but I want to get your reaction to it. In the meantime, an NFL insider just tweeted out something fascinating that kind of impacts a decision that was made here in Detroit. I'm stunned by this. We'll get to that today at 11:52. Phone calls, feedback, weird day. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if your day got weirder, like all of a sudden your garage door doesn't work, here's what you got to do. Call Precision Garage Door Service today. A, they can come out, diagnose the problem, and fix the problem right there in the spot because they're expert technicians in the field. They know what they're doing, and they've got a truck that's all full of the equipment they need so they can fix it right there and then. However, if you need brand new garage doors, do what I did and call Precision Garage Door Service. The guys are great. John, Jeff, all the techs, they're amazing. They walk you through the entire process. They make you feel comfortable about it. They give you all the options, and eventually you're going to choose the perfect and correct garage door for your house and your situation. They did it with me. They can do it for you, and in some cases, they can get you a new garage door installed in as little as 24 hours because they've got a warehouse full of garage doors just waiting to be installed. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit the web and schedule the appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Zadarius Smith just posted on social media. I knew this day would. Zadarius Smith.
Oh, Zadarius.
I knew this day would come, but now that it's here, I'm feeling so many emotions I never expected. Who would have thought a kid from Greenville, Alabama, with just 1 year high school football experience, would go on to play professional football for 11 years? The game has given me the opportunity to meet great coaches, compete alongside the best. He just posted a retirement announcement. Although he never uses the word retirement, he thanks the fans. And then finishes up, says, as I step into the newest season of my life, please know this game has meant the world to me. The lessons learned on and off the field will stay with me forever. Zadarius Smith, who played Thursday for the Eagles against the Giants, 17 snaps, had 1 assist, appears to have just announced his retirement, which is a fascinating story here in Detroit, given how much he was wanted. Did he get hurt?
I don't know. This is a strange one. I mean, I would think this. If a player is going to announce his retirement on the Monday after a football game and they played last Thursday night,
yeah,
it tells me that he suffered an injury that is going to keep him out for the season. And he's just like, all right, I'm done. But I didn't hear about any injuries. So
I think he's just done, Gator. I think the snap count, Doug, you just mentioned the last game. His snap count's been low the entire time he's been with the Eagles. And he's not an every down player. And maybe he's at the point where, like, I don't need to put my body through this anymore, especially if I'm not even playing a lot on game day. I'm out. Right?
His first game with the Eagles, he had 20 snaps, 4 tackles, half a sack, and a TFL. And a few weeks later, he's retired. I mean, I have no idea what the interaction between him and the Lions were like, but
you'd have to, speculate.
Was he kind of
on
lukewarm as far as his commitment to coming back to football?
When you talk about guys that are free agents, veteran players, that are free agents and haven't signed with anybody yet, then you get towards training camp and they still haven't signed during training camp. My thought immediately goes to, okay, these are the veterans that they've been through it. They know how to get their body in shape, and they just don't want to deal with training camp. Like, I don't need to go through these workouts, and like, I'll be ready when the season starts. Don't worry about it. And a lot of players end up doing that, but coaches don't necessarily like that. And I think it's clear that the Lions wouldn't like that approach if that's the approach that was taken. But it was always interesting was Zadarius Smith that they weren't even lukewarm on it. They were just like, they would acknowledge, oh yeah, he's a great guy. We wish him well, and we'll see. We'll cross. Like, they kept the lines of communication open, at least from a public standpoint.
Yeah,
maybe they already knew, like, they absolutely not. We're not going to go for it. And unfortunately, at least a wild speculation. And then he doesn't sign with the Lions. Dan Campbell says we're good. And okay, and now here it is, October 13th, and Zadarius Smith is announcing his retirement from the National Football League.
That obviously has ramifications in terms of the decision Detroit made. There's also this Tigers news conference that people just heard, and I do want to get your responses. We had to get caught up. We are now caught up. We will talk to you next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Scott Harris and AJ Hinch just finished speaking with the media a few moments ago, in case you missed it right here on 97.1. Harris said despite not reaching their goals of winning the World Series, this season was a step forward. He also at the same time cited glaring issues in which the Tigers need to get better in the future. Some of those areas Harris mentioned include the team's approach at the plate, making more contact, health and consistency on the mound, and breaking in young players into the big leagues. He used specific examples for the latter, too, on how Reese Olson's and other pitching injuries shaped the season. He also said his goal is to welcome prospects to the big leagues in the best situation possible and a better situation than the prospects that came before them. Harris also broke the news that Tigers manager AJ Hinch was proactively extended earlier in the season. Another Ilitch Sports and Entertainment team is in action today, and that is, of course, the Red Wings. The Wings hit the ice in Toronto at 2 p.m. coming up in a little bit right here on 97.1 The Ticket. That's a second consecutive game against the Maple Leafs. Detroit took down the Leafs at home 6-3 on Saturday as they look to win their first road game of the season today. The Wings have not held a winning record on the road since 2016, which was coincidentally the last time the team made the playoffs. Also, just a few minutes ago, Zadarius Smith, Eagles defensive end and obviously former Lion, announced he is retiring on Instagram. The Athletic's Diana Rossini reports Zadarius Smith's decision to retire is a personal one and has nothing to do with the Eagles. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, there is a lot to digest today after a very depressing sports weekend in which we spent pretty much the first hour recapping. Now here we sit in the wake of a news conference, I thought a very interesting news conference, Scott Harris and AJ Hinch, and now Zadarius Smith retires, which might be our moment. They say it's personal. Did the Lions know something? Did he give him any indications that he was going to give this one more shot, but he wasn't really into it? Because it's one of the more curious things that happened is why the Lions weren't interested in him. His time in Philly, he just played in the last game and 17 snaps, had half a tackle. But, they're at an edge rusher spot. He seemed to want to be here. And the Lions passed, and we got the famous "we're good" quote. Zadarius Smith played in 5 games, finished with 10 tackles, 1.5 sacks, and 2 TFLs. So that was his impact.
Did I just cough right into the microphone? Sorry.
It's okay. Let's get to your phone calls. Champ and Chumbo still coming in. Ken is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ken.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Good. I'll try to be as quick as I can. Glad we didn't sign Zadarius. Leave that out. I think that Scott Harris, after Rigger's question, knew he needed a right-handed bat, but what I got out of that, the cost-benefit analysis wasn't worth it to him. So I'm glad we signed AJ. There's a silver lining to the weekend. Then I wanted to get a little champ and chump. You kind of touched on it, Doug. I don't know how a team plays a full football game with no laundry on the field, but despite that, you cannot do what Brian Branch did. If you're looking for a better word than more elegant word than foolish, get your thesaurus, asinine, egregious. There's just no reason to do that. And Kang, you kind of addressed it. I'm glad that Dan Campbell got to the podium like a man, apologized, got that out of the way. And I think I said when I initially called in, I said if I had to go on camera, I think I'd fib about my chant. But to me, it's the Seattle Mariners. You go through a 6-hour marathon, you pop the champagne, you meet your media obligations, then you get on a plane, you switch time zones from the Pacific to the East, you get off the plane, you say, hey, Bryce Miller, I'm going to pitch you on short days rest. I know you give up 5.5 runs a game. I'm going to throw you out there against a team that just scored 34 runs in 4 games. Against a team that won 94 regular season
it's
games.
all valid. It's all valid, and all your reasons are cool. We don't want to hear it right now. So we mark it down your vote. Everything you said is accurate.
You're spot on.
But at this point, I don't want
bad timing.
Yeah.
It's just bad timing. Yeah, it's wildly impressive.
Why don't we champ UCLA and USC while we're at it?
Oh,
yeah, right. Why don't we champ the Chiefs?
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do it. Don is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
It's a brutal weekend. But I'm going to just lay this out for you like Scott Harris and what the Tigers did in like sales terms. Like if you're a sales executive or a salesperson and you hit your first quarter number, but you your fourth quarter number is the most important, and you don't hit it, and you don't exceed it, and your goals are your stretch goal is to make the World Series. Your goal, your realistic goal, is to make the championship series. He failed. You know what happens when you're a sales executive? Ask any one of your sellers out there. They don't hit their numbers, they get fired.
All right, so you think he should be fired?
I'm just calling it like it is. It was all spit. I'm just saying it was all spit.
Well, do you think he should be fired?
I'm not saying he should be fired.
Well, then why make that
comparison? Reality, though. I'm just telling you what happens in the normal world.
Then let me help you out here, because I do think they took a step forward. Because what they did was they beat the team that beat them last year in the playoffs. It was effectively the same team. They went out and they beat Cleveland this time around. Then in the second round, they had to face a much tougher Seattle team, and they took them to the brink, and they failed. Yes, they failed in terms of getting to the ALCS, but I do think it was a step forward. They slayed the team that beat them last year.
And Don, if you don't like, I get it, and it's an interesting analogy, but here's the question. The analogy holds if the conclusion's the same, and you don't even think he should be fired.
Well, I'm not – okay, so, yeah, everyone deserves a chance. I'm going to backtrack a little bit. I'm just telling you what the standard is out there.
Well, the standard in sales –
It's not fair. It's not fair. But it is what it is.
The standard in sales, and you might, it sounds like you're in sales, so you know, if the standard in sales is that, but the analogy doesn't apply, I'm not sure what the point is. If the conclusion isn't fire him, I don't know what why. If you believed in firing him, it would make more sense.
No, I said that people usually get fired in sales if they don't hit their numbers.
Okay, but he's not in sales.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Good talk.
I would appreciate it if he said fire the guy.
Right. If you're gonna make the analogy, then so you think he should be fired? Well, not really. Well, why bring the analogy and then is it really analogous when you're talking about
the conclusion
professional sports and sales?
If the conclusion isn't fire him, why bring up that a salesperson would be fired for not meeting their fourth quarter goals? Look, I didn't love when he's like, well, if you look at the first half of the season, we were one of the best, or the first 5 months of the season, we were one of the best teams in baseball. We just struggled down the stretch, and if we had inverted those and struggled out of the gate and we're strong, that's not what happened. So I didn't, like the fact that Harris brought it up, I'm like, I don't really need to hear that. And I didn't love that. But I think the caller was onto something, but then he didn't believe in the conclusion.
Yeah.
And I mean, by the onto something is he set up this premise. And I'm sure there's some people out there that think he should be fired. I thought he was pretty honest today. And look, I have no reason not to believe him at this point because he said some things that probably are counterintuitive. Like he said, and Chris has been very supportive in everything we want to do, payroll and all the investments. Now, people don't necessarily believe that. He sounds like he's saying, if you're mad that we didn't invest more, be mad at me. But, well,
something the previous caller said that it continues to rub me the wrong way is when the right-handed bat thing. Did they need another bat? Absolutely need another bat. Did it need to be right-handed?
Yeah.
Seemed like they got a lot of right-handed bats. It seemed to me that maybe if you're going to make the argument, it's a left-handed bat that they could have used off the bench to flip things around if that's what you wanted, because the Tigers had a huge advantage against left-handed pitching because of the right-handed bats. Now, if you're going to say they need a right-handed bat that can hit right-handed pitching, I'm all for it. Hallelujah, that's fine. But the whole thought of we need a right-handed bat, for what? To beat up a left-hander again?
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up.
By the way, it was ironic they couldn't get to those guys in the 15-inning game.
Right.
I'm like, Jahmai Jones, when's he going to get the opportunity? Oh, he can't.
Yep.
Brutal.
Champ of the week is Lucas Raymond scoring 100 goals. Scoring goal 100, sorry. Chump is Scott Harris, who should be embarrassed by the hitting of this team. Champ is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Congratulations, you're human and not an actual sun god. Drops happen. Chump is Scott Harris. Build an actual lineup for Scott and Carlton. I got to be fair. These Champ and Chump votes came in at 10:15. I'm just getting caught up. I don't know if Scott and Carlton or the unnamed texter. If it makes sense to people, if you don't think it made any sense, I thought it was pretty enlightening because it sounded like teams wanted Troy Melton. And they didn't want to move off a guy who was helping that they thought would help them at the big league level.
I wouldn't feel very good if this Tiger team didn't have Troy Melton at this point.
No.
And I don't know if we would be having this show if they didn't have Troy Melton.
Meaning
today.
we would have done this a
It
week
would have been
ago.
a week earlier, perhaps. I think Troy Melton is going to be spectacular as a Tiger. Maybe spectacular is strong. I think he's going to be very, very good for this team as a starting pitcher in the rotation for years to come until they have to make the decision on him.
Todd in Lake Orion, you're on 97.1 and Ticket. Hello, Todd.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to say that the Tigers technically were a success because they went 6 innings further than they did last year.
Well, there's that.
I mean, look, I always do the success failure thing. That's a very personal thing. If you were happy with the season, fine. If you weren't, fine. Whether they went 6 innings, that doesn't really feel like it helped all that much. But at the end of the day, he used the term a step forward. And I think that's something that might get debated. But Scott Harris used that term. Sorry, I said he. I want to make sure people know who I'm talking to. But talking about.
Yeah, I think it may.
Thank you, Todd. 248-539-9797. I'm sure not everybody heard it. Lunchtime, we get a whole new audience. We'll play the most interesting stuff Scott Harris had to say coming up today at 12:30. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson. Open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's CGC Home Services. They know your family's health and comfort come first, and that's why they provide top-quality plumbing solutions, advanced Connecticut water treatment, and air purification technology, proven to reduce 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. I have them in our home. You should, too. From your faucets to the air you breathe, CGC Home Services, here to protect what matters most. Call CGC Home Services today. 855-339-4242 for cleaner water, cleaner air, and complete peace of mind. 855-339-4242 or visit them at cgchomeservices.com. Dark Horse Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Interesting day in that Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch addressed the media. The breaking news was apparently A.J. quietly got extended during the season. But, he also talked about how the trade deadline deals, the players that were wanted. It's funny because when he said the player that other teams wanted was a player that helped us at the major league level down the stretch.
On our playoff roster.
Okay, Kerry Carpenter helped, but there was no way they were trading him. Javi Baez helped. Nobody was asking for him. Skubal helped, but again, we're talking about nobody's trading Skubal off a team that's trying to win a World Series. The only logical player was Troy Melton. Teams wanted Troy Melton. Scott Harris didn't want to part with Troy Melton. The other thing interesting he said once we got off the air is he said that Gator, you read the quote that the 2025 performers at Double-A.
So this was Scott Harris said, I expect the players that posted dominant years in Double-A to factor into our big league team next year. So if you look at the guys who had the dominant year at Erie, you're going to talk about Kevin McGonigal. You're going to talk about Max Anderson, who got promoted to AAA. Not sure how many more of those guys. Max Clark had a good year at Double-A. I don't know if I would say dominant year, but as I'm trying to pull up the numbers as I'm doing this on the fly, they have guys that can absolutely contribute. And those are some of them. Max Anderson hit 306 with an 857 OPS in 90 games at Double-A. He went on to AAA and did basically the same thing. He was at the same rate, I should say. He was doing great. Kevin McGonigal played 46 games at Double-A and had a 919 OPS. Max Clark's OPS at Double-A was 799. Jake Holton, who plays first base out there, had a 828 OPS, though I don't know if he really, factors into the future. Trey Cruz, who played infield and outfield and was promoted to AAA, he had an 856 OPS. So there are guys, absolutely, that you would look at and say, oh, maybe this guy can make that difference. Eduardo Valencia, who's a catcher, 859 OPS at Double-A, gets promoted to AAA and puts up similar numbers. So I think there's going to be a lot of competition, and what he likes about these guys is the contact. He kept talking about they needed to get better contact, bat-to-contact guys. Well, that's exactly what you get with Anderson and McGonigal, and hopefully that's what you're going to get with these other players that'll have a real chance of making the team. And to make the jump for some of these guys that haven't played the AAA, like McGonigal, that's interesting. If he's going to get a legitimate shot to make it, he's at the Arizona Fall League. He's only played in a couple games there, but he's also drawn 4 walks in 2 games since he's been there and had a couple of doubles as well. You wonder if he's going to get a real fair shake to make it, or Max Clark the same way, who's not playing in a Fall League. But, these are guys they really, really like.
248-539-9797. Isaac is in Royal Oak and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Isaac.
Hey, guys. So what I didn't like about the press conference, and this is personal, it sounded a little bit like kind of woe is me and kind of filled with different excuses and justification, almost like he was going for his annual review with his boss and he already knew what metrics he fell short on and had a bunch of excuses built in. But I did like that they were pretty honest and candid. And from what he said about the young guys and then couple that with the trade deadline and how protective he was, he's all in on these kids. And I don't foresee us making any big moves or splashes, especially with a bat or a field player, because he wants it to be a soft landing spot and he wants them to be successful, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I know they said they're not going to run it back, but that to me seems more like they're going to be calling the guys up that Gator just alluded to. So, I still thought it was a success. Yes, it was very, it was kind of a downer towards the end because they had lost so many games in a row and didn't finish as hot as they should have. But, I don't know. It just seems like it's going to be a little bit quiet this offseason to me.
It's interesting.
I think that what he said last year, I think, is kind of sort of echoing what he's doing this year. And I to an extent, I think you're right. He doesn't want to block those young guys from getting a chance. And he gave Jace Young every opportunity to make this team and do something with his team, and Jace Young didn't make the most of the opportunity. And I think that was one of those guys they tried not to block, and it backfired a little bit. Looking ahead, Max Anderson's a guy who can play third base, and Kevin McGonigal's a guy who can play second base or shortstop for that matter. And Does that mean that Gleyber Torres, they're not going to try to bring him back? Probably not. And I don't know if this is the reason, or if they just, hey, we had Gleyber for the duration of the contract and we're not looking at bringing him back because it's going to cost too much money. But at third base, you still have the issue at third base. Does that mean Max Anderson's going to have the clear shot to be a third baseman out of spring training? And I think it does until proven otherwise. Do I think they're going to go out and make an offer for Alex Bregman? Probably not. Eugenio Suarez? Probably not. And I know that's going to bother a lot of people because those are big name players that can put up some big time stats. But his philosophy is he wants to do it with his guys, and his guys are ready to go.
Can I ask a quick question about the game last night?
Sure.
Yeah, so what other play have you seen besides intentional grounding where 60 seconds after the play's been completed, they've celebrated a touchdown, they drop a flag? Like, to me, that just stinks of somebody in New York buzzing in and being like, hey, yo, he wasn't set. And it makes me nervous because if there's somebody always looking and doing these quick reviews, like, where do you draw the line? Why wasn't he calling in when Juju Smith-Schuster pushed Branch in the back? You know, like, it stunk of Taylor Swift corruption, and I don't like it.
No, Isaac, I don't disagree. And Dan Campbell said the call came from New York, and the ref after the game said no, it didn't. So that is confusing too. As far as his interpretation, it sounded like Scott Harris was, going in for his performance review and had all his excuses lined up on why certain goals weren't. I didn't interpret it that way. I'm not mad at Isaac for interpreting it that way. His conclusion, though, that he's paving the way for the kids. Yeah, they got to figure out that their job, though, is to figure out which kid isn't ready. Because they're still trying to win a World Series. He's admitted that's the goal.
Yep.
They're not in the business of developing Max Clark, but if Max Clark is ready, awesome. They're not in the development of Kevin McGonigal, but if he's ready, awesome. Ideally, you got to put a World Series team on the field next year. And I'll be intrigued to see what happens in this offseason. He doesn't want to block guys necessarily. I guess we'll find out who he truly believes in and who he doesn't based upon what their offseason moves are. And by who he believes in, who he believes is ready to make an impact now.
I think something to keep an eye on is to hear about changes to the coaching staff. Are they going to change up batting instructors because of what happened? That these guys clearly didn't have the same approach. He talked about audibling and when the right time is to audible your at bat and when you need to get away from the game plan, or were you supposed to get away? Did you go off on your own in for business for yourself there and you weren't supposed to? There's a lot there. I think that I wouldn't be surprised if there's some changes to the coaching staff because of that. But that might be the biggest area of concern. I agree with him. It was the lack of contact. And who's going to disagree with that because of all the strikeouts?
Yep.
So if that's the single area that you focus on most in the offseason for guys like Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, Kerry Carpenter, whoever, these guys have got to concentrate and put their bat to ball skills and be better contact hitters. Is that enough to make this team take a big leap? I mean, all it would have taken was one more hit.
I know, right?
Just one hit, one damn hit, right?
Son of a bitch.
And it worked but both teams are saying the same thing about each other, right? And it's funny that pitching was so good for the Tigers in the playoffs, and yet they're going to have to address pitching in the offseason too. They need to get some reliable bullpen arms, and they might need to go out and get a top-line starter too. And the number one priority in the offseason is the one thing that he wouldn't talk about, and I don't blame him for not talking about it publicly, but it's Tarik Skubal. They have to know.
Yeah.
That's the number one priority in my mind, is that they have to know what's in Tarik Skubal's heart and what he plans to do after next season. Does he want to be here? Because they can offer him so much, whatever the number is. Or are they going to be held hostage by his agent and say, well, he's definitely going to go to free agency. And if he's definitely going to go to free agency and the Tigers can't compete with the Yankees or the Cubs or the Phillies or the Mets or the Dodgers or the Giants or whoever's going to throw the $50 million a year contract and the Tigers are like, that's too much, we can't do that. If they know that, then they have to move him this offseason.
248-539-9797, Mark in Detroit. What's up, Mark?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, want to get my champion in, but first I want to say that I was able to accept the Tigers' loss better because it was 15 innings. If it had been in straight 9, I would have lost my mind.
There's weird things. There's weird things that could have been worse. You're right, straight 9, or get blown out, or Kang. You brought up the funniest thing when Kahnle had to throw the 3-2 pitch with the bases loaded.
The bar is low. I just wanted him to throw it over the plate. Right. At that point, it was like, take me. Wherever this goes,
Please,
this
God,
goes.
do not walk him.
Hey, if I react well to this or not, just do it.
It still all sucks, but there's little subtleties that could have made it suck more. But anyway, sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
All right, and my champion chump, I got a champ and chump AJ, the Tigers coach. I know it wasn't the weekend, but I got to give AJ the champ for the game where we had the bases loaded, and he put Flaherty back in the game. Not Flaherty, Finnegan back in the game. Remember, he had just blew the game the game before.
Right.
But for him to give him his confidence
game
back
against
and say, hey,
game
we all
4 against Seattle. Yep.
And say we all make mistakes. Go ahead and get your revenge back. And he let him get back, and he got us out of that inning, and with only one run with base loaded, no outs, and we won the game. That's great coaching to me. But I got to chump him for the pulling of the pitchers so early. I mean, I believe Skubal could have went one more inning. He got 100 pitches. But everybody else,
Mark,
he was pulling after one inning.
We're up against the break. I think I get it. Although it's funny, your champ when he went to Flaherty, they had just pulled Mize early, and then so you like it when they pull him early and it works, and champed him for it. But when it doesn't work, whatever.
Well, it did work. They did. It didn't. I guess.
All right, straight ahead. The best of what Scott Harris had to say. Really interesting. If you missed it last hour, we'll play that for you. Straight ahead. Don't forget Red Wing Hockey afternoon game. Canadian Thanksgiving. Hey, happy Thanksgiving to our Canadian friends out there. All right. I know we just made it through the weekend, but the party never stops at Twin Peaks. That's right. A double dose of Monday Night Football action tonight starting at 7:15. Why go to 7:15 rather? Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? No brainer. It starts with the Scratch Kitchen. It pumps out the best bar food in the country, with favorites like hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked brisket and ribs, and hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings and tenders. Pair that with a beer system that pours your favorite draft at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, or a craft cocktail from their extensive bar featuring all your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas. And the best part, it's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. So sit back and enjoy up to 8 games at once in the Ultimate Man Cave. And don't forget to mark your calendars for their Texas two-step kickoff party in Madison Heights tomorrow from 6 to 10. There'll be a live DJ photo shoot, lots of other drink specials. You don't want to miss it. It's Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. We got a great crew here, engineering staff, being able to bring us that news conference. Jeff Rieger was down there. Stoney was down there. Kenny turned this sound around real quick. Kang, doing a good job at helping out is to get this stuff back to you on the air, and we do appreciate everyone's efforts. And look, Scott Harris had a ton to say. We kind of flagged a few things throughout it that we thought were most important and most interesting, so we could kind of analyze and digest them a little bit. I think we'll start with this. And trade deadline, that we always talk about, it's hard to be critical of deals that you don't know what the deals were, right? They should have got this guy, should have got that guy. There's a lot there to actually get the guy. You have to pay whatever price. Try to negotiate to you can accept the price. And, he was asked about the moves that he didn't make. And whether or not he was honest or not, I have no reason to doubt him. I know people can look at things sideways and go, I don't believe him. But here's what he had to say about basically the moves that they didn't make at the trade deadline. The president of baseball operations, I keep calling him GM. I'm sorry. I feel like he's running everything. He's not technically the GM, and that's...
No, he's bigger than that.
Yeah, that's my bad. That's on me. Anyway, here's what he had to say.
You're taking the L on that?
I'm taking the L on that. It got into what the cost was at the trade deadline for players they were associated with. Is that it? Okay.
Wow,
Cut off kind of abruptly.
Why do you think that?
What do you mean?
Well, he was talking. You think he was talking about a certain player?
Yeah, I think it was, as far as which player that they would give up or that they were after.
That they would have to give up. That other teams are calling for.
It was Troy Melton.
Yeah.
Right? Am I wrong?
No, I think you're spot on.
And then what he said about the players that we were associated with. He basically was saying, remember when the Tigers went late and got Aubrey Huff and was it Chris Washburn?
Yes. Jared Washburn.
Jared Washburn. Sorry. Yeah. Chris Washburn was a basketball player.
He was.
That was a hitter.
Was he NC State?
Yeah, he was. He got a hitter, bit of controversial career. He got a hitter and a pitcher at the second trade deadline years ago, and it felt great in the moment. Then neither of them performed down the stretch.
They did absolutely nothing.
Now, the cost was either a player that was on their playoff roster, it has to be Melton, plus additional stuff, or one of their top prospects plus additional stuff. We can sit here and we can make the case, and many people will, that they would have given up the top prospect plus additional stuff. The Melton thing would have hurt. But he said the players that they were associated with didn't perform. Later, he said there was one bullpen arm that did better than Finnegan. Now, whether he was talking about
Bednar or Duran, one of those guys.
Or dude who went from the Athletics to the Padres. I'm completely blanking.
Mason.
Yeah, Miller. Yeah. Whoever he thinks it was, but it's really, really interesting to hear him say that. All right, here's more. What happened to the hitting down the stretch? He mentioned it early in the press conference, and then later he got specific, and here's what he said happened. Okay, the pull happy stuff. AJ Hinch, when he talked about it, he said, this game has rewarded people for being pull happy in the air, and it's rewarded them contractually for being pull happy in the air. And apparently they got a little collectively as a team started doing it too much, and audibling off the game plan is kind of feels like they might have panicked.
Well, I mean, it felt like, and it looked like to me, that when this team was struggling, I'm just going to go by the playoffs, when they were struggling to hit and make the contact and they're striking out all over the place, it was a 2-strike approach that just wasn't wise. It wasn't, and this is where it falls into what he's saying, the pull happy approach. You got 2 strikes on you, you're still trying to pull the ball. That's not going to work out. Well, you change your approach when you have 2 strikes. Choke up on the bat, shorten the swing. Start looking at, I want to waste a pitch. I got to make contact of any kind to stay alive in this at bat. And, it's poke the ball the opposite way if you can. But if you're going to stay as a pull hitter and try to hit power, you're not going to find yourself in a good spot, and they weren't.
Okay, final thing here. Good question. Do you feel like the fact that you didn't make a big trade deadline move or a bigger move or another move, does it feel like a missed opportunity? Interesting question from Jeff Rieger, because I think some people out there interpret this as that. Here's what Scott Harris had to say.
I agree with him wholeheartedly. Both of those aspects of it, whether you're going to add a bat to the lineup at the trade deadline, means you would have to displace somebody from the lineup, which was a really good lineup, which was productive. And this isn't even including August because the deadline's July 31st. So you're talking about through July when this team was really humming along offensively. So that was difficult to find who that bat was. If you thought it was Suarez, fair enough. I got it. But Suarez wasn't a difference maker for Seattle down the stretch, and he sure wasn't a difference maker in the series against the Tigers. But the other part is even more apt because it's like, what the hell happened? Now you get into August and the team can't hit. There's no power. They're not driving in runs. They're not getting on base, and that stretches into September. And now you have this. You see this 25-game lead go down to whatever it was, 12 games above or 25 games above 500. Go down to big. It was big enough. It was 15 game. But 25 games above 500 go down to 12 in a month. You're like, what the hell just happened? And that's the question. I get it. It keeps him up at night. It's going to keep a lot of people up at night. Why did the offense tank so badly from late July through the playoffs? What happened?
Well, as he said, they got a little too poll happy. But that was some of the more interesting things he had to say. Want to get your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Frustrating football weekend as well. I know people are venting about that. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. 97 won the ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Rake in the savings with low payments on the remaining 2025s. Lease a new 25 Trax LS for just $299 per month for 36 months with zero money down. $299. Go down to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends November 3rd. All right, coming up today at 1 o'clock.
All Red Wings all the time.
No. Coming up today at 1 o'clock, we may have an answer to the question that I'm asked in the real world more than any other, and that is, what time will the Michigan State game kick off?
Oh.
So there's two things about this. One is that typically the game that is 12 days away, the start time gets announced Mondays at 1 o'clock for the schedule for game times that haven't been set. There is something called a 6-day hold that networks can invoke, which means they won't announce the start time until they're 6 days out, a.k.a. this coming Sunday. I don't know how that gets applied or when it gets applied or why it gets applied. I just know that typically we find out 1 o'clock on Mondays. So if you are interested in the start time for Michigan State, stick with us. We very well may find out at 1 o'clock today, unless there is a 6-game hold. I know what I'm rooting for. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to John in Detroit. What's up, John?
Guys, I love you guys, but I want you guys, one of you be AJ and the other one be Scott Harris, and I'm going to be Woj and say, why didn't you guys split these two guys up, Tork and Riley Green? They led the league in strikeouts back-to-back, just like Sonic and Knuckles. Why do you keep the lineup the way it is, and why don't you juggle it a little more?
I don't know if I'm AJ or Scott Harris, but I don't know why they didn't do it. I guess it's because they thought that those guys were more likely to have success moving forward than the players, their other options.
I think they have put too much pressure on this. We need a batter to take the pressure off our guys, and it'll raise everybody's averages at least 10 or 20 points. Because they don't have, I hate to call them sheep, but they're sheep because they just do what they're told, and because they're young and they don't have the credibility to stand up to anybody. But we needed somebody in there to speak up for these guys and say, hey, it's not working. Let's change.
Wait. You think you're talking about the players need to speak up?
Yeah, they're all young. They're young players, and some of them, they're just, I don't think they have the gumption to stand up to A.J. Hinch like a veteran would. We need a veteran player in there.
Stand up and say what?
To say something. You got it's day after day after day after day after day, and we get the same results. And the easiest thing to do is juggle the lineup. And he doesn't do that. He might change the leadoff batter or the second batter, but if the lineup's not working, that's the easiest thing to do is change things. And he refuses to do that.
I think he's changed the lineup more than anybody in baseball.
They literally announced that didn't in the postseason they have the same lineup in back-to-back games for like the fourth time all year? Didn't they make that announcement early in that Cleveland series? Or fifth time all year that they had almost never used the same lineup back-to-back?
Look, sometimes he's going to complain about having.
He would have changed. Holmes would have changed it more.
Riley Green and Torkelson, they strike out a lot. Yeah, Riley Green struck out the second most times in all of baseball, and Torkelson was number 21, and they hit back-to-back a lot. You know who else hits back-to-back? Randy Arozarena and Cal Raleigh, who struck out 6th and 8th most in Major League Baseball.
Produce more, but
I'm just saying that. They didn't. Cal Raleigh is the MVP. I think Torkelson and Green had a pretty good year, and so did Arozarena and Cal Raleigh. And Suarez struck out the 4th most time in all of baseball. So Seattle had 3 of the top 8 guys, but here they are playing in the ALCS. I mean, you could slice up a million different ways, and AJ tried to slice in a million different ways, and wanted desperately to try not to have another left-handed bat after Riley Green. Now, I'm sure they'll look at things in the offseason and decide, okay, how are we going to switch this lineup around a lot or differently? But they need to have bats that are going to put the ball in play to do it. And the caller, he's got a valid point with the strikeouts, but other teams do it and they still are successful. It's a long way to get there.
I think that AJ probably used a different lineup more than almost any manager in baseball, but
I think he did. But those two back-to-back, that was a lot.
Let's go to Stan in Shelby Township. You're next. Hi, Stan.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
My chump is a Brian Branch for obvious reasons, but my champ is Bryce Miller. Bryce Miller, the guy who only went 4 1/3 innings last Wednesday against the Tigers and got lit up, went into Toronto, and most people say that Toronto.
You're not wrong.
Yeah,
Stan, you're not wrong.
You're right.
We're
He was
really
great.
not in a mood.
I mean, he was great last night. 6
No,
innings.
here's my question.
Yeah.
Do you guys think if the Mariners beat Toronto, do you think it changes the narrative on the Tigers' year?
Well, how do you think? How do you feel about the Tigers' year? Were you satisfied with it? Were you? I mean, obviously
Yes, I
disappointed.
was. I thought it was the best year since I've been buying tickets, 2017. They have sustainable competitiveness, and I think that I like what Harris and Hinch are there and the brain trust, and I'm all in. I think we're going to be
Fair
better
enough.
next year.
Look, some people are going to have the viewpoint that it wasn't a step forward because they didn't get to the ALCS, and last year they finished this year exactly the same spot last year, losing a Game 5 that could have gotten you to the ALCS. I think it is a step forward because I think they beat Cleveland, who they didn't beat last year. It was basically the same Cleveland team. They beat them. Then they have to take on a Seattle team that's better and push them to the absolute brink. But it's still not good enough. Tarek Skubal said after the game, we need to start changing our goals. Instead of the goal being the ALDS, the goal has to be the World Series. I think the entire organization is feeling that.
And as far as what Bryce Miller did, he gives up a home run on the first pitch. He throws like high 20s in the first inning, somehow settles down, gets through 5 or whatever innings he pitched.
6 innings total.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive.
Yeah.
But I'm not interested in championing USC, UCLA, or the Chiefs, too. Like, you're not wrong. We'll count your vote, but let's go to Mike. You're next. Hi, Mike.
Yeah. This is me.
Yep. Yes, it is.
Who am I talking to? I don't know.
This is Doug, and that's Scott, and you're on the air.
Okay, so I made a comment on a baseball swing. It's like a golf swing. It's a little different, but it works the same way. You got to be on your back foot and leg before you swing the baseball bat or the golf club. If you do anything and land on that front foot first, it doesn't work. And these guys were doing it all year long. And the biggest culprit, why he lost his power, is Torkelson. He does a little dance with his front foot, and then he puts it down. He hasn't even started to swing yet. That's the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, and a career high 31 home runs. But go ahead and send your resume into Scott Harris or AJ
Yeah, but how
Hinch.
many times did he leave people on the base?
Yeah.
They didn't bring him home.
Yeah, he's not the best player in the league. He's a pretty good player, but he's not the best player in the league.
But he's our home run hitter.
Uh-huh. And?
He's supposed to be the real home run hitter.
He hit
number
31 home runs.
31.
Huh?
He hit 31 of them. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but a guy like him should be hitting 40.
Okay.
He's got to pick up the team. This is the guy they're counting on to pick up the team.
What about Riley Green's swing? What did you see there?
He's got a much better swing. He hits off the back foot, and when you do that, that's where you get all your power from. And the front foot has nothing to do with it. It just comes down on the ground after you swing.
So, Mike, this is interesting.
Send your resume
what level,
to AJ Hinch.
I mean, I'm assuming you coached at some level.
Oh yeah, I've coached a lot. Not at a high level, but I've coached all the way from traveling teams to high school varsity baseball. So I've dealt with all this stuff. And when I see a guy up there for the first time and he swings and misses, I said, he's got such a good swing. That's because he's hitting off the front foot. You try throwing a ball off the front foot, it doesn't go anywhere.
Where did you coach in high school?
Troy Athens.
Sweet.
High school.
All right, cool. Well, there you have it.
Your next Tigers hitting coach.
I have no clue what I mean, they said they got pull happy. I'm not a coach. I don't pretend to be. Actually, I do coach, but I don't pretend to be able to analyze MLB swings.
Torque made the most adjustments in the offseason.
I acquiesce to that guy.
And to become a better hitter. And he was a much better hitter, certainly in the first half of the season. Strikes out a ton. Sure, he strikes out a lot. 169 strikeouts is a lot. Riley Green's 201 strikeouts. That's a lot. They strike out a lot. They got to cut it down. They got to get better contact. That's what Scott Harris said.
Stick with us. If you care what time the Michigan State game starts, we scheduled to find out at 1 o'clock. It is, unless they get that 6-day hold thing. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch spoke with the media for their season-ending press conference today. Harris discussed the team's successes this season while also saying he, quote, can't be naive to the fact that we've got to get a whole lot better about a lot of things in this organization. Harris was first asked about Detroit's 2025 trade deadline performance and said he never feels comfortable after a deadline, but he does not regret some of the deals the team did not make. He was also asked about the upcoming decision Detroit has with Tarik Skubal. He would not and said he could not say much. Skubal is signed through the 2026 season and will be arbitration eligible this winter. MLB Trade Rumors last Monday estimated a salary of just under $18 million for him in 2026. The Tigers previously offered Skubal an extension, but were rebuffed on their uncompetitive offer by Skubal's agent, Scott Boras. Another coach speaking with the media today was Michigan football head coach Sharon Moore, and he gave an injury update on running back Justice Haynes. Moore said, quote, he was better yesterday, so we'll see as the week goes, but I feel good about it. The Red Wings are in action today, coming up in about an hour and a half. They're feeling good after a 6-3 win over the Maple Leafs on Saturday. They're live in Toronto at 2 p.m. right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The pregame show starts at 1:45. Also, college basketball AP preseason top 25 released this morning. Michigan checked in at number 7 in the country, while Michigan State in at number 22. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So you have you're rooting for a nooner?
Yeah, nothing yet. I've seen. Is it F5? I just click on refresh. See if we can figure out when this thing will be announced. The Michigan State start time. We await this announcement. In the meantime, we got open lines. You heard from Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch. I mean, people are pretty frustrated with the way the hitting finished up the season. Feel like most people have at least calmed down with their initial reactions to the end of this season. Someday I might be able to appreciate how great that game was. God, it hurt. That was such a, and by hurt, I mean all throughout extra innings, didn't it? That was a painful watch.
It was an uncomfortable watch.
Yeah, it was a
lots of moments
high
to
heart
yell.
rates.
Yeah. I did not feel
probably not good for our health, blood pressure issues.
Definitely not.
No,
I mean, those extra 6 innings was not normal 6 innings. It wasn't like a full game because every pitch, every at bat, right? Every time a runner got on base, whether it was for the Mariners or Tigers, you're tense.
Yep.
And that's why I think Gator, you sent the text in our group chat, like the game wasn't over yet, and you were also like, just take me, because we can't do this anymore. No. This is just too much, and those are different type of at bats. So I think when you look at it too, when Scott Harris talked about finding a bat that could come through. I think one of the reasons Javi Baez was one of their better bats was because nothing gets to him. He's calm under pressure.
He wants to be stressed.
Yes. And so these other guys that they've never gone through this before, And so you tighten up, you grip it too tight, and you don't the results aren't there. And other than Kerry Carpenter, no one could hit in the middle of that lineup.
Now I go back to watching when it was thrown down your throat for years, the Yankees and Red Sox prior to the pitch clock days.
Yeah.
And these games would last 4 to 5 hours because the approaches that the players had at the plate were remarkable. They would just foul off pitch after pitch after pitch. You get to the bullpen, and I desperately want to see that from the Tigers, and they're not doing that approach with 2 strikes, and it's just infuriating at times.
248-539-9797. We go to John in Livonia. What's up, John?
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
Okay.
Hey, so I have a comment and a question. My comment is, based on how both our team and Seattle's team was built, I do not believe that we deserve to win that game. I think when you see what Scott Harris did at the deadline and what Seattle's GM did at the headline, I think they deserve to win it more than us. And then my question is, what is your confidence level in Scott Harris this offseason? Do you think he's genuinely going to make the moves that we need to make? And
do you?
No, I mean,
okay.
I don't know.
No, it's all right.
I
It's
still gotta
okay.
think
No,
about it.
I was intrigued to hear. He sounded like they're ready to promote some of these young kids. So the question is, what young kid does he believe isn't ready that they need to address something in free agency? I doubt they're going to pull off some big trade. His commitment to the youth in this organization, unless somehow, some way, some team's going to give up a high-quality player that he doesn't want. So I don't know. It's hard to answer is what I'm saying, because we don't know how committed he is to, say, Max Clark or Kevin McGonigal. If they think Max Clark is going to be ready, then they probably won't go get an outfielder. If they think Kevin McGonigal's ready, then they probably won't get a middle infielder. Do they have a third baseman?
Max Anderson.
Max Anderson. Is he the next? I don't know. It's hard to answer, John. So he did say, the full, Chris has been very supportive of everything we want to do, from payroll to all other investments.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, and I'm excited for that, and I want to be wrong. That's the thing. Like, I want to be completely wrong. It's just I just don't want what happened this year at the trade deadline to keep repeating itself. And I'm not sure it will. I'm just
I get it, John.
worried.
It's a fair question, and actually, when it was asked of Scott Harris, he said today, it's a fair question.
Seattle's move that paid off from the deadline wasn't Suarez. It was Josh Naylor.
Naylor, yeah.
And the Tigers didn't have a need for Josh Naylor because he was a first baseman DH type. And that's not what they were looking for. They were looking for third base, which would have screened Suarez. But if Arizona wanted Troy Melton in return for Suarez, or one of the top 5 prospects for Suarez, obviously that made Harris very uncomfortable, to the point where he's like, it's the asking price is too high, and that we're not going to get into that.
All right, Big Ten football has just tweeted out the schedule, all the games that are scheduled for September 25th or October 25th. They all say TBD, and at the bottom in small print it says all TBD games will be confirmed on Sunday the 19th. So they're doing the 6-day hold thing. So I told you this was a possibility, and there it is. I hate the 6-day hold.
What are the big games that weekend in the Big Ten? Like, what are we looking at on the schedule?
It's not a great slate. Illinois at Washington could be an interesting game. Minnesota at Iowa. They play for a trophy. Wisconsin at Oregon in some years might be interesting. Probably not this year. If UCLA stays hot, maybe UCLA at Indiana.
UCLA, Indiana. I got you. Now I got
Michigan and Michigan State.
I mean,
does Big Noon want Michigan State? I don't know.
I
mean,
I don't think they're going to want. Are they going to want West Coast? Probably not.
Not for Big Noon.
Not for Big Noon. They don't want Wisconsin at Oregon, so that's probably out. So that means Washington, Illinois is going to be out.
I mean, Big Noon is probably deciding between Minnesota, Iowa, UCLA, Indiana, or Michigan and Michigan State. But Big Noon might not have the first pick. I don't know who's got the first pick this week.
I would trade the first pick for multiple picks. This just looks like it's a blah schedule.
Yeah.
No Ohio State on the schedule.
There is a Big Noon time slot. Then CBS and Big Ten have a 3:30. NBC has a 7:30.
And it's only Big Ten, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, those networks aren't looking at. This is just a Big Ten thing with this. I'm just, as opposed to Big Ten and SEC or whatever, Big Ten, whoever. Just Big
you mean
Ten.
if you're asking, are these time slots going to be filled with Big Ten games? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay. 248-539-9797, and so we wait. Sorry. Mike.
Or just go back and look on Twitter and, did we free?
That we put up a template where I announce the next 10 Michigan State games start times.
This one might be the one played in Ireland.
Yeah. We go to Mike in Brighton. You're next. Hi, Mike.
How you doing?
Hey.
Yeah, I just wanted just to touch on the Tigers. Listen to that guy talking about how to teach the guys how to hit at this stage in the game. I really don't think that's at that point is really the issue, and I definitely don't think it's AJ's problem. I mean, if they're not hitting, You put somebody else in if you think they're better. If not, you go with your best players. I mean, Seattle was sitting with the same thing. We go down to Game 5. They weren't hitting the ball any better than we were. All we needed was one hit. I mean, we could blame anybody, but I don't think that's the issue. I think they have a good team. I think their pitching was adequate. It showed it towards the end. And their hitting kind of left us, but, maybe the hottest hitter was Jahmai Jones. He didn't get into the last game, so I don't think he used anybody, if I recall, for 15 innings.
No, I think they had a real hard time getting a pinch hit at bat in there because Seattle didn't use left-handed pitching.
Well, when they went to Spire, he didn't last
yeah.
long.
Yeah. So
yeah, and Winsell was not hitting either. I mean, you could use a switch hitter, but
Yeah.
he wasn't hitting either. So, I mean, all it was one hit.
Yeah.
I think, anyways. I think, even Javi, I mean, he swings at that pitch that's in on his hands. All you have to do is just wait and hit something the opposite way.
Javi was
like
the best
he had been
hitter.
doing.
Javi and
Yeah, he
Carpenter
was.
were the best players in the playoffs. And, I mean, as far as I did to look at the numbers to see what the actual average, if he was the best, but I think Carpenter may have gone past because he had the 4 hits in the last game. But Javi was doing great. He was delivering, man. And he swung at a pitch that may have been inside and disintegrated his bat and the whole bit. But
yeah, I mean, Javi,
you could scrutinize over every at bat after the 9th inning.
Javi really reacted well to stressful situations. That included putting him in center field for the first time in his career, and he responded.
He was great.
248-539-9797.
Defensively, too, Javi.
Yeah.
Like when the short hops, the dribblers, anything that's the sharp line drives, he's just under pressure. It's not a problem for him. He just smoothly throws it to second or first.
I just want to say, because I don't know how much we're going to talk about that game. The two caught stealings, one by each team.
Oh, the throws?
The throws were absolutely amazing. And the way that the defenders or the guys catching the ball let it travel. I mean, the way they threw out, who was the guy throwing out for the Tigers? Was it Colt Keith that got thrown out?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's got the base stolen. There's no question he's got it stolen. How did that actually got him? It was crazy.
Dude,
and Dingler threw his guy out.
I just realized that I will appreciate at some point how great that game was when there's a parade down Woodward in the next couple of years. Then I'll go, and boy, that Seattle game from a few years ago was something else. But right now, it just hurts, man. It just hurts.
Well, it's no better that the Lions lost last night.
And other losses that
Yeah,
were
and then what
absorbed
happened
over the
Saturday
weekend.
was no good.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
See, the Bengals dealing with some issues. Trey Hendrickson got hurt. Although apparently it's not serious. They get better news on the MRI, according to Ian Rappaport, that his back is day-to-day. But Mike Gesicki, the tight end, injured his pec and will be out a while, according to head coach Zach Taylor. So, again, this is no longer where I am looking at for the Lions when they get to the trade deadline in several weeks. I am no longer looking at the edge rusher and seeing about Trey Hendrickson. The position group has changed. If you want a defensive end, I guess God bless you, but it's got to be a corner, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when you see this, when you see the 5 names up on the screen last night, all corners with the Lions.
Yeah.
Guys that are out, whether it's, the starting 2 with Terrion Arnold and DJ Reed, and then you start adding Khalil Dorsey and other guys to the mix, and there's 5 guys, Ennis Rakestraw on injured reserve. It's just like, wow, how is this team going to move forward? They have to add more players and quality players. I mean, great that the guys they just brought off from the street actually contributed. I mean, the secondary didn't seem like that was the issue last night. It was part of it, but it really, to me, it looked more like the front 7 issue than it was the back 4 or 5 guys.
248-539-9797. Fritz is in Clinton Township and is next. Hello, Fritz.
Hi, guys. Happy Monday. Not so much.
Not at all.
I finished that press conference, and I hope I'm wrong. Scott Harris, prove me wrong, please. But I walk away from that thinking he's already got his 2026 postseason speech already written, and it starts with, well, obviously we didn't reach our goals and expectations for this season. We didn't move past the ALDS. But that's to be expected because we integrated young guys into the system, and it takes a while for them to develop. And we've got a great future.
Let me stop you right there, because I think the part where you said that's to be expected, I think that is not in his vocabulary based on what he said today. He doesn't want to bring these guys up unless they're ready to go, and he wants them absolutely prepared. So I think that part, everything else he said might be fine, whatever, but that part I think is wrong.
Well, Gator, watched minor league baseball like you did, and I see guys who are hitting minor league pitching, but then I watch the playoff pitching, and I look at that and go, there's no way a first-year player is stepping in and contributing significantly to a playoff push against that quality of pitching.
That may be the case, but I don't think that the way that you phrased it is how he would say it. Because what he said today was that he wants these guys when they're coming up, and also said the guys are coming up, that the guys that dominated AA baseball, that those guys are going to have a chance and they will see time next year with this team. We'll see who those guys are and how much they are, but I mean, I'm just taking him at his word.
Okay. I think it's clear that we're not going to see Gleyber, and we're likely not going to see a lot of off-season moves, significant free agent moves. I think it's safe to say that. Don't you agree?
I don't know if I agree. I might agree with that in terms of the hitters.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're going to make a big splash of free agency by going and get Alex Bregman or get Suarez. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I do think they're going to be active when it comes to the pitching staff.
He thinks those guys will help him. It'll be. I don't know that he committed to them to the point where he said, "I'm not signing free agents." I didn't get that sense.
I didn't get that sense either.
But I did get the sense that they expect help from their system next year. Now, that's his what you just said. I wonder what he would say, because what the caller just said is, I can't see these AA guys handling postseason pitching. What would Scott Harris say to that? So 248-539-9797. Let's go to Josh and Warren. You're next. Hello, Josh.
Hey, guys. Yeah, the reason why that game sucks so bad and you can't appreciate it right now is because it felt like 163 Part 2. That's what that game felt like. It felt like game 163 Part 2. You had the missed call with the hit by pitch.
Yeah.
You had, so many things in that game. And that's why it's going to suck and it's going to feel like this for a while, I feel like.
That's valid, Josh. You're right. I forgot about that game, but that game still sucked.
Yeah, but my champ and chump, champ would be Carp. I mean, we wouldn't even have been in the series without him. Dude showed up, for all the gripe he got throughout the season. I mean, he showed he's kind of a clutch player, and I mean, maybe they get a little bit of help around him, and you build around a guy like him, and build the other options. But I think the chump obviously would be Scott Harris because it seemed like he was a little not like brash, but he seemed like a little like this is what we had at the deadline, and this is what we were going to go with, and you've seen all these other guys not do that well, so what do you want me to do, kind of thing. Like, I don't like that approach. You can't 1-to-1 say Suarez wouldn't have hit better in our lineup than he did with Seattle. But one thing you can say is that Seattle passed us with the moves they made and beat us in the playoffs. So that is why he's the chump of the weekend to me.
Well, I actually liked what he had to say, Josh. I interpreted it completely different. I think he lifted the curtain a little bit and let us know what went into his decisions and why he made what moves he made and what moves he didn't make. He didn't say – he said that getting the players they were associated with would have cost him either somebody currently on their roster – playoff roster, and it was pretty easy to draw a line straight to Troy Melton, or one of their top prospects, and both of those plus more. So he wasn't willing to pay the price for Suarez. If they had given up Melton and didn't have Melton but had Suarez, I'm not sure their outcome would have been any different because Melton was so good for them. Maybe it would have. I don't know. I don't know that any of us could know. Giving up one of their top prospects plus more didn't impact them on the field. That's really where the argument can be made. He wasn't willing to do it. People, I think, thought they could get Suarez for something less than that. What he said today implied that that's not the case. But hey, man,
Yeah, and Seattle's fortunes were increased because of the Josh Naylor acquisition more than anything else. Naylor was great for him down the stretch. Naylor was a difference maker in the playoffs as well. That was a scary at bat when he came to the plate.
Look, it didn't work out. It's funny. I mean, obviously different people see what he had to say through a different prism. I thought he was actually pretty good at what he had to say. I don't think he made excuses. And he said the thing that keeps, I do think about whether or not I should have added a hitter, but he really feels like they had their approach got changed. For some reason, they got very pull happy in the last month of the season, and he wasn't quite sure why, and he thought they was audibled from the plan too much. But 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers year-ending news conference today. Certainly not fun. The players in the league, here's regarding the Lions. The players in the league are sick of Kansas City. Their attitudes and their obvious assistance they get from the Zebras going back to last year. Tony Warren says, I'm glad Branch did it. Too bad it wasn't Mahomes. F the Chiefs. Robbie at Local 58 says the officiating was horrendous. The Kelsey incomplete catch to the ground, all the missed calls. That game was just frustrating. Mahomes is a turd and got away with murder all the time.
Yeah, the Kelsey one is bothersome.
That was in a scoring drive, by the way.
And should the Lions have called
just thrown a
timeout
flag?
Or thrown a challenge flag? I mean,
what I've discovered on the field is in real time, it's hard to know. We don't see the replays when you don't see the replays when you're on the field, and then the press box you sometimes don't see them.
Yeah.
Well, the Chiefs hurried up to the line, so the Lions couldn't review. But the point that people are making, they're so sick of the Chiefs, is they get every benefit of the doubt call. Yeah. And literally last night, they didn't get called for a penalty, an accepted penalty. It's the first time it's happened since like the beginning of 2024 season or something. It's incredible. So a lot of times when you see that Kelsey catch, non-catch, you know what I mean? There's refs will call no catch and then make the offensive team challenge or whatever, but not with the Chiefs. Not with the Chiefs. They get every benefit of the call. Doesn't matter how long it takes them if they have to huddle up with a fake phone call from New York or wherever and get the call quote unquote right.
Yeah, it's the
it always happens with the Chiefs. That's why people around the country are like, dude, enough.
It's a Taylor Swift effect.
And by the way, why were they? I know they have to show Swift, But even through a blurred window,
Yeah, they were showing
like, you
Swift
can't
when
even
you
see her.
couldn't.
Yeah,
They were
like,
showing
what are we
Swift when you
doing?
couldn't see
Yeah.
Swift.
Exactly.
Is that Caitlin Clark in there too? Oh, look what's going on.
Here's where Taylor Swift was standing.
Right? We think that's her. What?
Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some really strange noises, or maybe it's just moving slower than usual and you suspect something's wrong? You're probably right. Do the right thing and call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. They'll come out right away, take a look what your problem is, they'll diagnose it, and then likely they'll be able to fix it right there on the spot. These expert technicians in the field know exactly what they're doing, and they've got a truck that's full of all the equipment necessary to get that job done right in front of your eyes. It's awesome. I've seen it firsthand. They came out to my house years ago when I was having the same issue. They were able to fix the battery and then fix switch out one of the springs on the garage door itself, and it was back to working just fine. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. Or you can schedule an appointment online at a time that's actually convenient for you. Do it at the webpage at precisiondoormi.com. That's precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. It was a painful weekend of sports. Thank you, Red Wings. There is that, and they play next.
They do, very shortly.
Happy Thanksgiving to our Canadian audience. What's up? And hope you're having a great Thanksgiving.
They go with turkey? They do the whole the same thing we do, or no?
Actually, I don't know. I got some Canadians coming to town next week, and I'll ask them.
Is it like Canadian ham? It's totally different, but the same, but different?
Just like
Canadian bacon?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, Canadian bacon.
I'll find out what their traditions are. Anyway, yeah, so the Red Wings have an afternoon game, and we will we'll get that coming up shortly here.
This was done to accommodate the baseball game, right?
Was it?
Or was this planned? I didn't think it was planned to be this early. I thought maybe they were changing things up in deference to the ALCS.
I think it's a Thanksgiving thing in Toronto.
I think the game scheduled for today was, but I don't know. I thought, I'll check that. I thought that we had gotten something about that.
Why haven't they done this every year?
I don't know. Have they, and we just forgot?
No, but an afternoon game that should involve the Wings. I think.
Great question.
Well, we'll get to some Red Wing hockey coming up shortly. Dan in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys, what a bitter weekend. But, a lot to look forward to. In my opinion, I liked what Scott Harris said. I've liked what he's done. If you guys recall, you remember Dayton Moore. Dayton Moore was the GM of the Royals. He got hired in 2006, and he told the Royals owner then, it will take me a decade to turn this franchise around. He had them in the World Series 8 years later. And Dayton Moore he had been an executive with Atlanta, the Braves. And I almost feel like the way the Royals, they were sort of leaning into the situation where if they've got talent at a minor league level, they are going to bring them to the major leagues because they need to. And whether that becomes, trade bargains for them in the future, I almost felt like Scott was leaning into that. Has he turned a franchise around in 2 years? I feel like he has, given what they had, given where they were, given how frustrated people were when Al Avila was here. I feel like it is so frustrating to say this, but I feel like the franchise, like Scott, you said, he did more in the offseason to make them better? He did. Were they better in the playoffs? They were. I was interested to hear him say he needed to know and understand how the offensive production fell off so drastically in ways that they did not predict.
Well, Dan, if you think back to the timeline of when Scott Harris got here to where we are a few years later, I would argue you can make a strong argument that they are ahead of schedule. I don't think we all saw a blossoming playoff team when he first got here. Am I wrong?
You are not wrong.
So the bar gets raised. The people want to see the next step, and I get that. But a zoom out might provide a little bit of perspective in that they probably are a little bit ahead of schedule, and yet, I'm not mad at anybody for being disappointed. It sounds like he's disappointed.
Yeah,
but
I mean the Charlie Morton signing, I can't quite get my hand. That seems very. They should have. I don't know.
It sounded like those guys were short term. Like Paddock and Morton were both. He said they were never supposed to be part of the postseason plan. They were guys.
Well,
that were
said
helping
they weren't going. They didn't expect them to be like big contributors.
He thought they were guys that could help him finish out the regular season, but he didn't. They weren't guys that he thought were postseason pieces. Which is interesting because that's what you always think of at the trade deadline. But he was trying to get to the finish line and thought they might need some starters, and that's what they went with. And, it was kind of like, well, we're not going to have Cobb and and whatnot. So
and whatnot.
248-539-9797. Jerry in St. Clair Shores. Hi, Jerry.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Just want to let you guys know, thank you. And you guys are the best sports talk on the radio right now.
Wow.
Above all your other counterparts at the station. And my chump is Scott Harris. What he said was just smoke. And if he had cared about the team, he would have done more to keep Bregman before the season started. And I think he should have done something at the trade deadline. And he failed the team. My champ is his whole team. Even though they went into a slump all at the same time, they still played with heart. and they didn't quit, and they didn't give up, and they did get to the playoffs, and I commend the team for doing that. I have another chump, that home plate umpire in the 14, 15-inning game. I used to umpire, and I'm sorry, when you square up to bunt and the ball hits you in the hand, that's a strike all day long, every day.
Well, it is.
And
Bat first.
To go to New York and have New York say, oh.
I don't know how the hell that got overturned. I really don't know how that got overturned.
Well, it didn't get overturned.
Well,
doesn't it?
I thought it was ruled that it was
whatever it was. How they didn't deem that a foul ball upon review is beyond.
It's ridiculous. But I will also say this: I thought that aside from like one game, the balls and strikes calling from the umpires, that was really good, with the exception of like one game. Surprising how good
that foul ball on that bunt, though.
How is that possible? I heard the original call was touchdown Chiefs, actually, and then they overturned. They kept it for the Mariners.
That's funny.
Well, they looked down at the wrist and it says, "What would Taylor Swift do?"
I mean,
or what would make Taylor Swift happy?
I look. That's a. When I saw the replay, I was like, "Oh, whew, foul ball." No.
Hit him.
What?
I mean, he clearly squared around the bunt.
Yep.
And he's offering. And then the replay clearly shows the ball hit and go down because it hit the bat. And you're going to tell me that his index finger that you can't see.
No.
It was hit first?
What?
Huh?
I don't know, man. That hadn't come up until that moment in the show, and now I'm getting pissed again.
Yes, very pissed.
Am I wrong?
No, there were a million plays in that game that you're hanging on the edge of your seat, waiting to see what's going to happen. I mean, for both teams, it was. We're going to look back at this in a long time, and we'll say what an amazing game it was all throughout, because it really was.
It's going to take a while, and it's going to take a parade. I think one of the things that we haven't really talked about because he didn't say much, but that we really are going to have to discuss this offseason is a Scuba deal.
Yeah.
It is. He wouldn't comment. He just said, look, there's no upside to commenting. If sometimes when I say stuff about it, gets he felt like it got taken out of context. So he said, it's in my best interest not to comment.
And he's right. It is. And just, get it done until the time comes that you realize that you can't get it done. And if you can't get it done, then the next thing has to happen. You have to trade him. The question is, will you trade him in the offseason or will you wait to the trade deadline to do it? And I still think your best move is to do it in the offseason.
I think so too. And I'm not opposed to it.
I don't want to see it.
But because you'd have to, I don't want to see it either. But this is a incredibly important thing to get the proper return if you're going to do it. So
that's going to be the dominating topic of the offseason for the Tigers is what you do with Tarek School.
Sure is. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Look, the Monday is over. The sun did come up. Red Wing Hockey's coming up next. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.